around, we never running, we just walking them down. Spitting scriptures like we busting around. Screaming on them as a thief in the night. Praise y'all, what you need in your life. New Torah movement, trying to bring you to life. With vision for trying to get them to fight. They walking dead, trying to bring them to life. I got that water dive in his movement. Taking them back, but it ain't school. Takes on the ground, we never run, we walk them down. That's how we do it. Jordan, I say my prayer, hallelujah. The prophets away, spirit did me what they face. They say that I'm going up my mind, I better tell them just that I'm staying. I stand on my two, I'm my man. I've been on that block and I kinda that sand. And keep the Torah, baby, we got that plan. If it's down, better give them my hand. Pick them up, cause together we stand. Granny had faith of a mustard seed. Uncle had faith in a bunch of keys. We sting your flat like a bunch of bees. The prophets at left, blowing their trumpet, we put in that work. They think it's for money. New Torah moving, yeah, we keeping it coming. But the tank told them if he try to go run and we walk them down like we searching for motives. We let out those scriptures, we load up the precepts. And they die right where you live, off you know the gods of Egypt. We were down, now we up. Don't let them fool you. I say my praise, hallelujah. Chase on the ground, we never running, we just walking them down. Spitting scriptures like we busting around. Screaming on them as a thief in the night. Praise y'all, what you need in your life. New Torah movement, trying to bring you to life. With vision for them, trying to get them to fight. They walking dead, trying to bring them to life. I got that water dive in his movement. Taking them class, but it ain't school. Takes on the ground, we never run, we walk them down. That's how we do it. Jordan, I say my prayer, hallelujah. In the making, say the boss of y'all up in the prophets got them shaking. I need my plate, no sugar, no bacon. I got my fam by my side, like we crazy. Had to pull it together cause I really did it, but I see us make it. I told them be patient without destruction, how we save it. Awakened by y'all, we keep praying. Baby, it's so amazing. I got that water that they get thirsty. I got the bull with me.
No flim flam, no compromise, no sellout, no control show, no false show. No, we either this or that. This or that. If you're wrong, you're wrong, and if you're right, you're right. And if that man, if the people down there are
around, we never running, we just walking them down. Spitting scriptures like we busting around. Screaming on them as a thief in the night. Praise y'all, what you need in your life. New Torah movement, trying to bring you to life. With vision for them, trying to get them to fight. They walking dead, trying to bring them to life. I got that water dive in his movement. Taking them back, but it ain't school. Takes on the ground, we never run, we walk them down. That's how we do it. Jordan, I say my prayer, hallelujah. The prophets away, spirit did me what they face. They say that I'm going up my mind, I better tell them just that I'm staying. I stand on my two, I'm my man. I've been on that block and I kinda that sand. And keep the Torah, baby, we got that plan. If it's down, better give them my hand. Pick them up, cause together we stand. Granny had faith of a mustard seed. Uncle had faith in a bunch of keys. We sting your flat like a bunch of bees. The prophets at left, blowing their trumpet, we put in that work. They think it's for money. New Torah moving, yeah, we keeping it coming. But the tank told them if he try to go run and we walk them down like we searching for motives. Let out those scriptures, we load up the precepts. And they die right where you live, off you know the gods of Egypt. We were down, now we up. Don't let them fool you. I say my praise, hallelujah. Chase on the ground, we never running, we just walking them down. Spitting scriptures like we busting around. Screaming on them as a thief in the night. Praise y'all, what you need in your life. New Torah movement, trying to bring you to life. With vision for them, trying to get them to fight. They walking dead, trying to bring them to life. I got that water dive in his movement. Taking them class, but it ain't school. Takes on the ground, we never run, we walk them down. That's how we do it. Jordan, I say my prayer, hallelujah. We sit in the making, say the boss of y'all up in the prophets got them shaking. I need my plate, no sugar, no bacon. I got my fam by my side, like we crazy. Had to pull it together cause I really did it, but I see us make it. I told them be patient without destruction, how we save it. Awakened by y'all, we keep praying. Baby, it's so amazing. I got that water that they get thirsty. I got the bull with me. I got that ocean I swim with them sharks and there is no tool with me. Get in my heart, they play the fool with me. Can't solo, got it cool with me. Said, Father, I can't do this, let's shoot.
Like button, like, share, subscribe.
Leave me alone and things might get too silly. Only you hit me. Yeah. Days on the ground, we never running with your buckets down. Spitting scriptures like we busting them round. Screaming on them as a thief in the night. Praise Yah, what you need in your life. New Torah moves are gonna bring you to life. Position form, trying to get them to fight. They walking dead, trying to bring them to life. I got that water dive in this movie. Taking them flat, but it's ain't takes on the ground. We never run, we walk around. That's how we do it. Torah move. I say my prayer, hallelujah.
Family, we're gonna get right to it. We're gonna get right to it. I gotta put this up early. I gotta put up this disclaimer. This is for critique and educational purposes only. Gotta put up this disclaimer. As a matter of fact, let me hit the banner. Scroll across the screen. Peace and blessings to you, family. Shout out to Asiatic Lion. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this one real quick. Shout out to Asiatic Lion. And if y'all haven't caught the last video we did over here with Brother KOT and dealing with Adam to the days of Noah, please check that out. Please check that out. Check out our Brother KOT. Brought up some great information. But let's deal with this one. We still on the lines of dealing with the Hermetic hypothesis, but I wanted to address something really quickly. I'm not going to be on long. Yeah, that was KOT. That was KOT spitting that track, man. KOT is fire, bro. It's KOT, man, all day. Shout out to KOT, man, Prince of Yahweh, man. So I wanted to deal with a few things. Let's talk about our good brother Jabari. And it seems to kind of get old around here, but one thing that I usually never do, and that's really after I have, a number of discussions and debates, I just usually let it go and move it on, because I really don't go to sleep with this stuff on my mind like a lot of folks do. But at this point now, it needs to be said that if this is not charlatan and snake oil behavior or scholarship, which in my book is nothing more than lies. When you omit the truth, remove the truth, when you alter the truth, when you deny the truth, when you're quick to say, no, it isn't, as if that is a rebuttal, without having any real formulation of information in regards to support why you're saying something is false or something is not true, or watch the new move, people, or that something is mythological, as if you know that everyone doesn't understand that you're saying it's fake. You want to use the term now, Jabari, Jesus or Yeshua or Yahweh Shai and Moses. It's not fake, but it's mythological. right? And so now you want to preference the term mythological to get around the fact of what you actually know or believe is truth, that it holds some truth. And some of the truth that it holds is when it comes to Yahweh Shah, Jesus the Christ, Yeshua, whatever you like to say, whatever fits your palate, that you cannot wholly or absolutely deny their existence. The same with Moses. You cannot wholly or deny his existence. And you taught yourself on the platform, specifically on Sonetta platform, because many other platforms that I see you go to, oftentimes they don't allow you to get away with it, or you don't even visit a lot of these platforms because you know your feet are being your quote unquote scholarship, where your feet is being held to the fire, and you don't have Sonetta as a gatekeeper. Because wherever I've seen you without Sonetta as your gatekeeper, you fail miserably. You actually fail miserably when Sonetta is your gatekeeper. Your light is paper. Your light is paper. And the only reason why somebody hasn't folded you up like a paper airplane and flown you up out of here, Jabari, is simply because Sonetta is your paperweight. He's the only one holding you down. I don't lay charge at the people that comes over to Sonetta's chat. I don't expect them to know as much as the average person who devotes so many amount of hours to study. Right? I don't expect that to happen. But what I do expect is that when you're asked a question with all your condescending tone and all of your sleight of hand appealing to your own authority, that you should be able to ask simple questions honestly. And now I want to say this: the cat is out the bag, but it just didn't get let out in the last few days when the VK apologists and they had David Falk on as a guest, who's a certified Egyptologist, unlike yourself, a degree Egyptologist, unlike yourself, right? And it's apropos to preface it that way, because you always attempt to try to appeal to your own authority with people on the House of Consciousness platform or Sonetta TV platform that you know may not be as well read or as academically or had the number of academic achievements that you accolade yourself with, right? And you attempt to use it as a form of a way to sort of speak to people as if you're always in a teaching position and never learning, or that panel or that channel on HOK is not a place where you learn, but it's only a place where you teach. That is an arrogant position to take from a quote unquote academic scholar, as you claim to be, or a Kemetic priest, or whatever floats your boat on any given day. And the problem with you, Jabari, and I've never done this on my channel before. I've addressed some things that you said that I disagree with. I've even had some issues. We've even had some discussions, I should say, on HOK, and I've critiqued my own discussions with you. But this, Jabari, is now to a point where you should not be taken credibly. You should not be taken credibly. Incredibly, specifically when it comes to biblical theology, biblical history, simply because, and I'm going to say it, you're a liar. And maybe folks might say, man, that's harsh, Elder Yara. That's harsh. Well, it's either he's a liar or he's purposely being deceitful, that he's not as well read as he claims he is. So those are the only two options that I'm giving you today on this show. And the proof is in the pudding. And I'm going to show that. I'm not just going to talk y'all heads off. I'm going to show you. He claims that, again, now he won't use the term fake when it comes to Yeshua, or Yahweh Shai. He won't use the term fake when it comes to Moses, right? And let me do this real quick. Right? I want to do this really quickly. Right? Let's look up the term fake. Right? Let's look up the term fake. Right? Jabari appeared on Sarnetta's show yesterday, sort of to defend himself against the BK apologists and Dr. David Falk. And he did a very poor job, because all he did was compound more lies on top of more lies on top of more lies. I'm going to show you, right? And he doesn't realize that he walked, when I came on and began to ask him questions, that his arrogance is such that he walked himself right into a sarcophagus. Put him in a coffin. His arrogance doesn't realize it. And I don't expect Sarnetta to understand that, right? That's not his job, right? He agrees, has his opinion, he can agree with what he wants to agree with. And even the people in the chat, he's convinced them that he probably is. I won't deny that in some aspect. And that audience over there that seemed to uphold him to a degree. And this is not about jealousy. This is about giving information to the people, or putting yourself in a position where you call yourself a professor, and the integrity that you should hold as a professor, that whatever platform you grace yourself with, you should always be looking to teach with integrity. You should always be looking to teach with integrity. And integrity sometimes, Jabari, is simply saying, I don't know the answer to that, I'll get back to you later. Or simply saying, you know what, I was wrong. which he never does. The only person in the universe in the constant community who's always right. And this is not about, again, jealousy, as Sunday tried to say, when it comes to people who challenge Jabari. Jabari, your information should be challenged. How are people who challenge your information considered jealous? Everybody that comes before this community, everybody that stands up before a people and teaches or gives a speech or claims to be a priest of any kind, whatever devilment you choose to be a priest of, whether you're an Israelite, whether you're a Christian, whether you're an imam, whether you a quote unquote Kemetic priest, whether you're a priest of Lucifer, or say whatever you are, your information is always up for scrutiny. And people who tend to try to hide from that are no more said to have integrity than your average snake oil salesman or charlatan. I tell everybody, check my information, fact check me, come back, push back at me. We could talk about it. But this guy here thinks he's never wrong. But let me show you just something simple that I'm going to get into some more. I'm going to get into some more in-depth information really quickly. I'm not going to be long. But let me share my screen really quickly. Let me share my screen. Now he says he will no longer. Here, let me take this off. Let me take that off so y'all can see my screen. Now, let me go back to that. Right. Now, according to Jabari, he no longer thinks or will say that Yeshua or Moses, Yahushua or Moses is fake. That's just too harsh of a word. But they're mythological, right? I want y'all to watch the Hotep dance, right? What he's doing. Now let's look at the definitions and the synonyms for the word fake. Fake means not genuine or counterfeit. So he says they're not fake, right? They're not fake. So if they're not fake, what is the opposite of not being fake? Because here it says not genuine or counterfeit. So if they're not counterfeit or forgery or a copy or a sham or fraud or a hoax or an imitation or a mock-up or a dummy or a reproduction or a lookalike or a likeness or phony, a pirate, knockoff, ripoff, dupe, forged, fraudulent, false, bogus, spurious, pseudo, worthless, invalid, dud, artificial, synthetic, simulated, replica, ersatz, plastic, man-made, mock, so-called, pretend, fakey. Huh? If you no longer consider Yahushua or Yeshua or Jesus to be fake or Moses to be fake, then the only opposite of that is genuine. Watch the Hotep he does. Watch the Hotep dance he does. Let's look at what genuine means. Truly what something is said to be. Authentic. of a person, emotion, or action sincere. It is sincere, honest, truthful, unhypocritical, meaning what one says, straightforward, direct, frank, candid, open, artless, natural, unaffected, guileless, ingenuous, straight up front, on the level, on the up and up. Dinkum. You see, again, that's the opposite of fake, Jabari. But you said, watch this, I wouldn't consider them fake. He says, I would consider them mythological. Let's look at what mythological means. Right? Mythological. Merriam-Webster's dictionary. It says of or relating to mythology or myth, dealt with in mythology, lacking factual basis or historical validity, mythical, fabulous. Right? Let's look at something else. Based on or described in a myth, especially as contrasted with history, usually mythical, existing only in the imagination, fictitious, imaginary, constructed a mythical all-star team. Right? Let's look at it. Let's look at it again. Let's look at what Cambridge says about mythological. Since this is now what you consider Moses and Yahushua or Yeshua or Jesus the Christ, as some would say. Let's see this. Right? Hold on, let me kill that right there. Mythological, existing in or relating to myth, equals ancient stories. This is the definition that Cambridge gives for mythological. Existing in or relating to myths. They call it ancient stories. Do you consider all ancient stories, Jabari, mythological? Because according to Cambridge's definition of mythological, they equal ancient stories. Watch this. We know there's a colon after that, so they're going to go into it. Of all mythical beasts, dragons seem to attract the most interest. Jason was the mythological Greek hero who sailed in search of the Golden Fleece on a ship named Argo. Pelicans were chosen for their mythological symbolism. This is now the comparison that you're making to Moses and Yeshua. Is this what you're doing now? See, this is the Hotep two-step, right? Are you now placing these characters in the same category as you would place vampires, Jabari? It says Hydra was the Greek name for many headed mythological sea serpent. Is this the same category that you're now placing Moses and Yeshua? Is this what we're doing now? Let's go a little bit further with this, right? I want y'all to put a pin in it because I want y'all to understand what he does, right? I'm telling you now, I'm calling it a lie. I'm saying he's a liar when it comes to being honest and forthright with the information. That's it. I don't know what he does in his personal life. I don't care nothing about that. I'm telling you what I know when he comes before the people, and every time I hear him, he lies. And you know what's one of the most telling things that I know he lies? Because he claims to be, or he makes himself the authority on all things Kemetic or Egyptian history. And when he does that, how do you then know what history says, especially concerning ancient stories, with historical relevance or value or valid historical references, primary sources? That when you simply can't fit it into your paradigm, you simply say it doesn't exist. Or you simply run from the question. You simply run from the question. Now, I've been saying this well before this video or this video interview with David Falk, right? I've been saying this already. Been saying this to you guys already. The very same things that this PhD professor David Falk is going to say. Telling you the same things about the Jabari character, right? So let's hear a little bit of what got Jabari, was stuck in Jabari's craw, that he had to go over to Sanetta's channel where he knows he's going to be not challenged, right? Or he's going to be able to hide behind Sanetta as he throws rocks, right? So I've been saying this for a number of years, and I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys what's going on here, right? Let me share this. Fair use. And you guys put in the one in the chat once you hear the audio play.
And these are Black and brown people who adhere or make attempts to adhere to a Kemetic worldview, and they love to bash and go at the Bible. And people like myself and Dean Yu, who's in the chat, what's up, sis? We definitely defend the gospel against such critiques. And one of the more popular individuals that love to come against Christianity is Jabari Osase. And if you've been to my channel for any amount of time, you know that there are many videos of me refuting his claims. So recently, he had a discussion over in Sanetta speaking about the Exodus and, and Moses and things of that nature. And of course, I've quoted this man before, but I'm like, you know what? I think it's time for me to have him live and just verbalize his thoughts on Jabari Osase and what claims he's made. So before we get into it, Doctor, I know you've seen a couple of the clips. What are some of your preliminary thoughts on Jabari Osase?
Besides, he doesn't know what he's doing.
Okay, we can start there. Oh, by the way, he has popcorn. Show him the popcorn, Doctor. Show him the popcorn.
Of course. I mean, I'd never come to something like this
without my brings out the popcorn. That means we're going in, right? So, but continue, Doctor. I'm sorry.
Okay. His religious views aside, as a historian, he just doesn't know what he's doing, essentially. Now, to give him his, one bit of praise, he does seem to be a reader. He does seem to read a lot. Okay, and I'll grant that to him. But there's really only so much you can learn through reading. Mm-hmm. And it's very clear that he is not an Egyptologist. He's not trained in the field. And that's good. That really came out in some of these clips.
All right. So with that being said, let's get into the first clip. Get this ready. And here we go.
For the Exodus, I would say to you, the only source we have for the Exodus is the Hebrew narrative. It's the only one. When we look at the archaeological evidence, we don't see it. When we look at the outside textual evidence, we don't see it. When we try to synchronize the chronological record based on some of the clues in the Hebrew text with what we know about the historical narrative, we don't find it. I want us to be very clear. The Exodus is not a historical event. That is what the biblical scholars have.
Okay, all right, I'll stop it.
Yeah.
Right there.
He is right that there are a lot of biblical scholars that do not say that the Exodus is a historical event. Okay, he is correct that a lot of biblical scholars deny this. And it is based upon an absence of evidence argument. Okay, and that's irrefutable. I mean, even they will admit that it's based on an absence of evidence argument. They just try to make the claim that an absence of evidence argument is valid, which it isn't. It's nothing at all. David Hackett Fisher pointed this out, that an absence of evidence isn't something that's for something, and it can't be something that's against something, because it's nothing.
Did y'all hear that? This is what I've always said to Jabari. I've always said this to Garfield. I said this to anytime they have these arguments against the Bible, well, show us your evidence. I say this to Chris Harris all the time. If you follow archaeology, and I do extensively, I follow archaeology, and not just Kemetic archaeology and not just biblical archaeology. I follow world archaeology, right? Many religious archaeological digs and finds that occur. They're finding now in 2024, right? Latter 2023, early 2024, they're finding entire lost civilizations, specifically in the Amazon. In the Amazon rainforest. Why? Because now you have corporations who are going into the Amazon forest, and they're cutting down a lot of the forestry in the rainforest. They're digging deep into the habitat. And one of the reasons that they're doing this is simply because they found that the soil in the Amazon was not a natural compost. It was a man-made compost. But how they put the soil together and what they mixed into the soil caused the Amazon, the rainforest, to grow exponentially and make that area, which should have been, and in many places around it is desert, but made that area fertile. and good for living off of the land. And simply because of this mixture of compost soil that they were able to create, these ancient tribes, right? And they've passed this down. But now they have satellite imagery that now that the forests are becoming a lot denser because of this, they're finding lost civilizations. And no one knows where these people are. They're not finding bodies. They're finding very little human remains of these large civilizations that had building structures, clearly had large governmental facilities, had large ritual beliefs, because you can see the ritual practices. A lot of them were human sacrifice altars. They're finding extensive civilizations that have been lost to history and lost to the human eye, buried under sometimes 6 to 8, almost 10 feet of soil. But because of satellite imagery now that can see through the layers of this soil or make out these structures, they're finding all types of lost civilizations and cities buried in the sands, buried in places or shown in places that were never been able to see with the people that have been lost to the naked eye or to human history. So when you have someone like Jabari who tries to make an argument, where are the bodies of the people of the Exodus? Well, if you actually study the book of Joshua, Shalakia, it'll tell you that those that came out of the Exodus, there were some that died in several different wilderness places. There was at least 7 different areas of 7 different wildernesses that they traveled to. And so, unless there's a massive archaeological undertaking that goes through all those 7 different wildernesses or places that is described in the Bible, you cannot make an absolute claim that there are none there. They have not gone through those 7 different areas of sites that they call the 7 wildernesses that are mentioned in the biblical narrative. And then along that, the book of Judges, of Judges, yes, talks about how all of those that came out of Kemet during the Exodus did not make it. Only a portion did not make it. It says the fathers who turned their backs on the Most High, I believe it's Judges chapters 1 through 5. It talks about how Joshua had to recircumcise or had to circumcise the children of the elders of those that came out of the Exodus. Why? Because they refused to keep the commandments of the Most High. They were circumcising them. They refused to keep the commandments that had came down through Moses about circumcision and different things like that. And so those fathers died in the wilderness, but their sons went over into Canaan during that 40-year span. So you would not be looking for everyone that came out of the Exodus to be found in that span of the wilderness of 40 years, whether you want to say it's allegorical or not, right? And I'll get into that later. I don't believe that it was, I don't believe that they were there to a degree of 40 years because they were lost. They were there doing a number of things, but we'll get into that later. But these are the sleight of hand arguments that Jabari attempts to make as if he's making sense. But he's relying on the argument that David Falk says, right? When he knows Jabari is arguing for an illogical fallacy. The absence of evidence is not proof. And simply because of that, you cannot make an absolute argument, Jabari. And as a college professor, a teacher, you should be honest with that. If you think that you're the teacher, that you're the one who teaches, and we all should listen to you, and we should all be your students, right? You should teach with integrity and earnestly. But this is not the case. This is not the case. Let us continue. Fair use.
Nothing at all. Even when you want to refute something, you need positive evidence to show that it is refuted. So in this particular case, yeah, sure. There's a lot of scholars out there that'll say that there was no Exodus. Just like there's a lot of scholars out there now that do say there is. So what we have here is what's called an academic controversy.
Facts. This is what we're dealing with. It's called an academic controversy. Right? And the reason being is simply because there is no physical evidence where a lot of these guys like to hang their hat, like Chris Harris and Jabari. Shout out to Chris Harris, my good brother from another mother. They like to hang their hat because there's a lack of evidence that exists. Then they can make the argument that it did not exist. Well, you can't do that. Not academically, you cannot do that. That is not how this works. And Jabari 100% of the time bases his arguments on that faulty premise. It's disingenuous at best. And if he is as smart as he claims that he is, then anything he says to the contrary should be looked at as disingenuous. And anything that you say that is proven to be disingenuous, in my book, is a lie. Fake. Fake. Let's continue.
Okay. Yes, right now, the majority of academic scholars say that there was no Exodus. But there is a minority that says that there was. So when you get this sort of situation in the academic world, it's a controversy. It's not a consensus.
Right.
Okay.
Did you hear the PhD scholars say what I've been telling? I've said this to my good brother Garfield. I said this to my good brother Jabari, Chris Harris, Black Liar Supreme. There is no academic consensus of scholars. They do not know what a consensus is in the field of academia. I've said it 100 times. There has to be a meeting of the minds across all disciplinary studies, not just in the field of archaeology, not just in the field of linguistics, not just in the field of anthropology, not just in the field of geology, but there has to be a well-rounded field from all of these sciences to come together and convene on a topic. and they come away either agreeing in part or agreeing in whole on a particular subject or topics. And if they agree in part, guess what? They shelve it. It's not a consensus. They shelve it as such. They mark it as such. It's not a consensus. There used to be an argument in the community regarding Abraham. And one of the arguments to prove that Abraham didn't exist was to go into the biblical narrative where it says Abraham had camels. And they said, no, scientists would say, it's impossible. We know that the story of Abraham is false because camels did not exist during Abraham's time. If you put it between 3,000 to 2200 BCE, whatever way you want them at within that time frame. Camels didn't exist in that part of the world. So when the Bible says Abraham had camels, we know that it's wholly false. Until a few years ago. Near Syria, near Damascus, they found giant 3-foot tall carvings of what? Camels that dated back earlier to the time we believe Abraham would have existed. Now you no longer hear that argument. This is what I mean about these guys. You can call them what you want to call them, but if you're telling me you're teaching spirituality and academics, and you can't synthesize fact or being just honest with what the information says, you can take a position, but you cannot speak, as I've said it for years on these platforms, you cannot speak in absolutes. You cannot speak. Andrew the Great, yeah, this is live. Andrew the student, definitely is live. You cannot speak in absolutes. When you do that, you cannot consider yourself a genuine scholar. You can't do it. You're nothing more than a charlatan or liar, because you have to be seeing the information. You can't just study everyone that agrees with you and think you're coming away with a solid understanding of the information. When I study the pros and the cons. I study who's for and against. I study who agrees with or close to my paradigm and those who disagree with my paradigm. You cannot make absolutes. Andrew the Great, give me a minute. I'm definitely going to drop it. This is what I'm saying when it comes to this information. Let's continue. Let's listen to a little bit more. And I want to get to some other videos.
Okay, you can continue.
Cool.
Have come to. Not Jabari Osaze, an African-centered scholar.
Not all scholars, Bob.
The biblical scholar. I'm going to show you a few, because one of the things that sometimes happens is folks say, well, some people disagree. Well, you know what they say about this channel, right?
Source up.
Source up. Because that.
Now, I want to say something else about that little, I get it. It sounds amazing, right? And it sounds as if you're presenting with integrity when you go on these different platforms and people say, well, source up, right? That the little, the little thing that they do, source up. And I'm all for bringing and providing and showing academic sources, right? But you don't provide academic sources for people based on your opinion. The academic source that you present has to be in step, toe, in line with your argument. You have to have the same argument as your academic source you're providing. And you have to learn how to synthesize that information into what you're presenting. You cannot say source up, present a source out of the middle of the book, knowing that it says something completely different in the conclusion of the book. But you cherry pick out of a book what goes along with your argument. It goes along with your argument. You simply just cherry pick out of the book because it hits something that you can build your opinion on. That's not a source. That's not a source, Jabari. And too often times, people come on and they say, well, here's my source. And then they say something or they quote the source, but the source that they quote doesn't agree with the conclusion of the entire work or body of work. See, that's charlatan, snake oil salesman scholarship. You see? Perfect example. Jabari last night on Sunday TV clearly said Moses is mythological. And we just went through the definition of what that is. Then he sources Josephus. He sources Josephus to try to prove an argument, to try to prove a point that he's making, when Josephus himself says Moses was a real person. So how are you using Josephus, who says Moses was a real person, Jabari, and then turn around and say Moses was mythological? That's snake oil salesman scholarship at its best. Y'all got to understand what I'm saying. Peace and blessings to you, Cassandra Missa. Peace to you, sis. Inky Real, peace to you. Shout out to JJ7000. Peace to you, family. Authentically Erica, good to see you, sis. you have to take away from his credibility when he does that, because there's no way, if Josephus was standing in front of him and he asked Josephus, can I use you as a source against the Exodus? What do you guys think Josephus would have told him? Huh? What do you think Josephus would have told him? This is what I mean about people that talk about this thing, source up or shut up. Like, I get what you're saying, and it has been problematic in this community. People saying things without any academic or biblical prowess or some knowledge of the argument that they're involved in. I do understand it, so I'm not saying sources are not needed. They are very needed. But how you use your source needs to also be considered in this community. How you use that source. Don't bring me one line out of a paragraph. Don't bring me one line out of a study and you will not read the conclusion of that study. You're disingenuous when you do that. Let's continue just a little bit more. Fair use.
That's what I do, right? And I want us to be really clear that the wide consensus in the biblical scholar, I'm talking about biblical scholars, biblical scholars, not scholars of Kemet or scholars of Africa or any of that. Biblical scholars who are searching for this have gotten to the point now where they recognize that there's no historical meat to
that's
what we're
not
discussing.
really true.
And so,
yeah, now this is what I'm saying, right? Now, see, if you're not really familiar with the information, like some is, and I don't expect everyone to be, that's not everybody's cup of tea. And the thing of it is why I take what I do seriously, why people like JJ7000 take what he does seriously when we come on these panels, because people will look to you for certain facts of information to build upon, right? To build upon. And so this is what I mean. The only place, and I'm going to say it again, where Jabari looks as though he's superior with information is on Sanetta's platform. Everywhere else he goes, he gets destroyed. You know why? Because there's no gatekeeper. Nobody's dropping bombs. And Sanetta could do this, so I'm not blaming Sanetta for it. But what I'm saying is, he's light as a feather in his information. Jabari is. He knows what he knows. But he's light in his information. Why? Because he's disingenuous overall. Because he has an issue with the church, with the Catholic Church. I got an issue with the Catholic Church too, Jabari. But that don't mean I have to lie on the Bible. And I never attended a Catholic church. But I know all you ex-altar boys, y'all got issues with the Catholic Church. Let's hear what David Fogg has to say about Jabari's last claim.
So I think
Pause. The whole idea of historical meat. What does he mean by historical meat? Okay. Now, there is this idea that of in history of a horizon. Okay? Every historian has a horizon. Basically, what is your extent to what you see as evidence? Now, he's pointed out that the only account that we have of the Exodus is in the Hebrew scriptures. Now, that is a collection itself of evidence. Internal evidence. We got a lot of it from the Hebrew scriptures, such as Egyptian loanwords in the Pentateuch. We have, say, the toponyms. The toponyms are very specific to the mid-19th dynasty.
Did y'all hear what he said? So when people have this argument in this community, you can't use the Bible as evidence. We have a PhD scholar said that's a load of crap. You can look at the toponyms used in the 19th century. You can look at the authors and the writings themselves. You can look at the language. You can look at the historical value that the Bible provides. And it is useful as evidence to support a historical claim. So for all of you who always you visit these panels and you hear these arguments, you can't use the Bible for evidence, you have that's not even academically sound. I've been saying this for years. Oh, you can't use the Bible to prove the Bible. Then how else do you prove the Bible? That's just like saying I'm an eyewitness. I'm on trial, and you're telling me I can't testify in my own behalf. That's ludicrous. Ludicrous. But you got these super scion Kemetic priests over here trying to set themselves up as if they are above the rest of us who are reading and studying more, if not the same information you are. And that somehow the gods have only blessed you to be able to read and comprehend the information. Where clearly David Falk didn't get the memo, Jabari. You already know I didn't get the memo because I've always said that most of the times that I hear you, I don't know what the hell you be talking about. There's no truth to it. Because the moment you mix in a little lie, it's all false. When the scripture says a little leaven leaveth the whole lump, you just need a little bit of, it's no good. It's no good. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this. Man. Okay, let that go. second. Let me see. That's not what I need. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to see where I can I'm trying to see where I can share it. Hold on 1 second. That didn't work. Hold on 1 second, man. Trying to see where I can share this link real quick. Strange, man. I don't see it. I'm trying to do it without ending this string. Hold on. Let me see if that'll work. I'm gonna try to put this in the chat. Here it is. Got it. All right, here it comes, family. I'm about to put it in the chat right now. Marquis, shalom. Shalom, family. Shalom. There it is. The link is in the chat. Let me see if I can send it there, JJ. Hold on real quick. I hope it don't knock me out. But we have to understand, man, that, and I'm going to show a few more clips. I'm trying to send something to JJ. I hope it don't knock me out. I hear somebody just popped in. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to try to send this to JJ real quick.
I'm here.
Are you here?
No,
okay, no doubt.
Voice in your head.
I didn't know if you was live or not, because I know you can come in.
This is a voice in your head. Get him, man. Go ahead.
Please. Hey,
you over here lighting them up, man. I didn't want you to have all the fun by yourself.
Man, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah,
Peace
man.
and blessings. So,
Yeah.
just let me get back to this, man. Let's listen
Yeah,
to what
go
Dr.
ahead.
says, man. You definitely can go in, JJ.
Very specific. We've got cultural information in there. But we also have archaeological evidence. Okay? So it's not true that that's the only evidence that we have for it. But we would also expect that a large migratory group of people wouldn't leave much behind.
Now, is this not the argument that he was trying to hold yesterday on Sinetta?
Yep.
When the young brother, I think the young brother name was Marcus, and shout out to that young brother, man, because he gave Jabari that work last night. If y'all didn't see it over there on Sinetta channel. Because he keep trying to make the argument, as I said before, where are all the bodies? We can go through the Kemetic kings list, the Egyptian kings list. They don't have all of the bodies of the Egyptian pharaohs and kings. Where are all of the people of ancient Kemet that once lived in those kingdoms? Where are all their bodies? They didn't go nowhere. But where are their bodies? Where are their bodies at? It's a silly argument and a disingenuous argument to make. Simply to try to argue against the biblical narrative of the Exodus. And not even just the biblical narrative of the Exodus. The academic argument for the Exodus. Where are all the bodies? Then he asked the brother, and I'm gonna play that too. He asked the brother, where are their swords? Where did their swords go? Where did their pottery go? Their ostrakhan. Where are the pottery shards? I said I was gonna stop saying it, but Jabari gonna make me bring it back out. He's a moron. He's a moron. You cannot claim to be a professor of anything and claim that you're the teacher, but no one can address your information, and you're asking, where are the bones and the pottery shards? Where's evidence of the food that they were eating? I'm going to show y'all how ridiculous this argument was. And then I'm going to show y'all how his arrogance didn't even allow him to see me cranking open this sarcophagus before 300 Spartan kicked him right in it. Shout out to Andrew the student. What's good, boss? It's been a minute, man.
What's good? What's good? Yeah, it's been a minute. How y'all living?
Man, blessed and highly favored.
Nah, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Trying to get back into it, man. I've been going crazy with the music in the city, but I'm trying to get back on here with y'all. It's a great topic today.
No doubt, man. You're always welcome. So just sit back, man. I'm gonna beat up your boy a little bit, man. Well, not a lot. I take that back. I'm not gonna beat him up a little bit. I'm gonna beat him up a lot. So, but let's get back to this real quick.
But we do have this correlation of evidences that are archaeological as well, such as we do have, for example, the abandonment of Avaris in mid-Dynasty 19. And then, roughly 40 years later, roughly about 45 years after, we have the first mention of Israel in Canaan, which is in the Merneptah victory stele.
Now, the PhD scholar David Falk here says that the Merneptah stele mentions Israel in Canaan. Now, I understand that there are some PhD scholars that will say that that's not true. It doesn't mention Israel. There are some that'll make that argument. I've especially in this community, not even the PhD scholars. I heard our good brother Smash Rockwell try to make that same argument, as well as Brother Reggie. It's funny how they like to agree with only the PhD scholars that they agree with. Because the PhD scholars that they're bringing on ain't agreeing with none of y'all. Y'all agreeing with them. See, we always want to put the Bible on trial. We want to put Kim on trial. No, we need to put the House of Consciousness, not the House of Consciousness. Let me take that back. The conscious community on trial. Because y'all be coming up with some fantastical stories. And I'm going to say this, and we might start, hey, listen, bro, do what you got to do. But I've literally listened to Smash Rockwell go into what he calls the TLA, which is what I call their Kemetic Bible over there. Right? They preface everything with the TLA. And it's just a thesaurus of linguistics of Egyptica or Egypt, right? It's basically the linguistic interpretation of what they see, or they understand the grammatical interpretation of the Meta-Neter, right? But here's the funny thing about it. If you start looking at who the authors of this TLA, they're all German and Latin Europeans. So are they teaching you how to speak what you call your ancestral tongue? You're relying on the Europeans to teach you your ancestral tongue? Hold on one second. I'll do it that later. Is that what's happening here? Let's continue.
Now, in the Merneptah victory stela, what we have is something that's very interesting that often sort of goes under the radar too, which is that when Merneptah encounters the Israelites the first time there, they're not encountering the Israelites as, say, a settled people in settled towns in nations. They're encountering them as wandering people groups.
And that's a fact. And if you do the study of the Merneptah Stele, I believe if you go to on the Merneptah Stele, if you go to line 27, this is why you'll see that it talks about Ashkelon and Gezer, I believe, and other captured cities that Merneptah claims, and it gives you like it gives you a determinative that these people were a nation, that they had a ruling king. But when you get to the glyphs for Israel, it doesn't show that they had a king or that they were a nation. It just gives you the determinative as if they were a wandering people, as the doctor has just said. And even if you place the Merneptah Stele at around circa 1200 BCE, that's right step in toe in line with the biblical narrative, because we don't see Israel proclaiming to have a king until late early 1100 or late or 11 or circa 1100 BCE to 1000 BCE, depending on some takes, some scholarly takes on the work. And this is around the time we get to 1000 to 1050 to 1000 BCE to 900 to 980 to 950 BCE, when we see King David and King Solomon come to power. That's right, in line with the biblical narrative, what the scripture says. But these guys will come here and they will lie through the skin of their Kemetic teeth and say, oh, there's no historical value in the book. And let me say this. And I saw this twice, right? I saw this twice in Senator's chapter last night with this same argument. So let me reiterate this again. This whole retarded argument, well, there's Spider-Man has it talks about New York in the comic book. We know New York was a real place, but it's talked about a comic book just like the Bible. So they use that type of argument to equate that as if the Bible is just a work of fiction that talks about historical places, right?
Elder, real quick, that argument is trash, though.
It's trash. It's trash. And one of the reasons I'm gonna give it in, you can go in on that too, JJ. And one of the reasons why I call it trash is because when you talk about Spider-Man, let's take Spider-Man, let's take Superman, let's take Batman. We know who the authors of those comic books were. We know Stan Lee. We have him on videotape. We got him in movies in the Marvel Universe making cameo appearances. We have him on videotape saying, listen, I created these characters out of my imagination. Stan Lee goes on record with his own testimony. You can see it today. Go on YouTube, Google him. Stan Lee. Stan Lee says, I created Spider-Man. I created the Incredible Hulk. I created Iron Man. I created the Fantastic Four. I created Doctor Strange. Stan Lee says he created it as fictional characters. Where do we see the prophets in the Tanakh? The apostles? Where do we see them ever making the claim that they created fictional characters? Where do we see them ever saying that about themselves in the text? Where do they say they made up Moses? Where do they say this? I'm going to show y'all right now how disingenuous these guys is when it comes to that particular argument about Moses, whether or not he was just a mythological character. Let me show you guys something real quick. Let me show you guys something. Right? Let me show you guys something. Y'all should be able to see my screen, right? I think we got it right there. There we go. Thank you, Sister Cassandra. It says Moses, right? And what you see here in the background, it's just a painting from the synagogue of Dura Europus, right? Or in Europe, a city that existed in Syria, right? From 300 BCE to the year 256 CE, right? It has frescoes showing people dressed to the nines, but also a nude woman in the water, a maid or Pharaoh's daughter herself rescuing baby Moses, right? Now watch this. That's just a painting, right? But let's look at what the ancient historians say about Moses. Jabari says he's just a mythological character. Says he's just a comic book character to you. And when I go through these historians, please come with the evidence that these historians and their accounts have been debunked. Don't just say, no, it isn't. That's not a rebuttal. Show me, please, where these historians that I'm going to mention who talk about Moses as a real person have been discredited in history during their time period. Show me. Let's get to it. I'll deal with that one later. I'm going to come back to that one. But let's deal with this guy right here. Hecataeus of Abdera. Now, you got to understand, this is where a lot of the detractors, so-called detractors of the Bible, try to pin their hat here. and say, see, this is the first time that Moses is mentioned anywhere in any text. We know that's false. But let's deal with this, right? Let's deal with this. Hecataeus of Hadera, right? It says a Greek historian and geographer who lived circa 550 to 476 BCE. Hecataeus also studied the history of Moses. Now, if you understand who Russell Gummerkin is, I did an interview with him. Actually, I didn't do an interview with him, but I addressed him. I spoke with him on the panel that Garfield was on as he was interviewing the gentleman named Russell Gummerkin. Russell Gummerkin's only claim to fame, real claim to fame, is that he postulates that it is this guy here, Hecataeus of Abdera, who creates this story of Moses, because this is the first time Moses is found to be mentioned in any text. So therefore, Hecataeus of Abdera had to be the author or the creator of this mythological character named Moses. How ridiculous is that? How ridiculous is that notion? Right? So he says, Hecataeus also studied the history of Moses. His books tell of Egypt suffering from a plague. That plague would have been leprosy. The Egyptian solution was to restore their traditional worship and drive away foreigners with different worship beliefs. According to Hecataeus, some of the foreigners fled to Judea under Moses. This leader promoted customs different from the other nations, especially establishing monotheistic worship without images. Diodorus used much of his work, talking about Hecataeus of Abdera, preserving excerpts from the history of Moses, such as this. From the time immemorial. In other words, Hecataeus of Abdera says, this just didn't start with me, but this is from ancient times. From times memorial. And when they say times memorial, that it means it's time. This is from things in the oral tradition and in written tradition. From times memorial, times recorded, times from memory, from what we know to be true. He says from times immemorial, there lived minorities. Did y'all hear that? Minorities, which is what Israelites would have been in Egypt, whose manner of sacrificing differed from that of the general population. When a plague occurred, the Egyptians expelled them. Some found refuge in Greece. It's like it. The majority fled to Judea, then uninhibited. Their leader, Moses, founded Jerusalem and its temple, establishing a cult and a constitution, meaning the Torah. That's what he's talking about when he says Moses established the constitution. He's talking about the Torah. A constitution which differed completely from any other, because he believed that God is the master of the universe. Moses prohibited the presentation of the divine in a human form. In other words, he's saying, Moses says, as the Torah says, thou shalt make no graven images of things above and of things below, and worship them. Thou shalt make no graven images of God. So who do you think is making these graven images that they're calling Yahweh when Jabari is showing the little Yahweh or the El deity with the little cone head on? We know that's not coming from what they know historically in times memorial and tradition that the Israelites themselves did. They did not create statues for themselves to worship Yahweh or Yahweh. They didn't do it to worship Yahweh because they didn't worship Yahweh. And they didn't do it to worship Yahweh, who they did worship. El is simply just a misnomer that is being used, which means the Most High. It is not the El deity of the little man taking the squat with the cone hat on his head that Jabari likes to flaunt around and saying, see, look, this is the God. That's poor scholarship and it's disingenuous. Makes absolutely no sense. From what we know, it says, make no presentation of the divine in a human form. The laws of marriage and burial different from those among other groups of men, to whom the Jews adopted a hostile attitude. The Jews never had a king, but Moses assigned a prominent role to the priests, talking about the Levites, the chief of whom is said to receive messages from God. When he teaches the divine commandments, the assembled Jews prostrate themselves unto the high priest. Concludes with these words. In other words, they laid prostrate before the Most High while the priests read the scripture, while they read the words of thus saith Yah. These things were not like anybody else that they had ever seen or known in the ancient world at the time. So who they copying from? The ancient Egyptians wasn't doing it. The Hyksos weren't doing it. The Greeks weren't doing this. This is specifically, Hecataeus of Abdera is specifically dealing with the material culture of a specific group of people. Moses heard these words from God, and he spoke them to the Jews. During the Persian and Macedonian occupations, Hecataeus concludes many of their ancient institutions were what? Modified. Modified. Hecataeus of Abdera says, look, during the Persian captivity, during the Babylonian captivity, many of their ancient practices were changed. This is why it's difficult to find the material culture of Israelites from 500 BCE during this time and moving forward than when we read in the biblical narrative. The ancient practices are different. Why? Because they're saying, this is why even when people argue in the New Testament, that's why if you really study it closely, it talks about almost three Sabbaths that occurred during the time of Yeshua's or Yahushai's crucifixion. Why? Because there was a argument during the coming out of the Babylonian captivity on when the high feast days or the high Shabbat should be kept, because they didn't know. It was lost to them. So they didn't know. So in order for them to make sure that they were covered on both ends, they kept these two high Sabbaths. Simply because they didn't know. And during the week, but they didn't come often, but during the week that Yeshua was crucified or martyred, that's when we know these two Sabbaths were celebrated. That's why people always miss the understanding of 3 days and 3 nights and when it began. They try to argue it was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But they don't really understand what was going on from the time of the Sabbath. What Sabbath are you talking about? Because there were 2 Sabbaths, and then that came rolling around another one. So it was almost 3. But that's another teaching here. That maybe I get Brother KOT and I bring that out. It says, Hecataeus concludes many of their ancient institutions were modified. And you can get this. Here's the source. Hecataeus of Abdera Encyclopedia Judaica Encyclopedia. And you can see I had this source April 25th, 2022 is when I grabbed this source. Right? So, I'm just not putting things together just to simply argue against Jabari. I've had this information created since 2022. It is now April 20. We're now in June 2024. So this is 2 years ago. Somebody came off the mic. Somebody want to say something?
Hey, Elder, all right. We got Andrew the student up here. He's a Jabari supporter. I guess. I don't know. He used to be.
Hey, he said he's listening. So I'm waiting for he can chime in. Yeah, come off.
I was just letting you know he up here. I want to see how he defend this mess.
Well,
What up, Andrew?
I'm listening. Not much, man. I'm a great listener, so I always listen. And
Yeah,
Yara is one of the reasonable people that I can, sit back and listen to. So
okay, all right then. Yeah.
I'm gonna let him get it out, and then we can go back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. So what? I'm not reasonable. What the hell's going on, man?
Hey, JJ, that's how I heard.
I was just messing with you.
Now you be going hard,
Yes,
but he just gotta listen to what he's saying. He's saying a lot of good things, but he's telling on himself at the same time.
Like we'll see about that. He said
he's telling on himself.
He said come on here, but it's
about
easy
to get it in, y'all.
Yeah, no doubt.
Go ahead, Elder.
So again, here's Diodorus Siculus, right, or Diodorus of Sicily, right? He's a 1st century Greek historian who also worked on the history of Moses. Here are some excerpts from his well-known Bibliotheca Historica, a work of universal history in 40 books. The leader of this colony was one Moses. I want Jabari or anybody else to come and tell me where the people who were contemporary with Diodorus Siculus and our brother here we just read about Hecataeus of Abdera, show me where their contemporary works were thought, or even today that their works were thought to be not authentic works. Show us what the scholars are saying they're lying. Show us that. Right? He says amongst the cities built that now, and we know Diodorus Siculus got a lot of his information on Moses. He got it from Hecataeus Abdera. That's how a lot of Abdera's Hecataeus work has survived, is in Diodorus Siculus' work. So it says he was a leader of the colony after he had possessed himself of the country, right? In other words, Exodus, he left the country. What country? Egypt. That's in Exodus. The Exodus in Greek only means the road out or the way out. That's all it means. Among other cities, built that now most famous city, Jerusalem, and the temple there. Aaron Yahuddin, shout out to you, good brother. We ain't seen you since that debate. And the temple there, which is so greatly revered among them. Moses instituted the holy rites and ceremonies with which they worship God and made laws for the methodical government of the state. He also divided the people into 12 tribes, which he regarded as the most perfect number because it corresponds to the 12 months within a whole year. Moses also ordered the inhabitants to be careful in rearing their children who are brought up with very little expense, and that means that the Jewish nation has always been very populous. In other words, they always was popping out a bunch of babies. Peace and blessings to you, indigenous black man. Now, with Theodore Sickless here, I want people to be careful. We got to understand, in our material culture and the ancient Israelite culture, they actually had 14 months, not 12. They actually had 14 months, right? But you can still equate those 14 months with the tribes of Israel, because we know not just only the 12 sons of Israel were the part of the 12 tribes of Israel, but we also know that he adopted in his 2 grandsons, the sons of Joseph, Ephraim and Manasseh. They were also considered the sons of Israel. So it still would correlate the same. 14 months, 14 tribes, 12 original tribes, 12 months, right? So it says, we talked about that. It says, as to their marriages and funerals, he instituted customs far different from other people. But under the empires, which rose up in latter ages, especially during the rule of the Persians and in the time of Macedonians, who overthrew the Persians through, what does it say? Through intermingling with foreign nations. Many of the traditional customs among the Jews were altered. This is what Hecataeus, as he has related by the Jews, right? And this is early church history, the oral communication historicity of Moses in the Exodus, right? Let's continue. Lysimachus of Alexandria. He is another first century Greek grammarian who also researched about the history of Moses. He wrote a book about Egypt, including a version of the Exodus account from which Josephus quoted in his work in Apion. Lysimachus, that's it, version pictured leprous Jews who flooded the temples to beg for food, resorting in a food shortage in Egypt. An oracle of the Egyptian god Ammon implemented purging the temples of the impious. So the lepers were driven out to the wilderness. Some were drowned, while the survivors had to experience afflictions in the desert. Lysimachus mentioned a certain Moses who advised the surviving lepers to ravage an inhabited country now called Judea. There they built Jerusalem, which means the town of temple robbers. This is a source from Josephus' critical contemporary. On the above can be read at secrettext.com, JUD, Josephus Ampion, 1 paragraph 35. And Jabari, all last night, I've seen you use Josephus all the time. You use Josephus. Bro, you've never seen me use Josephus. The first time I've used Josephus to argue anything extensively is just right here, right now. With this particular source. Let's continue. Cherimon, another contributor to the history of Moses, was Cherimon, an Egyptian priest. He lived in Alexandria during the early 1st century BC and then moved to Rome, where he became Nero's tutor. Josephus also cites him. His version of the Exodus is quite similar to that of Lysimachus, right? So we know where Josephus is getting a lot of his understanding, even information on the Exodus and Moses. He's getting it from other ancient historians.
1,000 pardons, Elder. Jabari is on record to say that no Egyptian priest or anything ever confirmed the Exodus.
But look, bro, we know he lying.
No, he lying.
We know he lying. Here's one right here.
That's why I said that.
We know he's lying.
Manito said it as well.
In the source, I don't have it here, but the source is in Appian. It's in Josephus's Ampion. right? What does he? Who does he think Manetho is? Manetho was a priest. Asar Mka even agrees. Kemet even agrees with Josephus' account when he calls Moses or Sarcophagus.
Right.
So what now?
Well, it's not a contemporary. I think that's what Jabari be telling y'all.
Listen. Let's talk about contemporaries. That's another fallacious argument, right?
I mean, it was written in 1 AD. And Moses was born in like 1200 BC. So it's somebody writing about Moses 1200 years later. If you say it the right way, you probably get no arguments, but y'all be trying to twist it.
No, we're not trying to twist it at all. How are we trying to twist it?
Somebody wrote about Moses in 1 AD, and you're using that.
Hold on. You just only hang on.
Let me say something too real quick. So your Book of the Dead is written by goddamn Ewald's Bud, but y'all hold on to that. Y'all say a goddamn word.
I know, but let's take turns. I mean, I've been a great listener. I don't want to, come in hot or anything, but I'm saying something that's real. If Moses was born in the 1200s of BC, before the coming era, and somebody wrote about him in 1 AD, you can't look at that like, oh, no Egyptian historians wrote about him. They wrote about him 1,400 years later. And it wasn't even an Egyptian. Like, look who ran Egypt in 1 AD. It was written by, that's the Greeks. You know what I'm saying? That's Alexandria. The name tells you everything. It's Alexandria now. If it was Egyptian, the name Alexandria wouldn't be the name of that city. Y'all know the name of that city before it was Alexandria. So you got to be able to speak facts, and then people will rock out with you. But go ahead.
Okay, so you want to say something, JJ?
No, I'm just trying to say that he can't use that argument when he uses the Book of the Dead.
Right.
You gotta look in the mirror, bro.
I don't use the Book of the Dead though.
Jabari uses it.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's just saying you can't say a historian wrote about it. It makes what Elder Yara was making good sense to he said that.
So is the Book of the Dead valid?
I'm not sure what you're trying to say. You're saying because he translated the Book of the Dead that it's all bars? It's still there. We can retranslate it. Like it's been retranslated.
Where's the original? So where did Ewald's Buzz get his information from? What priest?
From the walls. I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me. I mean, and you're also making a false equivalent. Can we finish one conversation before we jump to the other? Because I'm not standing on.
No, I'm just saying how you gonna sit here and say, well, this was written later, but then y'all hold to your heart this Book of the Dead.
But
it was written thousands of years later.
That only works with like an Egyptian priest. Like I'm not an Egyptian priest.
Jabari calls himself an Egyptian priest, don't he?
Yeah, I know, but I'm not Jabari. You talking to Big Drew, Big.
You arguing for him, so I just figured you was one of his students.
No, we got to keep Elder Yara honest with the facts that he got on this.
So let's keep Elder Yara honest.
Yes.
So watch this. So are you postulating that Shemarion, right, who's recorded in history as being an Egyptian priest, right? Let me go back to this. Is being an Egyptian priest simply because he lived in a city that was conquered by the Greeks, that somehow he's not Egyptian?
No, we got to put it in the proper context. It's like
no. That's not what I asked you. Are you saying he's not Egyptian?
I'm saying he's from 1,400 years later. He's in
That's
Alexandria.
Not what I asked you. Like,
he's in Alexandria.
You said you want to keep Elder Yara honest. So in order to do that, I'm just asking you, be honest with what I'm asking you. Are you saying because he was born in a city called Alexandria in Egypt in the 1st century BCE that he was not an Egyptian?
I guess if we're going by nationality, he was born in Alexandria, which would make him an Egyptian. My thing is, if we're going to use the word Alexandria, it's like somebody being born in New York, but we're talking about New Amsterdam. New Amsterdam, if you see New Amsterdam written down, that gives you context to the time period. You know this is before New York became a state. because before it became a state, they called it New Amsterdam. That's a measurement for you. So when they say I was born in Alexandria, we know that this is like when we took over, like when America took over the Indians. It's like being born in Boston in 2024 or being born in Boston in like 1400 back when it wasn't a Boston, but it's the same city. You understand what I'm saying?
See, the problem that you have, hold on, this is the problem that he have is the same argument Jabari tried to make yesterday, and this is where they all go wrong. This is how we know you and Jabari alike, right? That's how we know this. Because what you're arguing in the gray areas of someone writing anachronistically, and I'm going to show you this. Hold on. Before you say another word, I'm going to show you why that is a horrible argument, right? And Jabari does this a lot, and you're parroting him, and you should stop because he makes y'all look like fools.
Bro, I'm speaking facts. I'm speaking facts.
No, you're not speaking facts. You're not speaking facts. Watch this. I'm gonna show you the. I'm gonna show you what he's arguing.
That's why you take my time when I'm speaking, because like I'm putting.
I just want you to put a pin. You made a claim. No, I'm not doing that. You do the same thing Jabari does. You made a claim, and you tried to snake oil salesman to people with scholarship, and simply says, "Well, we know this city was named something else before it was named what you're calling it today." That's called anachronistic. Anachronistic does not mean that it's wrong, and that's another lie y'all trying to promote. And
I'm not saying it's wrong.
Hold on. You're trying to say, and what you said, not what you're trying to say. You're trying to say because the city is called Alexandria by Josephus, that gives some credibility to this guy, this Egyptian priest Shamarion, that it has to be looked at with a side eye, simply because it's written 1400 years after the fact, when he's talking and speaking anachronistically. Now watch this, because this is where Jabari lied last night and lies so much continuously, right? With this whole Avaris argument, right? So we know that the Hyksos, the capital city of the Hyksos, was called Avaris. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, we went over that. I agree.
Right. So Avaris, you know that the understanding of that, it's defined and it means what? Do you know what Avaris means?
No, I don't know if I know what Avaris, the city name, means.
Okay. We'll go through it. We'll go through it. Now watch this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And watch this. This is from a history of Egyptian website, right? But let's look at the information. It says what capital of ancient Egypt during the reign of the Hyksos was Avaris. Do we agree with that?
Yes.
When? This is a date, time frame, like you said. Established by the Hyksos in 1782. Right?
Was it the 12th dynasty?
No, 1782 to
dynasty.
Dynasty. 1782 that's the beginning of the Hyksos rule, right? Which Jabari never talk about. You ought to ask him that one day. 1782 to 1783 BCE to approximate 1550 BCE, right? Which, if you go with a high chronology, people put this at around the time of the possible Exodus, or not that far from when the time maybe this is maybe 30 years after Moses is born, right? 1550 BCE. Watch this. When it was captured in 1550 BCE, it was captured by Pharaoh Amos the First. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Watch this. Where? Lower Egypt, Delta region, near the modern town of Tel El Daba, on the branch of the Nile, used as a trade route, which made it a strong contender for the location of a new capital city. It was known as what? The Great House. Now we know that the term Pharaoh means what? Come on.
Go ahead. It's windy. I didn't want to mess up the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, the term Pharaoh means the great house. Right? So we know that the term used is Pharaoh, especially in the biblical narrative up until a point, is specifically during the time of the Exodus, it's talking about the not just a one individual, but it's talking about the rulership. So when it says the Pharaoh, it's talking about the rulership, right? Or the great house, right? Now watch this. What was the size of it? It grows to 250 hectares and was thought to have been the largest in the world from 1670 to 557 BCE. Right? Watch this. After its capture, the citadel was used as a storage facility, with the city used as a military camp. Right? Watch this. Watch this. I want you to this is what I want you to be very cognizant, pay close attention to this, right? Latter history, the city of Avaris it's talking about, was consumed into Pharaoh Ramses II's capital city of Pi-Ramesses in the 19th dynasty. So when you hear people talk about Pi-Ramses, right, in their modern day, or even in modern day, it is the equivalent of the ancient city of Avaris as well. So Avaris and Pi-Ramses, which you read about Pi-Ramses in the biblical narrative, Pi-Ramses and Avaris is the exact same place. See, when you have people like you and Jabari who like to make these arguments, see, the city was named this, but you know, it's talking about the very same place. So if I say the Hyksos were in the land of Pi-Ramses, or the Israelites were in Avaris, Jabari, both are true. Because
yes,
we know
but
historically.
you're
No, I'm not
the most
missing
important
anything,
part.
brother. I'm not missing anything.
Okay, but when you cut me off and then you went on a long spiel.
No,
Let
because
me
I want you to
respond to it.
understand. It doesn't matter what the name of the modern city is, that it had an ancient name.
All right, here
People,
we go.
when they're writing in their time, it's called anachronistic writing, brother.
All right, thank you for that. I think that was dope. That was dope. But hear me out. All right. Now, I'm going to take this over to sports just to make the people in the crowd understand what we're talking about. Now, if I say George McCann or Mike, and however you say it, was one of the Lakers' greatest big men. George McCann, look him up. He was out there getting triple doubles. He was on some Wilt Chamberlain stuff. If I say he's one of the Lakers' greatest big men, the unlearned person is going to assume he's in Los Angeles. It takes somebody that understands history to know that that's the Minneapolis Lakers. Yeah. So if I say Minneapolis Lakers, that automatically gives you a time marker. I know that this is before this happened. So all I'm saying is, if I was born in Alexandria, it lets you know that this place is under Greek rule. They've already changed the name.
That doesn't change the history that he's giving.
Hold up real quick.
I'm teaching you how to, because me and you come from the same cloth. It's just you be taking like hot takes. You don't say it regular. You take a hot take and make it controversial. It doesn't even have to be controversial.
No, it's controversial because you're making it an issue when it's not.
You asked me, was he a real Egyptian?
Just ask.
And I'm like, bro, it's called Alexandria. So this is the 1 AD. We have been out of there since the Persians. We have been out there for like 300 years. You know what I mean? So like,
so this is what I don't understand is that you use the book. I'm sorry, I got to keep saying this. You use the Book of the Dead, don't you?
Use the Book of the Dead, JJ.
How you Kemetic? You don't use the Book of the Dead?
I'm big on history, and I just be correcting people. I told you I rock with the Bible, and I'm trying to teach y'all how to rock with it the correct way instead of being like shock jocks about
but you didn't correct anything, though, brother.
No. You didn't. Nothing. Well, no. Let's go back because you gave a long one. Earlier in this thing, you was talking about the absence of evidence is not evidence.
It's not proof.
It's not proof. It's the absence of evidence is not evidence. I'm saying what you said, and that's the actual old saying. I know what that means. That's never an issue. It's only an issue when the person with no evidence makes crazy claims.
Yeah, but I don't see you attacking Jabari when he goes into the Book of the Dead. You never do that. Why not? Because you're being biased over here, bro.
No, we're gonna have the Book of the Dead conversation too, but I wanna lock this down. If Yara would say, look, I believe this, but there's no evidence of this, nobody would say something. But for him to be like, yo, this is historical, and then they'd be like, where's the evidence? And you'd be like, oh, lack of evidence, there's no evidence. You're saying that because you have a bad hand. You're playing spades and you got like one spade. So you trying your best to get bored. That's why you're saying the lack of evidence is no evidence, because you don't have any evidence. And the evidence you do have, you don't like to use because it puts y'all in a different light. You brought up the Monete Stella. That joint, that's 19th dynasty. That's 19th dynasty, and they describe y'all as some wanderers. Y'all niggas is wandering around in the 19th dynasty. Like, but they don't want to talk about that because that's not what your book says. In the 19th dynasty, y'all supposed to have been like big. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like
Solomon. Where you get that from? You just made that up.
Okay, when was the Monete Stella? Let's
the Monete Stella is 12. It's circa 1200 BCE.
No. Monete is Ramses' like dad. Ramses the second dad. That's the 19th. Oh, you're using millennia. I said dynasties. I'm speaking in dynasties. Is that what you get?
It's the same thing, bro.
Well, if I say 19th dynasty, I'm speaking of fact. Monete is a pharaoh from the 19th dynasty. I'm saying our 19th dynasty, y'all niggas is wanderers. Like
the Bible says, the Bible calls us that. What are you talking about?
No, I said the evidence that they show of you guys, you don't, and they also say it says other things.
The Bible supports that.
You don't. Okay, it supports y'all set worship in Argus.
You said what? No, it supports the Hyksos were set worshipers. The Hyksos brought that in with them.
No, it was there.
No, it was not. No, it was not. No, it was not. See, this is what I mean about you guys have no concept of history. You do not see set worship in that part of the region of land until the Hyksos rule, brother. From the 12th dynastic period, I think, up until about the 17th dynastic period.
So are you saying that these guys just made this up? These Egyptian priests? What will be their motive to make that up? Hello? What would be their motive to make that up, bro? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm waiting for him to answer the question.
I don't know if he ran off or not.
Now he up here. Let me remove this. There you go, Ducky.
Hear me? Y'all can't hear me?
No.
No, I said. So you saying he made that up?
I'm saying who is they? Who made up what?
What you trying to refute? You're saying that the information is not valid because it's late in history. So when you go, so listen. So how about this? When you go to class and you say you study history, your history books, and they write about Abraham Lincoln and everybody else and all this other stuff. Is that made up too? Because it wasn't right there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I never said Shamaran made up anything. He asked me, was he an Egyptian? And I said he was born in Alexandria, so that should tell him something. That's all. That's like asking me.
What should that tell me?
If I was born
what should that tell me?
You gonna cut me off every time? Let's not do that.
I'm asking you, what should that tell me though? You said that should tell me something.
If I was born in New Amsterdam, then you can't call me an American because there was no America yet. I know you get that. So don't act slow on here. You too reasonable. I just called you reasonable.
Wait. Stop.
If I was born in New Amsterdam,
Stop, bro. Stop, bro. That is not.
Period.
That has nothing.
And the over-talking thing. Let's go ahead and over-talk since we both.
Hold on, bro.
So what I'm saying is New Amsterdam.
I'm not gonna let you do that. We're not talking about
bro, you keep cutting me off. Like
yeah, I am cutting you off, bro. Listen to me.
Was New Amsterdam America?
Because that's not an argument.
No,
that's
answer the question. Is New Amsterdam America?
That's
New
not
Amsterdam.
an argument.
So you're not going to answer
my
it.
question to you was
wait,
he
hold on, whoa. So you saying that New Amsterdam is not on the American continent, the north, south, north or south or that's not part of the Americas? Is that what you're saying?
That's crazy because JJ think
No,
New
what?
Amsterdam's a state.
No, I'm saying is that part of is that part of the continent? Yes or no? North America, South North America is New Amsterdam part of North America? Yes or no?
It's an old city. It's
Is it part? I didn't ask you that. I said is it part? You said America, so now I got to ask you: is New Amsterdam part of North America? Yes or no? Or is it part of China?
It's a straw man argument.
No, you making the argument.
Because
No. I just caught you. You said that. Well, we can't say New Amsterdam is part of America because it wasn't. So, is New Amsterdam on the continent of North America? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, there you go. Your argument is null and void. Let's keep it moving.
No, it's very much, boy. It's very much real. New Amsterdam is 1664. America is 1776. So only an idiot would call somebody from New Amsterdam an American. You understand that?
Is it part of North America? Yeah, you just said it was part of North America.
I know, but y'all, you got like no complex. You have like low scholarship, JJ. Listen to what you're saying. I said 1664.
You can tell this is a Jabari. This is a Jabari. Like he's fake rocking with the Bible. You're a Jabari. Like, and then you want to call me an idiot? Come on, bro.
I didn't call you an idiot. I said 1664. There was no America, and y'all want to start saying other things because you know that's a fact. When did America start, JJ? Let's do that. When did America start, JJ? This is the real.
When did America start?
When did America become America? You got the people's champion here, the real champ. Let's put you on the hot seat. When did America start, my G? When did America become a country?
That's 1776.
Okay. So 1776, America became a country.
No, it didn't.
No,
it wasn't.
Okay, well, that's what your man just said. So we're going off what he just said. So now we're gonna say. So now let's go.
I'm trying to tell him.
1664 is before.
Okay, so what was it called? Okay, hold up, brother. Calm down.
I'm speaking.
Bro, calm down. So what was it called? What was the continent called before 1776?
Bro, we are speaking about something very specific. I'm sorry that it hurts. I don't know why it hurts you. We talk about America. This ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. I'm just saying.
We ain't talking about America, bro. You brought that analogy up. We talking about goddamn Kemet.
It's a perfect example to shut down the nonsensical things that y'all are saying. That's why. Because if you live in New York,
so because hold up. So when did the Egyptian priesthood end? Go ahead, champ.
Here we go.
When did the Egyptian priesthood end? What year?
It never ended.
What year? Oh, so if it never ended, then why is this guy not a priest?
Who said he's not? He asked was he born in the place. I didn't even say he was lying. Everything you're saying is you have to.
Bro, that's you said we cannot validate this guy's information because he was born in Alexandria, and you said because of it's the 1 BC before Christ or whatever. That's what you said.
No, that's not. And it's on tape.
Yeah, right. Is that not what he said?
That's exactly what he said, man.
I didn't say it was not valid. I didn't say nothing he said was not valid. Y'all right? That's Josephus. That's my whole thing. I rock with Josephus. I know Josephus better than both of y'all. I've actually read it.
Hey, go ahead, indigenous black man.
Right. Who, indigenous black man?
Peace, everybody. Peace and love. I'd like to say that Jesus was born in. They say Jesus was born in 2 BCE. So, and how is Moses in the same century as Jesus? That is just ridiculous. But anyway,
who said that? Who said that?
Hey man, he talking. Go ahead, bro. He got it. Hold on, he got it.
He talking. That's crazy.
Anyway,
echo chamber.
Anyway, y'all put him. They put him in about 1500. Well, anyway, let me read this. All right. I'm going to straighten out some things for you. This is one of the things that Jabari didn't know, but he's using it now. Sarcophagus I of the 12th dynasty invaded Nubia about 1915 BCE. He named the land south of the Second Cataract Kush. I'm going down the list. All right. Now, Sarcophagus III in 1826 BCE was trying to occupy the Side Islands, but they was, forced to propel back. All right, now the kingdom of Kush eventually broke through the 13th dynasty. Now, let's go down a little further. Here, the Kushites seized Buhun, B-U-H-E-N, and that word is in 1650 BCE, and had advanced northward to Aswan. About the same time, the Hyksos invasion of Egypt, and they raided Upper Egypt, seized many Middle Kingdom monuments that they carried off to Karma, their capital. Now this goes to JJ's point with Jabari. They seized them, and the archaeologists found objects and bodies, and during the excavation of the tumulus tombs of the Kushite kings, right? So, who were buried on beds, surrounded by thousands of their sacrifice retainers. Some expatriate Egyptians the service with the ruler of Kush mercenaries, while others probably worked in the glaze industry at Karma. Now, the Hyksos seals from the Karma tombs indicate that the Kushite princes had contact with the Hyksos. We know that they intercepted, Kamos intercepted a letter going from the Hyksos to the Nubians. All right, now here's where, right here, Yara, this pulls it all together. The stele of Komos, brother. Komos of thieves, sack avarice. All right? Avarice or avarice or whatever you call it, that's what y'all talking about. And it unified Egypt, and this was in 1575 BCE. The stele of Komos, my friend. Pull it up for this guy, show it to him, beat Jabari over the top of the head like we've been doing because he's lying and don't know what he's talking about. So go ahead and show him the stele of Komos, Elder Yara, and shut them all down. All right? Peace and love, y'all. Would you like to say anything, brother?
Who's that, me?
Yeah, you.
Nah, good work. Y'all be picking them on the other team. I'm on y'all team.
So,
thank you.
It says Egyptian.
All right. Peace,
Yeah,
y'all.
it says
Hey, peace. Good.
the Egyptian
Good
priesthood
good.
ended in 30
Good.
BC when Cleopatra and Mark Antony were defeated by the Roman Emperor Octavian. Egypt became a province of Roman, bringing the end of the last ancient Egyptian dynasty. 30 BC. So what year did Yara use? What year was that?
Y'all didn't say anything wrong. I was just saying that that's Alexandria, and that was the only thing I wanted them to consider.
So are you saying because those are not real priests of Egypt or what?
No, I'm not saying it at all. I'm just saying Alexandria. But I think it's important to look at what Shamaron said about the Exodus. That's another thing that he won't do, because Josephus only brought up this man's name to refute him, because he was saying some wild shit about y'all. Manito made y'all look wild. Shamaron make y'all look even more wild. You need to read Josephus, man. You talking to Big KMT. You know I know this shit.
But brother, you like the problem is I don't care what they said. I don't care what they called us. I don't care how disparaging they were towards us. That's not the problem. I don't care about that. I love to see that information.
No. The boy just said, JJ just said, is he lying? Is Shamaron lying? And I'm like, Josephus' whole point on bringing him up is that he's saying Shamaron is lying. So
no, he's not. He's not saying Shamaron is. No, he's not.
He's saying Manito is lying. He's saying Shamaron lying. He's saying it's against the Egyptians. He's trying to rewrite the right narrative for the Exodus. That's his whole purpose of writing it.
Listen to what I'm saying, though, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the underlying thread to all of these, whether they're pro or con, is that they all agree that these people existed.
Yes, that we in agreement with. That's
it.
I go against Jabari on that. And
right? They all agree. Shimerion and Manetho agree that there was a historical figure named Moses.
Yes.
Hey, let
They
me
all
ask you something.
agree.
Let me ask you something, Andrew the student. Did
Yeah.
the Egyptians ever write any history about when they lost?
Yeah. I mean, you see people, you see the defeated, they'll even scrape your name off the wall if you lost. Like that's how dynasties changed.
So you saying that they when they lose against okay, so you're saying like when they lose against not other Egyptians, but against like with the Persians when they took over and the Greeks, they wrote about that they got that on the walls.
But now the Persians took the walls. The Persians started writing on the walls.
Okay, I was just wondering. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. But no,
So
no. What I was
do you think they left the Exodus out on purpose?
No, I believe the Exodus is historical. That's what I'm saying. Y'all think I'm coming on Jabari. Me and Yara have talked extensively about the Exodus. And I found hella historical things about the Exodus. The problem is that people don't like what they say about y'all. When they get to calling y'all leapers, saying y'all always
Oh,
lepers,
I
y'all
don't have no
Syrians.
problem with that. Because I believe all of that. I don't have no problem with that. I believe all of that.
Yeah, so me and you have been in agreement on that. It's not just Josephus. I find the traveler, the Hyksos, and Moses got about 4 or 5 names from the different people that talk about him. So I think it's historical. That's one of my biggest arguments.
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying
JJ
JJ think I'm like Jabari. I'm just historical. That's the only difference.
Okay. Well, let's shout out to Apostle Zaquan, man, hitting the panel, man. We appreciate you, man, hitting the panel, man. I want to read some of this stele of Commos after Apostle gets the word. Go ahead, JJ.
Is there any way that you can email me the link if I see my email? Because for some reason the chat's not showing up on my computer for me to jump on.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do when I first heard your name. I was like, when I heard you say my name, so I was like, oh, there he is. Then I stopped. Let me send it to you now.
Okay.
I just heard.
Hey, we got the Lions Den discussion champion in the goddamn building.
Yeah, thanks, JJ. Big ups to you, Yara and Andrew.
Peace.
What's up, Apostle? I rock with Apostle.
What's up? I was just showing my put that on the big screen. So if I talk about Josephus, I know what I'm talking about. I got the book right here. One of the books in here. So yeah, since it's up there. I can't use my right hand. It's still messed up. But that's Josephus right there. So we know him. All right. Just to correct indigenous real quick. I believe he said Christ was born in 2 BC, but that would have been 504. Herod died in 2 BC, and his order was issued about to kill all the kids was issued in 4 BC. So Christ could have been about 2 years old at that time when the order was issued. So his parents returned back to Jerusalem after Herod died in 2 BC. They returned. So, yeah. All this is over nothing. In 1776, the independence was signed. Y'all know about the independence, right?
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
That's correct.
Right. But America's been America for a long time, even before 1776. Okay?
Right.
That war was about a 7-8 year war. It was America then. It has been America since they came over here. Right? Since Europe opened its jail cell and let the thief-boats out of jail. The thief-boats is the original name of the Washington, George Washington. His name was Thibault. He was from D. Washington, England. That's where the word Washington comes from. He didn't want us to be able to track his ancestors. They were prisoners of war. Talking about George Washington. Right. His last name was Thebo. But he changed it once he got here, like a lot of English people did when they opened up the jails and let them out, because that's what they sent over here, was they incarcerated. They got rid of the riffraff in England. Okay? So, yeah, America's been America for a long time. In fact, the United States of America exists in America.
Right.
Okay? But America is the continent.
Now,
The
I get
United
that.
States of America, we know it started with 13 colonies. Okay? The 13 colonies of America. Canada is part of America. So if Canada is part of America, so is Amsterdam. It's part of the Americas.
Now, Amsterdam is overseas in Europe. They named it
Well,
New Amsterdam. You gotta say New Amsterdam for you to be correct, sir. It's
Well,
up to you.
okay, New Amsterdam. Sorry, I didn't think I had to say that. New, but I guess I do if I'm gonna talk about New York, because if I say York, you would say, well, you mean New York, right? New York, the 5 boroughs. But
Finally.
let's not get lost in details. The Hyksos, who are Hebrews, the Hyksos, they ruled Egypt, like Elder Yahweh said, between the 1700s and the 1500s, 1550 to be exact. Their rule ended with the Exodus. Their rule ended with the Exodus. Why? Because they drowned in the Red Sea, Pharaoh and his army. So all another outfit had to do was just walk on in, take over.
I think you was wrong on that time period too. What's the time period you said the Hyksos ruled Egypt? We got to make sure we getting facts to
Between
these
17 and the 1500s. 1550, as a matter of fact.
Okay,
15.
You're right.
I said the 1700s and 1550. They ruled between the 1700s and 1550s.
That's correct. It's really 1650 for the 15th dynasty, but that's only 50 years, so that's nothing in the big scope of time. My fault, Elder. Go ahead.
Like I said, let's not get lost in the little detail. Because Yahweh's been right. The word Pharaoh means house. That's what it meant. House.
Yeah.
So look, Jabari is always spitting and lying at the same time. Even when he said the coffin spoke to him, he was lying.
Facts.
So,
Facts. No doubt.
I'm going to start calling Jabari Spooky Jabari, because he's getting more spookier as time goes on. He's getting real spooky. So,
no doubt.
Yeah, man. Why are we doing this?
Apostle, I just want to say, man,
Egypt does not put any food on my table. It doesn't add anything to my life. I don't care if I know the greatest thing. Excuse me. That's a
y'all gotta put some respect on Kemet, man. They gave y'all Goshen.
Why I gotta put respect on Kemet? Why?
Because they gave y'all Goshen and raised y'all mythical person that they did a lot for y'all.
Ain't gotta put no respect on nothing, man.
Now
I'm gonna put no respect on nothing.
Now I'm gonna say this, and Jabari, I'm gonna say this, and I want to play this from last night. Though. Hold on, I'm gonna play this from last night.
Take me off the big screen, y'all.
Yep, I got you. I'm gonna take you off right now.
So I'm glad y'all saying y'all the Hyksos, so we can
We're not the Hyksos.
No, we're not the Hyksos, bro.
Why we're not the Hyksos. I said the Hyksos were Hebrew.
I thought you was Hebrew.
No, bro.
I'm an Israelite first.
Right.
I speak Hebrew.
We're all Hebrews, but
Israelite.
everybody's not an Israelite, brother.
That's like
It's just
You
like
can be a
in this
Hebrew
country,
and not be
we
an
can be
Israelite.
right.
so.
That's your
Right.
problem. You don't know what y'all talking about.
Don't do that.
Get 'em.
Don't do. Come on.
I'm telling you.
That's a
Evidently,
fact, though.
if you don't
I'm
understand what a Hebrew is,
I've
a
heard you call
Hebrew
yourself a
is a
Hebrew.
descendant of Eber.
Correct.
But we are Israelites.
You come from the
Did God
12
not
tribes.
change Jacob's name from Jacob to Israel?
In what city?
Yasharallah?
What didn't that take place in Egypt? Then we bury him in Egypt and like
Who?
hook him up. The brother you just named, we buried Israel for y'all.
Did we
bro.
not bring him up
Show
out of
some
Egypt
respect.
when we left?
But
Did we
listen, bro.
not
But listen, bro.
bring
He's so
him
much
and
right.
Joseph out?
We gave
Joseph so
Israel
much
land.
didn't like. He so much was not attached to Egypt that he said, "When y'all leave up out of here, don't leave
Bring me out.
this foreign land. Dig up my bones and take my family." That's what the Bible says, bro.
How terrible.
And
We
listen,
brought
and listen, and listen,
Jacob
bro. But listen,
and Joseph up out with us and
yeah.
buried him in the same grave that Abraham and Sarah was buried in.
And
Correct.
we
What are we
mummified and
talking
preserved them bodies. Y'all was some wonders. You didn't know nothing about science. We hooked y'all up. Show some respect.
Reserve the bodies.
We preserved them bodies for you to
They
walk out
did
with them.
entomb Joseph. They did entomb Jacob.
Yeah,
Those
hooked
are the
y'all up.
last ones that were abomified. We
That's-
didn't abomify nobody else. We left that tradition in Egypt.
I'm saying we hooked y'all up. So I'm just all
You
I'm
ain't
saying.
hook us up. You're not even in existence.
Hey, you see how he
I
keeps
said we.
see how he keeps saying we? Y'all see how
I'm
he keeps
saying
saying we?
Africa.
I told
I'm
you.
saying I'm repping Africa.
Oh, nah.
I'm repping Africa.
I doubt if you're
But
even African, man.
Come on, Elton. And you didn't see my picture?
I
Look
mean,
at my nose.
Africa's a continent.
Yeah, and I'm from
That's
that
like
continent.
saying you are an American because you was born in what is called North America.
But
you claim America because of the United States, brother.
Yeah. But let me
You
get to
don't
this
claim,
video.
you know, a Canadian claims America itself.
No, you said that earlier, and I didn't want to correct you, but it's North America. You see the
Same
difference
thing.
in words? No, it's not. It's a big
It's
difference.
the continent of America.
North America and America is two different things. That's why I'm
Say
here.
what?
They're two different things. That's why I'm
What?
here.
Say it again. Say it
North,
again.
North America is a continent. America is a country. There are
America is a continent.
It's
The
called
United
North America.
States of America is a country.
So you never heard of South America?
Right.
Why would they call it South?
South
Because
America is America also.
It's
It's
America,
just
brother.
like Carolina.
It's a continent. What am I
It's the
goodness, bro?
Carolinas, the
That's why they
Carolinas.
put an S. That's why they say
Hey,
the
go ahead and show the
Americas.
video.
Brother, you don't know what you're talking about.
This is simple,
Yeah.
bro. And I hate that y'all fall off like this.
Hey, we ain't gonna get stuck.
You don't know what you're talking about.
He's saying South America is not a continent. He's saying that it's all one continent, bro.
South America is a continent.
Yeah, bro.
You just said it wasn't. You said it's all
But
America.
it's still the continents of America. The only country
let me get to
without
the video.
the United States
I just
added,
want the people to see
without the United States added to the word
All right,
America.
Apostle. He got it, bro. We're gonna get to this video because I want to get y'all opinion on this.
Of America.
I want to get to y'all opinion on this
That's a
video.
country. The United States.
All right, let's get to the video, Elder.
Apostle,
We get
Apostle,
you.
let me get to the video because our
Yeah,
time
now.
is short. Because I want y'all opinion on this. Hold on one second. I want to get to y'all opinion on this video. So let me get to this video real quick. And this is from Sinetta TV last night. I want y'all to listen to the fantastic claims of Jabari Osaze last night and why I say either he has to be called a charlatan because he claims to know all things Kemet. So he either has to be a charlatan and a snake oil salesman with his scholarship, or he's just blatantly lying.
Yeah, I'll vote all three.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So let me play this video from Jabari last night on Sanetta. And here we go, fair use.
About their awakening, their enlightenment. Why are you over there arguing with these dudes?
Well, you know, he's made a life here. He deserves to be here as well, just like anybody else.
Right. I think I want to bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, please. I want to know what they're talking about.
I want to bring it back just a little bit. Because he I want to start, I want to start like right here. When this brother comes out. And I just want y'all to hear how this
Jonah going through that fish again is the same water. So it's all
coming right up after this.
And we could see that with even the Kemetic story with Nuh having these people on the boat.
Yes.
Just like the
and let's be clear, Asar goes through that watery death as well before he is resurrected. So yeah, you could make that argument that this is part of the allegory, right? Absolutely.
All right. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I don't
Thank
take
you,
much of the time. So give thanks, yes.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, man. Let me get to Marcus. What's up, Marcus? You on the call, Marcus? What's up, brother?
Brother Marcus.
Shalom, can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, brother.
All right. Peace, Jabari. I wasn't able to catch the whole presentation, but I did have a couple questions on what I was able to catch. My first question is, what would you expect to find with the Israelites wandering in the desert?
I think
now listen how disingenuous Jabari starts this conversation out with this very basic question. Watch this. Now, mind you, you already heard what David Falk already said about it. Yeah, now watch this. Listen to this cat, man. Listen to Jabari. This is why we can't call this guy credible in this community anymore when it comes to biblical scholarship and arguments. Watch this.
That we should expect that we would find evidence of camps, the remnants of tents, any bits of metal. We know that they then, right after they leave the desert, they go and they're an army. Where did they get the metal for their swords from? If they then become a conquering army. That we should be able to find the remnants of where they had food. What did they eat? Why are those things not left there? Were they eating the cattle? We don't see anything left from those cattle. They were there for 40 years. Are we saying that no one died? There was no burial? They carried the bodies with them? None of the refuse that we see in the ancient world we find. And so what I'm saying to you is that doesn't pass the smell test, and we should recognize that it's highly problematic.
All right, let me pause it right there. Now, Apostle, are you still on, Apostle? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say something real quick, Elder?
Yeah, go ahead.
He said like this. What the hell is this?
Hey, man.
Is that an important look or something? Hey, was not like if I did all my presentations like this, you know?
Yeah.
What is this?
It's because he's trying to present himself in a position of authority, like he's resting back, and he's teaching the children, right? That's the posture he's making, like an old grandfather in a rocking chair, like he's endowed with all his wisdom. You see what I'm saying?
We older than
man.
Him. You know that? Me and you older than him.
Exactly.
He just
it's like an old white professor with a pipe in his hand.
Yeah,
right.
He's trying to take a position of authority. Like, you guys are beneath me, so I don't have to take a position. Now watch this.
He just sitting sideways. Relax.
Now what? Yeah, and it's funny. And it's funny. Now let me ask you this, Apostle. Does the Bible tell us of the sojourn of the Israelites in the wilderness, that the wilderness experience, that they were in several different places in that wilderness?
Yeah, they matter of fact, the Most High forced them to wander a 40-day. It could have took 40 days, but it wound up taking 40 years. Moses did that journey already. He did it in 40 days.
Facts.
But when they came out of Egypt, it took them 40 years. He was 120 by the time they got to where they were going. He left there at 80.
Yeah.
Everybody over the age of 20 died.
Great point. Egypt. And see, that's what I was saying, Apostle, that when Jabari is asking this question, where's all the people that came out of Kemet? How come we don't see anything in it? Because they all didn't die there in the wilderness.
Right.
It tells us those that died in the wilderness, most of them were about what? Moses' age.
Old. They were old. They were old.
They were old.
Age. Right. Old. The only two of that age that survived was Caleb and Joshua.
Exactly.
They were the only two that survived. Of old age.
Thank you. And it says at that time they were probably maybe in around about what? Maybe the same age as maybe 80, 100, maybe 80 to 120 years of age.
They was 80. They were
80, right?
See, right. They wandered for 40 years.
Right.
So they were 25 when they left.
Yep.
So they could have been 60, anywhere from 60 to 80 years.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly, Apostle. And see, this is what I'm saying about this guy when he claims as if he's talking from a position of authority in the Bible that he understands the text. He does not. He clearly does not, or he would not postulate those questions. But if he does understand it and still postulating those questions, that makes him disingenuous.
Listen, in that desert, ain't nothing going to survive there. Look, the only reason why things survived in Egypt was because of what they done to the bodies.
Right, and that's not all the bodies.
Right, that's only important bodies. That's why of the common citizen, they haven't found remains.
Facts.
They like to make you think they did.
Of the people, they found the ones that was buried alive.
Right.
Like JJ always bring out, they buried them alive in them tombs with those pharaohs and with those nopers who thought they was gonna take their servants with them to the afterlife.
Right.
So they was burying them people alive.
Well, a lot of things didn't survive. The food that they buried in there, but they know they buried food in there. But a lot of things didn't survive that.
Right.
So
after all the wars,
in the openness of the desert, ain't no bone going to survive.
Right.
That stuff going to turn to dust.
That's what I'm saying.
Back to dirt.
Exactly.
And it's going to blend in.
So you said we don't find bones because they all turn to dirt? Like we found
you ain't gonna find a bone that's over.
Not if they're not methodically.
You don't find bones over 100 years old.
You won't.
What are you talking about?
Did he say over 100?
My father was buried 30-something years ago. You think I can open this coffin and find some bones?
So you said all the archaeology finds are fake? What are you saying right now?
No,
that's a big statement.
What I'm saying is that unless they went through embalming, like what they did in Egypt,
right?
That stuff does not remain.
I mean, we got Native American bones. Like we can go. I can take you. I live in Indiana. I can take you to a Native American.
That's not the argument
right now and show you some bones.
That's not the argument.
The not hundreds and hundreds years old.
Yeah,
sir.
The thing
is, they are lying. Not hundreds and hundreds of years old. Look it up. Bones do not. It turns back to dirt. The worms eat that shit up.
Okay. I mean, well,
you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, we was talking about the findings of people in archaeology, and I'm telling you, they find archaeological bones that are older than 100 years old.
They found bone boxes. They found bone ossuary.
America started like to preserve bodies in the way they do.
In Israel, they have found bone boxes. Yes, we know about that.
Right, they call them ossuary.
But this stuff is not intact.
Yeah, there you go.
They go by the name that's carved on the ossuary. There's really nothing in there. The stuff turns back
Y'all
The
kind of be
stuff
spewing wild
turns
stuff.
to dirt.
No,
From
bro.
ashes, you were
The
from
people can
dirt.
hear you.
You were made.
Hey, Elder Apostle,
Dirt,
The people
you
can hear you.
return.
yeah, Elder Apostle, real quick.
Period.
So is it wild when Jabari said that he spoke to a 3,000-year-old mummy in English,
Yeah.
sir? No, I want to get this on
Hell
record.
yeah.
He was tripping
Hell
on
yeah.
LSD. He
I want to
smoking
get this
that
on
shit.
record from Adam the student. I mean,
I'm sorry.
Andrew the student. Is that wild?
Yeah, it's wild as hell.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue. Let's go to the next fantastical thing Jabari says.
I'm saying Egypt to mess these people's minds up. They
Oh yeah,
think
no doubt.
it's just
Let's
simple
go.
to find bones. They
Let's
think
go.
that's just simple. Half of these bones they
I'm
find,
gonna
Why would you find
half of the
evidence
stuff they find, they make
that
it up,
tendons
man.
and stuff
Hold on,
like that?
Apostle. I want to hear his
Can't
question.
Them up and move.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Apostle. Let me hear his
Yeah.
question. I want to hear his question. Hold on.
Have you ever owned a chair
Now,
that
look
you
at
use in when you're sitting out in the park?
I got a patio chair. I never had like a. I don't know. what
Have
kind of
you
chair
only
it was,
owned
but-
one patio chair?
No, I'm saying like I had patio furniture and stuff.
What happens when it breaks? What do you do with it?
Who said it broke?
You're saying for 40 years, all of their stuff stayed intact?
I mean, reading off the Bible, they had shoes that, you know what I'm saying, would never wore out. So, but
the shoes are something that's helpful. I'm saying that none of their refuse is left behind. None of it. Not even the bones of the animals that they ate.
Hold on, Jabari. Who's to tell you that they shoes never wore out after 40 years battling, walking up and down rocks?
It's allegory. It's allegory.
We got to stop this, man. Come on now.
It's allegory. But what I'm trying to say is that when we look at this entire narrative, there.
Can anybody explain to me what's the allegory of your shoes not wearing out?
I don't know, but I just threw away a bit.
You know they slow.
Check this out, y'all. I had a wood iron bench in the back of my yard. I bought that bench when I first moved here in 2006. I bought the bench. I had it on my front porch. I put it on my back porch. And then I took the bench and I put it at the end of my property line at the beginning of the woods behind my house. That bench been sitting out there for almost 18 years. You know, the only thing was, I just threw it away. I had a guy to come pick it up because all the wood was gone. Only the iron and a few screws are back there. I just had the guy throw it away. And it's been out there since 08.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone. The wood literally rotted.
Mm-hmm.
What do they expect to find? That's just 18, that's 16 years under normal conditions. The wood was rotting.
Yeah. It's a crazy argument. But let's listen, because he's going to say some more fantastical stuff. Watch this guy.
Problems because we should expect to find some things. When we look at people, the whole job of archaeology and anthropology is to find the things that are left behind. What about did they not break a vase? You know, ostraka. Do you know what ostraka is?
I don't think I know exactly what. I think I heard of astrakhan, but I don't.
Yes, astrakhan is the single of ostraka.
Okay, so I do know what that is.
You know what that is? What is it?
It's things that, well, in Hebrew, when we say astrakhan and stuff, it'd be writing onto like pieces of like, I think it's pottery or a vase.
Yeah, very good, brother. That's exactly what it is. And one of the reasons why they're so important is because pottery is very durable. It may break as something that you're going to carry water or food in, but the remnants of it stay for a really long time. In fact, so long that in the ancient world, people would use it to write. And those things were left behind. You're saying there's no pottery left behind from the 40 years? Nothing.
For one,
pottery is more like what you have when you sell.
It's an echo.
It's an echo. I don't know if it's just me.
I hear the echo now. I didn't hear it before. It just started.
Yeah, it just started. Is it
It's on now. What were you saying?
Right. So I'm just
I know
giving
that.
you one of the references that I use when looking at history on evidence. I
Right.
don't know if you're familiar with David Rowe's work or not.
No, I'm not familiar with David Rose.
Oh, David Rowe, not Rose.
Road. I'm not familiar with this. I don't think I know who you're referring to.
Okay, he's a Egyptologist. He also archaeology and things of that nature. And he talks a lot about the Exodus and stuff and about the wanderings in the wilderness. How, you know, I'm not an archaeologist, so I'm not speaking as a fact for me. But when he talks about the wanderings in the wilderness, he do mention that there are burials in the wilderness.
Now watch the young brother. He say he's 24 years old, and Jabari gonna try to son him. But watch the young brother bury Jabari. Watch this.
Before you do that, you know, he has a hold on, Yara. He showed that Cosmon Cal, the presentation about the article about how the guys got off, how the kid lied about he showed the proof where Cosmon Cal got it from on Sonetta. That kid. He showed the proof.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. We know it.
Yeah.
all these guys, man, are unscrupulous. Watch this.
Stacks on top of it with bones buried underneath. So we do see burials. Okay.
But they're not Hebrew burials. They found Hebrew burials in the desert?
What do you mean by a Hebrew burial?
What do you mean by?
I'm just asking what you mean by.
Well, brother, I'm assuming you're Hebrew. I'm also assuming that you would actually bury someone according to your traditions and rites, right? When we find a burial, we're usually able to tell something about the people that were there, and it's something about their traditions and their folkways.
Elder Yara, you next, bro.
Have we found any of those?
And that's what I meant by actually. What do you mean by Hebrew burial? The Hebrew burial practices is you put the people, you bury the body in the dirt. Sometimes they sacrifice a goat or a donkey or something, but outside of it, they don't mummify and other things of that nature.
I know, but I'm saying when you bury someone, but brother, if you bury someone in the desert, those bodies last for a really long time because the desert is nature's desiccant. It removes all of the moisture.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out, what do you mean by exactly a Hebrew burial? Because a Hebrew burial is nothing but putting someone in the ground, and sometimes they offer an animal or something in front of the burial. That's it.
But what else do they do to the body before they do it? The way that the body is prepared would tell us something about the people that buried that person.
But I'm telling you what the Hebrew burial tradition is.
Right.
They don't mummify. They don't write on the what's his name.
Right. Most
that's fine.
They don't write like, oh, this is this person burials as what the Egyptians would do. That what they do is they more important with putting the bones into the ground. That's their tradition. They want to put that person into the ground. Sometimes you might get burials where they offer a donkey or a sheep or something in front of that burial grounds. But outside of that, there's not no huge on, oh, we got to wrap them up and do this and do that. It's just putting the person in the ground, laying that person to rest.
So can you find any of the bones?
No, brother. No, wait a minute, son. No, that's not correct.
Go ahead.
They did wrap the body. There's a burial shroud, brother.
In Christ's time.
Now listen to this foolishness. Watch Jabari just dagger himself.
Burial shroud. Sometimes a coffin.
Hold on.
They don't just put the body into the ground.
When you okay, I'm gonna give you an example. When they found the silver scrolls, right? It was found in a cave. Those people, the bones literally wasn't wrapped in anything. There weren't nothing above the cave. They had a bed rest where the body was set out for the bones to decay, and someone would come back in there and literally put the bones underneath that resting area, and that was it. They didn't have the bones wrapped up or even a box to put them in. The bones were literally just in the ground. And that's how they found the silver scrolls.
Sonetta, could you?
Now, Jabari does this all the time, where he's caught beat down. He just fell on his own sword. Now he about to fall on a double sword, And look at what his article says, right? It says ancient Jewish tombs and burial customs. And then it says to 70 CE. But it doesn't give us
and burial customs.
It doesn't give us an earlier ancient date, right? Watch this. And if y'all see that little picture up there in the corner, whatever, I don't know what that is, but that's picture. Somebody got they gotta mute out.
Share the screen, okay? This book is called Ancient Jewish Tombs and Burial Customs to 70 CE. Okay? And clearly what you'll see is that when a member of the family died, the body was wrapped in a shroud and sometimes placed in a coffin and then laid in a tomb as an individual inhumation. Even if it was the bones, they were later collected and placed elsewhere. So what I'm saying to you is that there are burial practices, and they're different than those of the Kemetic people. Where are the bodies? So hear what I'm saying. Where are the bodies of the people who died in the 40 years?
Now, did y'all see what he just did? He just read him a source about burial practice leading up to 70 CE. And then he asks him to show him evidence of these burial practices in 1450, 1550 BCE or 1446 BCE during the time of the Exodus. Why are you doing that, Jabari? That article is not talking about ancient burial practices dating back to the time of the Exodus. Y'all see what I meant earlier about a source? When a source is not a source? When the source doesn't say what you say it says, Jabari, or say what you or say what you how you're trying to use it. That was horrible. The young brother bodied Jabari last night. And watch Jabari, and I'm going to show you how Jabari, when the moment Jabari admits that this young brother just bodied him, right? Well, the young brother just bodied him. I'm going to show you in a second. Let me play this.
Where are they?
Hold on. For one, as I mentioned earlier, I gave you a reference to what I'm talking about. Every Israelite bones, like when they found the silver scrolls, of different people's bodies that were put into the ground. They weren't wrapped or put in a...
But brother, they were found. So how come they haven't found them in the desert? Found.
They have bodies in the desert.
They have Hebrew bodies that are in the desert, that were wandering in the eastern desert.
Who else bodies are they?
What bodies are you referring to?
I'm asking you. Who you said they found Hebrew bodies? Who else bodies?
No, I didn't say they found Hebrew bodies. I didn't say they found. No. I didn't say they found Hebrew bodies. I believe you said they found Hebrew bodies.
And I gave you my.
Now you see, he know he's caught. He know the young brother is bodying him, right? So then he holds up this little sign that says source. When you just brought out a source, that was not a source. Your source, Jabari, says nothing about Hebrew Israelite burial practices in 1446 BCE or even 1200 BCE or whenever you want to date the Exodus. Your source doesn't say that. So why are you trying to play off to this young brother and play off to the audience as if your source somehow trumps what the question that the brother asked you that obviously you can't answer? You're drowning, Jabari.
Reference who was David Rose.
Where's the body?
What you asked me was
so where's the
hold on. You asked me what specific made this identify as an Israelite body, and I'm telling you the burial practices. How would you literally identify?
Look at him Google searching
specific as an Israelite
Source
body. There's
up
no
or
right
shut up.
on the.
Okay, so let me ask you this:
Hold
Are
on,
you
hold on.
aware?
Source up or
Are
shut
you
up.
are you aware at all of the burial practices of the Kemetic people?
Can you stop
Source
real quick?
I'm not
or
aware.
shut
Can you stop real quick? Coming from somebody who said Jesus Christ is the goddamn serpent in the garden, he don't need to use that voice clipper. Please don't ever do it.
Hey, man, my sister.
Yeah, he simply shut up, and she talking about Jesus Christ is a serpent.
Hey, man, that's my sister, man. Shut
Ah,
up.
yeah, she pissed me off
Let's
last
go,
week.
let's
Shut
go.
up.
Wait up,
I'm
son.
still
Can you hear?
scared.
Did you hear what I said?
I heard you, but he keep on.
But did you? Are you aware at all of the burial practices of the Kemetic people?
I'm aware of some of them, mummifying and stuff of that nature.
Okay, so are they different than those of the Hebrew people?
But Israelite people, yeah.
So then why is it they haven't found bodies that have been prepared in a way that's different than the Kemetic people in the desert?
You're saying they haven't found anybody. So
I'm saying, yeah, and that's why I'm saying you got to put up a source, brother. What have they found?
Hold on. So you're saying everybody that they found in the whole Sinai desert was prepared in the way of the Egyptians. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that they haven't found any.
Killed them. Watch this.
Hebrew bodies is what I'm saying.
And how would you determine that they didn't found any Israelite bodies?
Killed them again. Watch this.
I just showed you a source.
Watch this. The Hotep two-step.
Ancient tombs and burial customs.
And I
to 70 CE. And they describe, wait a minute, brother. And they describe the burial practices.
During the time of the Exodus, Jabari? During the time of the Exodus, Jabari? You disingenuous snake oil salesman.
That's not, and that's not every single Israelite practice. Everybody didn't wrap their bones up or put them.
So let me ask this. So how old are you, brother?
Hold on. Are you?
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm finna be 20.
That's how you know right there.
Stop real quick. Why do you keep interrupting him?
Yeah, because he lost.
Well, he has to interrupt the kid. He has to interrupt him.
The same way y'all interrupt me.
Look at this guy.
No, but you wasn't saying nothing anyway.
I was spitting.
Look at this guy. You be interrupted too, Andrew. But no, I said Jabari never interrupt.
You ought to stop that spitting, man.
But this is how you know. This is how you know Jabari is just body, and he don't know where to go with his argument. He know he's lost it because now he's trying to again do what? Appeal to authority by sunning him by saying, "How old are you? How old is you?"
Okay, well, I'm older than Jabari, so I mean, okay, so I can say the same thing you did. I'm your
body them, and Sadetta knows it. Look at his face.
He just looks older than me, ladies and gentlemen. He just looks older.
Well, Sonetta done witnessed this kid body Cosmin Cow. Bodied him.
That's not a body.
So this
Man,
kid
that's
here,
a
man,
body,
is
man.
tough, man. This kid is tough.
Yeah.
Ask me them same questions. Ask me them
And
same
watch
questions.
and watch. See, I'm gonna tell y'all, if you listen to him, if you watch him, because right after this, I'm gonna show y'all where I opened up this. I rolled out the sarcophagus, popped the hood on it, 300. Sparta kicked it right into it and closed the lid on it. Watch this. Watch this. Watch these dudes. Watch this. This guy is unbelievable, man.
Even when you show sources, they just deny it.
What you say?
You know, they say all that. That don't mean nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah, he disingenuous. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
He has no integrity as a professor, as a Kemetic priest, and as a quote-unquote scholar. That just makes you a liar.
Is he a teacher at school? Do he teach at colleges for real? Or they made that up?
Man, he say he do. I don't know none of it.
Hey, ask me them same questions Buddy was asking Jabari.
No, because you know what? No. It's different in real time, brother. It's different in real time.
So you saying?
Have you know how many people have you?
In hindsight, you now you have been prepared.
Yeah, I'm about to roll the beautiful babe footage.
He's saying it got to be a gotcha moment. He don't want real scholarship. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not a gotcha moment because they was having the next conversation. So this is not a gotcha moment. We're not interjecting in this.
If y'all want some facts, ask Andrew the student. We can get some
You
facts
don't have any facts on that, brother.
See, look at that. Look at that. That's called confirmation bias. You don't know what I got.
That's not confirmation bias. That's a fact.
You coming in saying he ain't got no. You said it's a fact that I don't have a fact. You a wild guy.
You not on this,
fam. I wouldn't speak on it.
You known in your years that have died?
A lot.
Yeah. So, are you saying are a lot of bodies that should be in the desert, but we don't have any record of one.
But that's the thing. You're saying we don't have record of one. But
so why don't you show? I'm telling you, there's no record of them. You're saying that there are, so that's why I'm showing you my source of sign, brother.
Right. And
where is the body? Where is it?
Hold on.
Now, see, Sadetta thinks that's funny. Sadetta thinks that's a got you moment. But we just heard the PhD scholar David Falk say the absence of evidence is not proof, Jabari.
Right.
You cannot make an absolute argument.
If that's your life raft, y'all lost already.
No, that's not a life raft, bro. That's not a life raft. I'm just telling you what the scholars are saying. That's not no life raft.
That is hilarious.
That's why I say you have no facts on this argument with Jabari. Because
no, you're saying you don't have evidence.
Logical fallacy.
No, you're saying
fact.
You're saying I don't have evidence, but that's
no,
not
you
proof.
don't.
I know, but at least say you don't have no evidence. I think we'll take you differently if you start off by saying I ain't got no evidence.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument, and that's the problem that you have. It's the same bad argument you have when you start parroting Jabari.
You should be like, Abraham was 170 years old. I have no evidence, and then continue talking.
Hold on. See, you missed a good portion of the beginning of the conversation when I played the scholar when he talked about evidences in the Bible from the biblical narrative. He clearly says that in the biblical text itself, based on the toponyms, based on the information, based on the writers, based on extra biblical sources that I show, extra sources from other scholars, that will date and support what the biblical narrative is saying. There's all types of evidences, and those evidences do exist. That Moses was a real person. We know about the time that he lived. So when you keep saying that, when y'all keep saying you're only arguing from a point of archaeology, but that's not the only science that exists to prove someone's existence. We don't know that we know that there are hundreds of pharaohs that lived and died, and nobles in ancient Kemet that died, but where are their bodies? So are we to say, since you don't have their bodies, we only have mention of them, that we should assume then that they did not exist? If you use that argument, it has to cut both ways. But that's not how it works. So I wouldn't even bring that to a person of ancient Kemet.
I just think that you need to realize that you're not arguing from a position of strength. And that's why you're making the lack.
What does a position of strength mean?
I mean,
what is a position of strength? Hold on. What is that academically? What is a position of strength?
Well, I can come in and say exhibit A through Z and show evidence. You're coming in with
I just told you.
I know.
Exhibit of what? Archaeological evidence?
Well, you was talking about Moses. If we're gonna go by Moses,
listen. I'm asking you. You said, well, I can come and show exhibit 1, 2. Exhibit for what? Archaeological evidence?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now.
Right. I just told you that's not the only evidence that exists. I'm gonna play David Falk and let the PhD scholar break it down.
Okay.
That's not the only evidence that exists, because I can bring you exhibit
that's talking to Jabari. I'm talking about the guy that's talking about bodies being found in the desert. We're having a specific conversation. Stop trying to broaden it out. We're talking about Jabari and this young man that's talking right now. And I'm saying
the young man is right, though. That is you keep saying the strength. The young man is right. Jabari argument, because yes, it is. The absence of evidence is not proof, and Jabari is speaking to him as if that's fact.
I'm telling you that if you come in, if you have an argument that has zero evidence, if you have an argument with zero evidence, then you got to realize that you have a bad argument. And everybody understands that.
He's not offering zero evidence.
Yeah, zero.
The evidence is in the narrative.
He's saying there's two bodies in the ground.
The evidence is in the extra sources of the historians that I showed earlier. The evidence is in the biblical narrative from the writers. See, that's the evidence you don't want to accept. That's what you should be saying. Correct yourself.
No. We've talked about. I'm the one that's quoting Josephus. Y'all misquoting Josephus.
Okay, then. So even if you quoting Josephus, then
I said y'all misquoting.
You should be saying Jabari shouldn't be making
what
that
are you
argument.
saying that Josephus said?
Well, give me a second to rock, because every time I say 2 words, people start yelling over me.
What did you say that Josephus said?
It's just like what he just did. And I be so disciplined when y'all talk because I'm a guest on
Hey,
here.
man, I don't care nothing about that. Please have some decorum argument, man. I don't care nothing about that, bro. Just say what you want to say.
But then
y'all use that to hide. Just say what you're going to say.
Saying, that's why we like time clocks. Like, give me a minute or 2 minutes to speak without people jumping in. Like, that would be great, and that would show discipline from the people that got long.
Yeah, I don't really need that over here. But at the end of the day, I'm like, make your argument, because at the end of the day.
This was the argument. I was saying that if I show up to any type of debate and I make an argument that I have zero evidence of, then I'm not arguing from a place of strength. That's all I'm saying, and that is so clear. That's not a diss. That goes for anything across the board. That goes for anything across the board. So when somebody says we spent 40 years in this small part, we can see migrations. We can see trails of migration from the Trail of Tears here in America, and we've built cities and concreted up everything, and we can still find resemblance of the Trail of Tears here. And he's saying if y'all spent 40 years in there, we should have some type of ancient shit that we can find.
Who say there's evidence of the Trail of Tears?
Crazy. That's what I'm saying. I can't even.
Hold on, Apostle. Let him finish that point. Let him finish his point.
That's all I'm saying. I'm just putting it in context.
But that's not true.
I mean,
it's not like they can go down there in Louisiana and find evidence of the Trail of Tears.
No, I'm not. I don't do that.
Okay, because you said that's all you had to say, but go ahead.
Thank you. I was saying that he's saying y'all spent 40 years in this time, in this little small area during this time period. And he said when archaeologists go there, they don't find anything. That's it. How is that a crazy statement?
But that's not true. Archaeologists do find things. What are you talking about?
Bro, we talking about the 40 years in the wilderness.
Okay. Hey, I got a question real quick.
They find things in the wilderness.
He just yelling out shit right now.
Hold on. Quiet. Give me a second. Florida Don just joined us on the panel. Shout out to Yerim Yahoo. I see you too, fam. Go ahead, Florida. Don.
Shalom. How y'all brothers doing this morning? This afternoon.
What's up?
What's up, man?
Hotep, Andrew. My question is for Andrew. We hear about all these wars that went on in Kemet and all these casualties and these people they took captive. Can we go in the desert and find all these swords and shields and showing the results of these battles?
And some no, and some yes. They actually
No, I'm saying archaeologists. Have archaeologists? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to answer you. Yes, sir. And I'm glad you brought up that, because we find evidence of the Hyksos. We find the actual chariots with the wheels and stuff. We find that there. We can actually see that.
Beautiful. So, when they found those, did they find bodies? Like, did they find millions of soldiers slain as well?
No, they found bones and stuff. It's hella archaeological. I'm trying to think of a great one. It's when they went against Libya and the Sea People. It's actually the same guy. It's Manite. It's Ramses II dad. They found like the actual shields, the stories about what happened here, and a lot of this shit right there. Where they found the Manite Stela, and this is early. Like this is like 1800 AD niggas that found the shit. You know what I'm saying? So this is before.
Let's watch the profanity.
But I'm saying modern day archaeologists, have they found this?
Yes, I'm telling you that before you came on, y'all brought up the Manite Stele, and that wasn't the only thing they found when they found the Stele. They found,
can you source that for me?
Yeah, that was my next question. Go ahead.
He can throw it right back on the screen. Hey, y'all right? Pull up the Manite Stele.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the Manite. I'm talking about where they found bones.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
I'm saying
I want to see where they found bones.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay, you gonna let me talk, or you gonna just keep saying
I just want to see it.
Okay, well, we got to get there. So let's take our time and get there. So what we're saying right now is that the Manite Stela wasn't the only thing they found at that time. They found pottery, they found burial sites, all that shit during the same time period. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
sure.
And I'm saying my brother Yara can easily type in the Menete Stele. It was discovered by this German dude, and you can see everything he found. He said that this is his most important, but he found a lot of stuff. I mean, he was like a
What is the
millionaire.
Menete Stele talking about?
It talks about Menete beating up the Libyans, beating up the Israelis. They called y'all the Israel.
Israelis. So there is evidence that the Israelis live, that the
Yeah,
Israelites are people.
I told you I'm on your side with that. That's you that keep saying wild stuff. I told y'all that yes.
But hold on, let's get back to these bodies.
Let's get
How
back.
many?
I want to see the evidence. I want to see that evidence that you're
Yeah,
talking
let Florida Don go. He barely gets a chance to grace the panel, man. So I really want to hear my brother get it in today.
Yeah. Like I was saying, if they found records of these people, I would like to know how many bodies did they find? Because we're talking about where a war went down. So we know any war, it's going to be at least, I would say, 100,000 troops on the battlefield. So yeah, if you can go ahead and get that source for us and show us how many bodies they found, that'll help.
I got you. I think you're doing a good
and I
job.
want that source about the Trail of Tears that we can see.
I got
evidence.
you. I was just talking. I live in Indiana, so the Trail of Tears is up here, and it's actual museum site. We got Mammoth Rock. You can see Mammoth. We got the shit with the Indians, since it's Indiana. All that shit's right here. You just go down.
That's not evidence of the
Hey,
Trail
I
of
want
Tears.
to in regards to this argument, real quick. Can y'all see my screen? Because I want to
common belief.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. I want
Egypt have not yet been
y'all to read
discovered.
something. This is from the National Geographic Society. If anybody
They
reads this,
found
it
very
says,
few
contrary to
evidence.
common belief, most sites in ancient Egypt have not yet been discovered. In fact, less than 1% have been excavated.
Right. They act like
So
a ton
all
of
of this
information is coming out of there. You know,
yeah. And
they
this
act
is
like they
an
just
Egyptologist.
wherever you piss, wherever you pee, you can find something. You know, this is crazy.
Yeah, and I want to show
That's right.
this. Yeah, and I want to show this so our people can understand these arguments a lot better. And this is from National Geographic. Egyptologist Dr. Sarah Parkat has spent most of her career in Egypt excavating countless ruins. Satellite imagery has helped her discover even more, right? And she says, and this is in 2012. This is 2012. I want to get back a little bit, right? She talks
and
about
you know
early
why
bird.
satellite imagery helps? Because they're taking pictures from in the sky. They're looking down and they're seeing the stuff in the ground. They're not walking up on something and seeing it. No, they got a better perspective from satellites over a wide range. And they still ain't finding that much.
Right, and I want you to see what she says, right? And let's not talk about whether or not what race this, or what ethnic background this particular Egyptologist come from, because we know that very little African American Egyptologists. So all the information Jabari draws from, and Smash Rockwell draw from, and Rich, they're reading European scholars, in Egyptology, all of them, especially when they read you out of that TLA. Right, so she says, as far back as Sarah can remember, she has been in love with ancient Egypt. Although she cannot recall what exactly drew her in, she does remember one precise experience. The Tooth Fairy actually bought me this incredible book on Egypt when I lost one of my first teeth. It was a great book. She says, I actually read it, and recently it turns out it was a great piece of information. I was not just a personal interest in Egyptology. That drew her to the world of maps, satellites, and lost ruins. Sarah's grandfather, a professor of forestry at the University of Maine, was a pioneer in using tools and maps. I want to get down to what she talked about when she gets down and starts talking about. Here's another thing, right? Here's another reason why they've only excavated about 1%. I guess fundraising and writing grants, Sarah says, there's a lot of tedium in that, but we all have to do that, and it's critical. You don't get 95% of the grants in which you apply for. So I guess the administration drudgery is icky, but I am really lucky because I love most of what I do. So without a huge sponsor, Archaeological digs come far and few in between. And she says she's been doing this for 20 years, over 20 years. She says 95% of the grants in which you apply for don't get approved.
Right.
So ain't nobody putting no money into Egyptology.
And if
Looking
it's up
for
to
you
that
Negroes.
guy, up to that Egyptian guy that's over it now, if it's left up to him,
yeah,
there will
Hawaii,
be no excavation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because you know why? Because the stuff that they're finding shows a black Egypt. That's just a fact. Right?
And he don't want to show that.
No, he don't want to show that. Geography is about looking at the types of tools, but you know what else it also is going to show? I guarantee you, you're going to find some Israelites.
Yeah. You know what I just watched today? Because I remember that family, that white family called the Whitakers, where they are heavily inbred to the point of retardation. The family, these white families, right? And then they took a look at the Ptolemies, heavily inbred. You know the rumor that Cleopatra was beautiful?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I believe that.
They showed her ancestry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She is so related to her grandfather is not just her grandfather, but her daddy.
No doubt.
You know, it is so heavily inbred that they show that she might have even been deformed.
I believe it.
She might have been deformed because that's all they did was marry their children.
Yep.
The Ptolemies married within the family.
Yep. I believe it. And so let me read this here. Again, this is what she says, this Egyptologist, the geoconnection. She said, contrary to common belief, I wanted to show it in National Geographic, right? Egyptologist Dr. Sarah Parkat. And she says, right here, I'll pass it. It says, get the geo connection. She says, contrary to common belief, most sites in ancient Egypt have not yet been discovered. In fact, she says less than 1%. Less than 1%. Less than 1% have been excavated. Using satellite technology, Sarah is able to discover Egyptian sites that have not yet been unearthed. Sites that may have taken years to find can be located and even mapped in a mere couple of weeks. The satellites allow us to see things very differently than what we simply cannot see.
My bad, I got knocked off. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's like they give us a special superpower that allows us to see soil, vegetation, and geology differently. And that's how we are able to find things that are literally hidden beneath our feet, she says. Also, a professor at the University of Alabama in Birmingham, Sarah says, Google Earth is a satellite resource students should take advantage of. You can use it to find out many different things, and you can see answer questions about geography and about the landscape. So this is what I'm saying. Even this archaeologist,
and they still only finding 1%, and they got
says
the advantage of satellites.
Less than 1%, she says.
That's what I'm saying.
Less.
And they got the advantage of satellites.
Yeah, less than 1%. So when you got these guys coming on here talking about this is our history, what history?
All right, let's answer the brother's question. He's asking me about the bodies and all the other stuff that Buddy found, and I wanted to give him some facts that he can take home and look up, so he can join my side. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But you got the source though, right?
Yeah, I was gonna have Brother Yara. He got the screen right now. The guy that found the Monete Stella, his name is Flinders Petrie.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know about
I know about the Monete Stella.
Okay, fam. Let me come on, Apostle. You know I'm in the middle of cooking. Let me cook.
No,
and
brother,
I'm telling you,
I'm just saying we know about the Monete Stella.
Let him cook, Apostle. Let him cook, Apostle.
Thank you. And I'm saying when he found the Monete Stella, he also thank you. When he found that, he also found pottery and bodies. He found some like damn near more bodies than everybody. It's called the Fayum burials. You can look it up. It's right there in Ashwan, but you was just I thought I heard you
The
say.
Fayum burials.
Yeah,
You talking about the Fayum burials, right?
How
Now,
old are
brother,
they?
hold
How
on,
old
brother.
are they?
Hold on,
How old
Apostle.
are they? And what bodies are they?
Hold
I
on.
mean,
Hold on, Apostle.
let me cook. Let me cook. He asked for some bodies.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, brother. Before you get the stove too hot, remember my question was: out of all these battles and wars, the Persians done came in and went to war. The Hyksos done went to war. Went to war with Nubia. All these wars that done went down in Egypt. Where can we find a battlefield that has all these swords? And like I said, when you have a battle, it's going to be at least 100,000 soldiers on the field. Where do we find that? I know you're trying to branch us off on this Menethe Stella, but where
Well, I
can
mean,
we find? Go ahead.
I got you. I'm gonna answer both because I'm really him. So I'm gonna continue with what I was saying. Thank you for that, for your clarification. So the brother that found the Menete Stella also found hella burials, hella what do you call it, pottery and all type of things. And if he wants to find the actual bodies, he can look up the Fayum burials. Now, if you want to talk, I just gave him the name. I can spell it for him. I don't
Now
have the
I
screen,
want to see the
Apostle.
source of that's
Bruh.
what it's talking about.
I don't have the screen, Apostle. You see who has the screen. I told him to type it in. I even spelled it for him.
What am I looking for?
But you can pull
What am
up
I looking
anything
for?
you want to. He
Fayum
just have to
burials?
put it up. You can source anything you want to source. He
That's what
has
I
to
just.
pull it up.
We're saying the same thing, my brother. I'm giving him
Right.
the name of the archaeologist, and then he's gonna pull up. It's gonna show. You can just go to the guys.
Now, what I'm saying is you can type that name in and you can source it, and then he'll pull it up. He don't have to do your work. You can
I
do
was
your
telling.
own work.
I was telling him to pull up the Fayum burials, and it's gonna show that the guy that found the Menete Stella during the same
Is
time.
that what's
he
on the
found
screen
this.
now, Google?
Yeah, that's him. I don't
All
have the
right,
screen.
then hit that circle up there. Just hit it.
That's him. Hey, tell him that's you, Yara. He think I'm on the screen.
That's me. So you say pull up the Fayum burials.
Yeah.
Okay.
What it says.
I mean, I can. You can pull up the Encyclopedia Britannica. I can give you all the shit. Sir Flinders Petrie. It don't give me a page number though. Let me see. It just
This is
well,
what
okay.
he
This
calls sourcing, man. This ain't source your
all
information.
right, here you go. I got Margaret Drower. She wrote The Life of an Archaeologist, 1995. If you go to page 221, she speaks about Flinders Petrie, the brother that we're speaking of right now, and she goes into all his findings and how he stood above everybody with his findings. So you can go there.
And what does the findings show?
That the burials that the young man just asked me about, but he had a better one. He asked me about the battlefields, and I told him, "Thank you. Yes, we
What
find
burials
arrows."
are you talking about?
I said Fayum like 4 or 5 times. You saw him type it on the screen and everything.
I'm saying, explain that to me. What that is?
That is when he found before he found the Menete Stella, he went to a burial site that he found called Fayum. Then he went south of that and found the Menete Stella. Also, they have bow and arrows.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I think that's just because you keep interrupting me, so you confusing everybody, but they hear me. And what I'm telling you is that he asked for battlefields. They have bow and arrows, hella arrows, just like with the Indian wars up here. They found on the battlefield. And that
Who is that
How many
fighting?
bodies? How many
Who's
bodies
that
did they find?
fighting?
bro, if you think I know how
We
many
know
bodies
there's
the
Indian
archaeologists
battles.
found,
We know there's Indian battles.
Give him 1 minute,
thank
Apostle.
you.
Just 1 minute. Just 1
Yeah.
minute. And then
Now,
you come
he's
in,
asking
please.
me how many bodies. I don't know how many bodies he found. If you want to go to the burial, I
Now
can go
hold
check.
on. Now hold on.
Nah,
You
bro,
heard
I
what
didn't
you?
ask
keep
You hold on.
saying,
Hold on.
hold
Hold on.
on.
Hold
You
on.
keep
Y'all
saying,
calm
hold
down.
on. He just told y'all to stop interrupting me, and you immediately say, hold on. Let me
But you
finish
heard
saying what
what?
I'm
Did you hear?
saying,
Did you hear
and
what
let
you
me
just
finish
said?
saying what I'm saying, and then
Just,
you'll
just,
have
just,
time to
just
speak.
reiterate, slow
That's
it
what I'm
down when you
saying.
get done.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Y'all so undisciplined, bro. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm telling you is that not only did he find the stuff in the field, he found the wheels, he found the chariots, bow and arrows, the actual spears or the arrow on the bow, all that stuff, and some mangled up bodies. They weren't together like preserved, of course, but it was like a femur bone or a mandible or a clavicle. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you that's real life
And
archaeology. And I just gave you the brother's name who found it all. So we really could just fall back and let Yara teach y'all real quick. You know what I'm saying? Now he talking about how
No.
many bodies we
no,
found.
what
Man,
I
stop
want to
playing.
know, you're telling me this. I just want to know who was involved in it,
What people are you talking about? And what year did it happen?
Okay, I like the way you speak. I'm talking about Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie, born in 1853, died in
That's not where he
1942.
asking you, brother.
That's exactly what he asked me.
I'm
He
talking
said who
about who
found it, and
fought,
I just told him.
who
Who
fought
found it.
in the war. What armies are fighting?
The
And
Libyans
what year did it
versus
take place?
the Libyans versus. It took place in the 1400s BC. The Libyans versus Egypt, and then Israel versus Egypt.
1400 BC?
Terminete. That's his name. You think it's a Stella? That's a person, and that's the when he lived. That's what I'm saying. If you stop jumping off the rails, you can learn, and we can really build.
Bro,
But
you're
y'all just
Hold
talking
saying
on.
wild stuff,
Hold on, Apostle.
You are
let's
not
build,
answering my question.
bro. I told you the British American that found it. I told you the name of the pharaoh. I told you the time period in which both of them lived. I'm speaking with clarity. This is clarity.
Okay,
So
let me see that. Let me
Can
see
I ask?
that.
Can I ask a
Show me
question?
that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
During the
Big
Exodus,
KMT. Hold on real quick. Big KMT, wiping boys out. JJ, step your game up.
what? What are you talking about, man?
Go.
I'm asking you.
I seen no sources of nothing.
I don't have the screen, young man.
Hold on, let me ask you something. During the Exodus, did the Israelites let the Most High drown out the Egyptians, or did they fight them in battle with swords and stuff? What happened there?
It was two separate ones. It was a battle in the beginning, but Akmos wiped their ass out and sent them running. It had nobody got drowned. That you find that's a biblical narrative, but in real life they got chased to Canaan. You know what I'm saying?
Who did?
The Hyksos Hebrew Israelites.
So
The Hyksos are not Israelites.
So the Israelites did. So you saying so you agree that the Israelites did battle the Kemetics? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I believe that the Israelites are real people. I told you, I think I'm on the wrong team.
I'm saying so. Why? So no. I'm saying so. You believe that the Israelites did battle the Kemetics?
Yes, and
so
lost.
why are you asking for proof?
Nah, that was Jabari speaking with that young man talking about proof of bodies in the wilderness. That wasn't my conversation. I don't even come like that. I believe that, and I feel like I have facts to show that Israel existed. You'll be better off asking me questions about why I feel Israel existed than the stupidest things that y'all are trying with me.
The thing is, you say he had a valid point because he was asking where were the bodies. That's why I'm still asking you how many bodies did this archaeologist find, and you said you don't know.
Yeah, I haven't counted how many bodies were found by Petrie Flinders. I haven't counted.
Okay,
So I think that's a silly question. I really think
well, let me. If you let me finish, it won't be silly.
How many bodies did he find?
If you let me finish, it won't be silly. If it was
83,
if you let me finish, it won't be silly, brother. If it was a battlefield, how many bodies you would approximate he should find?
I'm not, bro. You kind of wasting everybody's time. Let's really build.
If you walk with me, we'll get to the end real soon. Approximately how many bodies should you find on the battlefield?
All right, let's start. The first disclaimer is we don't know how many bodies were found in the battlefield. All I can show you is the bones of some people. I can show you the bow and arrows. I can show you the chariots. So to question me anything,
will they find everybody?
The question me be anything beyond that is really like silly, and we can have better conversations right now. I thought JJ had something to say, like, "Hey JJ, this guy not that good. Like you should speak to me."
It's a thing when people say go ahead and answer questions, and then they get stuck and they tell you have a silly question.
All right, well let's do the silliness. Let's go ahead. I'm with it.
We've been doing silliness because I haven't seen not one source.
Two rise on the panel.
I haven't seen one source that you've been talking about the Trail of Tears. The source, I know the Trail of Tears happened, but you said there's evidence.
We have
museums right now today.
We have museums here in Indiana, and we have the evidence of it. I live here, and I've been to that museum. Stop saying silly. I'm just gonna drop a link to the museum here in Indiana. So I'm
not talking about what's in it. If there's evidence of the Trail of Tears, I should be able to go outside and find evidence outside.
Yeah, we
Follow it.
actually
The Trail of Tears.
we have
is
historical burial sites for our Native American
The
friends here
Trail
in
of Tears
Indiana.
isn't about a battle.
I didn't say battle. I said burial. Historical burial grounds here that you can't build nothing on it. You can't even go over there because it belongs to the Native Indians, and all their stuff is there in the ground. I live in Indiana. Just type it up. Type in Indiana Trail of Tears.
Where did the Trail of Tears start? Where did the Trail of Tears start?
Hey, am I talking to my guy about the
I'm
bodies
asking
in
you,
Egypt,
when
or are we about to
did
go
the
Native
Trail?
American?
Where did it start?
Well, hold
from?
on. Let's bring it back in. Let's bring it back in.
I got to get that question answered. He brought it
Yeah,
up.
let's bring
I
it
got
back
to get
in.
an answer. Where did the Trail of Tears
We're gonna
start?
come back to it,
And where
Apostle.
did it end?
We're gonna come back to it, Apostle. We're gonna come back to it.
Now he's talking about my folks. So I want to know.
I got you.
Where
We'll
the
come back
Trail
to
of
it.
Tears start? And where? Look,
You got Apostle heated, bro.
Show my screen.
Show
my screen.
Hold on one second, man. Before we get off into the Trail of Tears,
Show
I
my
got
screen.
you. I got you.
Show.
He's showing his card real quick, Elder Yara. Let him show his card real quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it
Blow
right
it up.
now.
Yeah, I'll blow it up for you. Hold up.
That's one.
What's this thing?
That says Muskego Kuso. I'm a chief of the tribe of
Go ahead, Chief.
Muskogee tribe. Kuso Indian here in Carolina. You know what this is?
Identification
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it's a badge. I see it, brother.
Right. You know what it says on the bottom?
Read it to us, brother. I'm with you. I'm following you.
On the bottom. Take my glasses off.
Wait a minute. What you need to take your glasses off to read for?
Because they're not reading glasses.
Somebody in trouble.
They seeing glasses.
I got
on the bottom,
you know y'all
it says Department. Let me get it out this plastic. Department under Israel United Nations government. The state of South Carolina recognized me. I'm legally able to carry arms. And it recognized me as the nation of Israel.
Go ahead, Apostle. That's right.
Under Muskogee Kuso tribe.
Now, wait a minute.
Here in South Carolina.
They say you cooking, Apostle.
Cooking.
He cooking.
The thing is, I walk the talk. I don't talk it. So when you want to talk about the Trail of Tears, you want to talk about Indiana, tell me where it began and what state.
Is that a question for me? I thought you was cooking.
Now you
I thought he was.
Google it.
I thought you.
I think Elder Yara. Can we get back to that? Elder Yara wants to show something else.
Yeah, go ahead, share your thing, El Dorado. El Yara.
El
Dorado.
Hey, y'all good.
Hey, El Dorado, go ahead.
I called you El Dorado, but you Cadillac, bro.
I kind of like that
You
nickname.
Cadillac.
You Cadillacing. Go ahead, Elder El Dorado.
Yeah, no doubt. But hey, man, listen. I'm driving now, man. I had to run real quick, but this is just what I wanted to just say though. Like a lot of what we're hearing, and to Apostle's point, right? And to Andrew's point too, somewhat. But to Apostle's point, like we know that there were a lot of migrations and a lot of forced migrations and a lot of things that occurred where people had to just get up and go. And so if you study the biblical narrative, especially according to the Exodus story, Moses gives them specific directions, Jabari. And he says, only take that what's of value
and take that what you can carry. He tells them to do what? Pack light.
Cause y'all nomads.
Hey, we have no problem with that. There's no problem with that. All civilizations started out nomadic.
Yeah.
So we have no issue with that. And so I don't argue against that. That's, to me, that's not a slight or a slander.
Is that supposed to be like a cold, is that supposed to be like a cold cut or something? I mean, why
Right.
No, I'm just saying, like, you talking about a group of nomads that wandered for 40 years in the desert. Like, and then we say we can't find nothing, you know what I'm saying? We don't
But
find nothing to the
simply
19th
because
we don't
people,
find nothing to the 19th dynasty. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but
That's what I
simply
said.
because people are because people are nomadic people. You have different types of nomadic people. You have some that are that are sedentary people. They migrate to a land and then they stay in that land.
Nah,
Right?
they was downtrodden and they would pull up and try to take over your city and say God told them to.
Well,
Okay,
actually,
where your
actually,
proof
that
of that?
is.
Whoa.
Go ahead.
Where your proof of that, bro?
In the Bible, when they pull up the people's cities and kill everybody because God told them to. What are you talking about, JJ? Stop playing.
The Bible doesn't say that, brother. Why do y'all
Oh
do
my
that?
goodness. So we're gonna say
Why
that
do y'all do that, bro?
we're gonna say Moses and them didn't invade other little tribes that had their own land, and God said, yo, that's your land.
No,
And
thank you. You just said the key word. You just said the key word.
Your
How can
land.
you invade the land that belongs to you?
Right.
They saying God said that the people already
No.
lived there.
No.
Y'all
How can
nomads.
you invade
Now
the
y'all
land
got
that
land.
belongs to you?
Bro, you just said you a nomad. You don't have land. So you was taking people's
That
land.
doesn't mean, listen, brother, that doesn't mean you don't occupy
He
a
doesn't
land.
understand the Bible. Clearly, he does not understand Scripture. Clearly,
That's
the
bad. That's
land
bad scholarship
was
that they do that.
usurped by the Canaanites. Their land that was given to
You
them
got land. So you a nomad.
should have been in Morocco. All you got to do is know what you're reading. They decided to take land that was intended for the Israelites. What we had to do was go and move them back off the land that they
That's what I
usurped.
said. You trying to lighten it up. You killed
It wasn't
No,
their
that's not
land.
what you said. That's not what you
That's
said.
not what you said.
That's not what you said. You
The
said
land was
God told
originally
them to go kill the people
intended
and take their
for
land.
Abraham and his seed. But Canaanites usurped the land.
On it right now.
They took it. We took
All right,
it
let's
back
go.
from them.
Yeah, all right. What was that you wanted to show? Or would you already show it?
Yeah, I can't. I don't know if I can show it for you. I'm still trying to show it. I don't know if I
Okay.
can show it from here right now. But what I was trying to show actually is
You can put it in a private chat, and I can share it, couldn't I?
yeah. Let me see if I can pull it. If I can pull it up.
Okay.
What I was trying to show was Douglas Petrovich when he talks about Amenhotep II, right? Because another one thing Jabari lies about last night, he doesn't understand that during the time of Amenhotep II, which is the son, right? Which is the son of Thutmose III, right? So when I asked him last night about the Hyksos, I said, "Do you know who Amos and Kamos is?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Well, did Amos and Kamos did they have to replace the slave labor?" And I asked him that several times so that I could get him to say, absolutely not. They did not have to replace a slave labor. See, he didn't understand that I was backing him into the sarcophagus. I wanted him to say, because he kept trying to postulate that the Hyksos was the Israelites.
Right.
And
that's so wrong.
Right, it's wrong. I said, now he says, absolutely, they did not have to go and replace a slave labor force. The Hyksos did after the Hyksos exposure. That the Amos and Kamos, Amos did not have to go and replace a slave labor, right? So he said that did not happen. And you know what I said? Great. You finally got to that point. I agree. It was not Amos and Kamos that went to replace the slave labor, right? So he doesn't understand that he just disqualified the Hyksos as being the Israelites. See, he didn't understand that. And so then I asked him, well, let's move forward to Thutmose the third. What, did he have a son or a brother? Because I wanted to see what he was going to say. Did he have a son or a brother that had to replace a slave labor force? And he says, after he got through doing the Hotep 2-step, he says, no, it didn't happen. But we know historically that Amenhotep II, the son of Thutmose III, did go and have to replace a slave labor force. Why do we have to replace that slave labor force? And Jeff Hoffmeyer, the Egyptologist, clearly breaks this down. PhD. Douglas Petrovich, PhD scholar, clearly breaks it down. Amenhotep II had to replace a slave labor force. What's significant about that is that he wasn't going conquering these nations and bringing them back as captives. He was going into lands that they had already conquered and taking people out of those lands to replace the lost slave labor force. What happened to this labor force during Amenhotep's II reign? It's called the Exodus.
Actually, did you know that Tutmosis means brother of Moses?
Yes.
Did you know that? Moses
and he tried to
means
say,
brother.
Tahudi Mosquito. We know what it means.
Right.
We gave it to you. Of course you know. It's an African name.
You know? Yeah, absolutely it is. It's an African name. Thank you, brother. And so we know we have the PhD scholars. We have we have the sources that says Amenhotep II had to replace the slave labor force. We even Amenhotep II even gives the number. He had to go replace over 100,000 slaves.
The issue only arises when if you say you're not the Hyksos, you take yourself out of the historical record, and you don't show up until the 19th dynasty. You know what I'm saying?
Did the Hyksos control Egypt? Did the Hyksos? Did they have a king over
Y'all not heard
Egypt?
me. Y'all not heard me. Y'all was responding to me.
I'm just asking you, did the Hyksos control as a force
No,
between
they didn't have the
1700s and 1500s? Were they a force?
Yeah, it was an intermediate period. They had one part of Egypt. They had like lower Egypt.
Look, we never ruled.
They had upper Egypt.
When did Israel rule in Egypt?
When did, I mean, you talking about biblically?
If the Hyksos is Israel, when did we rule in Egypt?
You saying biblically? That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying when. We
you
know
just
the
told
Hyksos.
us. We just said that when you answered your own
Hyksos.
question.
Put it this way: was Abraham an Israelite?
Bro, your questions be all over the place.
Was Abraham an Israelite?
I said if you take the Hyksos off the board, then where is Israel?
Give me Yahoo. Mute your mic until you speak. You got an echo.
That ain't
Was
my mic.
Abraham?
That's somebody else.
That's what I said. Give me Yahoo. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I just said. I said that if you take yourself off of that, then y'all not on the historical.
Abraham was a Hebrew, not an Israelite.
You making up a side. You saying something different. Like, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not saying nothing different. I'm saying Abraham is called the Hebrew, but he was not an Israelite.
What I'm trying to tell you, for like the 15th time. Yeah, but you're not talking about. I can't even speak to somebody that doesn't answer me. How am I answer you and you don't answer me?
I'm asking you a question, man.
I know, but you ain't answering mine.
A Hebrew or an Israelite?
You're not answering mine, so I don't know why you would think I would answer yours. I'm gonna finish saying what I'm saying when you interrupted me.
I asked you the question first.
No, man. I'm the one. No, you didn't. I'm the one sitting here talking. You jumping in saying the same thing over and over, and I'm being respectful with you because I'm just letting you say it over and over.
Hey, listen. You didn't ask me a question.
until I ask you
I
a
was speaking
question.
to a whole
You
different
asked
person,
Yara a
and
question.
you jumped in exactly, and you jumped in and cut him off.
Right.
And I'm trying to get you to fall back so he can answer. We can finish what we were saying, and then I can answer you. So, but I'm going to finish the chronological order of what's going on here. I told him if he takes the Hyksos off the board, then you guys don't show up in the historical record until the 19th dynasty. That's
We
a fact.
were
The
enslaved
Hyksos.
during the Hyksos rule.
Okay, well that's
Who
not the 19th
enslaved
dynasty.
us?
See what I'm
Who was
saying?
the king that knew not Joseph?
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. I see what you're
Thank
saying.
you. Yeah, because
I
I mean,
answered your question.
no, you didn't. I'm not even
Who
talking to
was
you.
the
That's why.
king that knew not Joseph?
Damn, your Bible doesn't speak on that. Like you know that. Like why are you
My
playing right
Bible
now?
does speak on that. What do you mean?
It doesn't. It doesn't speak on the name. It says it just says Pharaoh. It doesn't say any of the Pharaoh's names. So let me continue
But we
saying what I'm
know that
saying.
was the Hyksos.
So where
because of
y'all?
the time.
No, now you know something all of a sudden. So
Yes.
here we go. Now you
We
know
know it
something.
was the Hyksos
Okay.
that
But
did
I'm
not
telling
know
you,
Joseph.
where y'all on the historical record without the Hyksos? Let's have that conversation. Where JJ at? Let's have a real conversation. Let's see how much y'all really know. Let's see. I want to hear y'all talk about what they found in Nubia. I want you to talk about what they found in Oswald, because that's the only places y'all at. They
Why
can't find y'all
Nubia?
nowhere else.
Nubia had nothing to do with our being in Egypt. We
I
was
didn't say
in.
that. Nobody said that.
We was in up down north in Egypt, not up south in Nubia.
Where y'all at, fam?
We are down north in Egypt, not up south.
Where y'all at?
In Nubia.
Where y'all at on the historical record if we're not counting the Hyksos?
We're close to the Nile. Right?
What
the
archaeology
Mediterranean
did?
Sea. Right?
What archaeology did finds y'all?
Yeah, right.
We just talked. He brought up steles that got y'all name on it to show that y'all historical. I told you who found it. I told you where he found it. And I'm saying if you're not counting the Hyksos, then that's y'all earliest time being mentioned, and that's the 19th dynasty. So I'm like, put some respect on it. Y'all like need to put your historical hat on and
you don't know what the hell you're
show some
talking about.
respect.
Like most of what you were saying today. You don't know what you're talking about.
Let the other brother speak so that we can have a real dialogue.
Why can't I speak?
Because you
Why
like
can't I speak?
You like how many sons did Josephus have? What age was Sarah when she gave birth? You asking crazy questions, bro.
I'm not asking that kind. That's your shit talking. You ain't heard me answer.
Where y'all at.
You have not heard me ask that question.
We
I
said
asked
where
you
is
a
y'all on the
question.
historical
Everybody,
record?
I asked you a
calm down.
question
Listen,
about Abraham.
Hold up.
Help him out, JJ.
You choose
Come on,
not to
y'all.
answer.
Listen. Hold up, Apostle. Let's have an educational,
there we go,
respectful conversation.
There we go.
Let's don't talk over each other. Let's take our time and listen and write down what you need to ask the person after he get done speaking. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is good. This is a good deal. All right,
so JJ, where y'all at on the historical record if we don't count the Hyksos?
Where we at? Here you go. Here you go. Somebody got to answer your question right here. It says, Hyksos ruled for like 300 years, 13 dynasty to 16 dynasty.
He's close, but it's 11, but I'll give him that. Go ahead.
There go your answer.
No, I said, where is the Israelites on the historical record if we're taking the Hyksos off the table? That's a clear question. And I would love to hear y'all smart ass.
Hyksos what are Hyksos? First, you gotta tell me what that is.
I said we're not discounting them, taking Hyksos off of the table. We're not talking about the Hyksos. Find me Israel on the historical record without using them.
Find me Neymar on the history. Where's his bones at?
So you saying
no? You can tell me what Neymar bones is, then I can answer your question.
Okay. So
where they at?
Question with a question. You pulling apostle
Where
stuff.
Neymar bones at? Let's get on you for a minute. No, hold on. We finna get on you for a minute. Where Neymar bones? Where they at? You can't find.
I don't know.
So should we take them off the historical record?
No, I asked you a simple question. I didn't say bones. It could be anything.
A simple question. See,
like the house.
I'm reflecting. I just told you he just answered the question right here. 13, 16 dynasty.
Bro,
so now where's Neymar bones?
Hyksos? Bro, they gonna rewind this and listen to y'all, and they gonna say y'all sound so terrible. They gonna say Drew straight up saying we're not counting the Hyksos, but you keep quoting Hyksos. They gonna realize that this is Hebrew tap dance.
Is Hyksos just is that like just a name that they call people who invaded or just came into the land? Is that what the Egyptians call? Who are the Egyptians call Hyksos?
They call like 3 separate people that, but they got different glyphs. But I see the Hyksos.
Three separate people, right? So it's just like it's like a nickname. Is that like a nickname? Is
No,
that
I
like
wouldn't
just
call it. I wouldn't call it nickname.
byword?
And
It's
that's
like
why
a
we bring
byword.
up the dynasties. That's why we bring up the dynasties, so you know the time period. But
So what are you
y'all
saying?
don't like time. That's why we bring up the time. That's why I say 11th dynasty, so you know exactly who it is. It's no mystery. You have to create a mystery because what I'm saying to you is real. So rock with your boy. Y'all niggas is the Hyksos. Stand on that. And y'all later turned into Israelites and all type of stuff. But y'all are the Hyksos. And some of y'all was against each other.
So three
We
different.
are not the Hyksos, man. Don't even
I
sit
don't know
there
if
and
we
keep
are. To
doing
be
this.
honest, that's hold on. Listen, that's not my
That's
argument.
crazy.
So if they're calling foreigners Hyksos, what are the 3 different foreigners they calling Hyksos?
They call some Nubians Hyksos. They call some Libyans Hyksos. I even see one where the sea people might get thrown in there. You know what I'm saying? That's why we have to give you a time period. I say, hey, from the 11th dynasty to the 15th dynasty, who was the Hyksos? And Arvis. I even give you a city name, a timestamp, and I'm like, yo, that's y'all.
Well, if Hyksos are aliens to the land, then hey, maybe Israelites can be called Hyksos. That ain't my
No,
argument.
that's not.
I'm just saying.
Did we enslave ourselves?
Yes, you did.
Did
You
Israel
sure did.
enslave Israel?
Well, those
They
are 2
sure did.
foreigners. But listen. Hold on. How about this? So the Pharaoh that the Israelites did not know they were Hyksos, according to the people that got kicked out, the Egyptians got kicked out, and then they calling us Hyksos.
Yeah, and that's why
aliens are just foreigners.
the thing about
Let me
you
clear
was
this
just
up,
reading
man.
that. You was
Let me
just
clear this up. The
hold on, JJ.
mistake that he's making,
He just talks
is
nonstop.
Hyksos are Hebrews. They are not Israelites.
Okay.
Okay, that's the mistake
Well, then
he's
he
making.
said that if they're not the
Just like
Hyksos, then where?
Abraham was a Hebrew, but Abraham was not an Israelite.
So I'm saying, do they just call Hyksos just foreigners and aliens to the land?
No,
Hyksos were
it's more
not
deep.
Egyptians.
That's a good
They were
question,
foreigners.
JJ.
Right.
So I'm
saying
They
saying
were not Egyptians.
I'm actually talking to you, but he just keeps yelling, so y'all can't hear the answer to your question.
Listen,
But it's
I'm
3 different
talking
glyphs.
now. If you can stop talking,
He's
I'm
asking me
talking
a
now.
question. He asking me a
If you
question.
can stop talking,
Go ahead.
I'm talking now.
Go ahead, Elder.
All right. And like I said, your confusion, you think because they are Hebrews, that makes them Israelites. In order to be an Israelite, you have to be born of the seed of Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. Israel had 12 sons. We are the 12 tribes of Israel.
So no
Jacob,
Israelites were held captive in Egypt?
We went in Egypt as free men.
So y'all was held captive there.
While we were in Egypt,
yes. And I'm
while
telling you
we
about the
were
people that
in
Exodus.
Egypt, a
You gotta
foreign
stop yelling.
occupier.
You gotta stop
If
yelling,
you
Sam.
stop interrupting me,
You
and let me talk
filibustering.
like you keep
saying
saying we doing you.
Hey, Andrew, sometimes he take long pauses and you be thinking he done, but he don't be. That's all.
I feel you. I'm just gonna mute
while
up
I'm
until you're
talking.
done.
If you
You're losing
stop,
your
I'll
voice.
let you
I
know
got
when
you.
I'm done.
All right.
Okay. When we went into Egypt, our brother Joseph was second under Pharaoh. We went in as guests. There came a time that a foreign king conquered Egypt and took control. That foreign king was an Hebrew, meaning he was a descendant of Eber or Abba. When they took over, they saw that Israel, Jacob's seed, was prospering more than even they were. The king said, let us deal wisely with them before they even try to take over us. That king put us in slavery. You'll find that You'll find
I'm
that
here
in
twice. My
Exodus
fault, man.
chapter 1.
I'm tripping.
You'll find that in Exodus chapter 1.
Hold on, let me get one of me out here, man.
Yeah.
Sorry
So,
about that. I was trying to share some in the private chat.
so there's a possibility of them being Hebrews and not Israelites, like Abraham, like Isaac, and Abraham's grandfather before him, Eber. They were all Hebrews. It means they crossed over. Crossed over what? They crossed over the Euphrates. They once lived on one side of Euphrates, and they crossed over and became known on the other side of the Euphrates. That's what the word Hebrew means, to cross over. Period.
It says,
I can go. I can
and
go
we can
now. What we
divide the
doing?
history of the site into three period: pre-Hyksos, Hyksos, and post-Hyksos. The Hyksos were Semitic people from Syria, Palestine, who took up western and eastern Nile Delta, and eventually ruled northern Egypt for some 108 years.
Right.
Jacob and his family arrived in 1880, based on the Exodus date, 1450 BC. That was in the pre-Hyksos period, when the name of the town was Rawata, the door of the two roads. Oh, this is just an article. Okay, I got it in here. I don't know, man, but the confusion with the Hyksos stuff. I don't know if it's.
I think that the article's saying what I'm saying. Like it talked about it. But hold on, wait a minute.
It's
Apostle, I
not
just
saying
Hold on,
Hyksos
Apostle.
was
Let me
Israelite.
hear what he has to say. Okay, so are we?
Let me go. I just let him go for a long time, and I showed y'all what discipline looks
But don't
like.
lie on what that
I haven't
article
even
is
started. I
saying,
haven't
bro.
even
Because I'm
started.
Let him. Come on, just
That's
let
what
him
I'm
go,
saying.
Elder. Just
Thank
let.
you.
Let's hear
Thank
his
you.
point.
Yeah, thank you, Elder. Thank you for the discipline. Here we go. All right. Now, when we first start, I think JJ was already on here when we started having the conversation about Josephus, and Josephus was talking about Sherman. I'm probably butchering that name. It's easy to say Manito and the Egypti, the other guy, but Shimron is hard to say. Josephus was refuting Shimron because Shimron was saying what I was saying. He was saying that they were the Hyksos and they got marched up out of there with leapers and a priest that had went mad, and he was calling that priest Moses. This is what Shimron was saying. And that's why in the book of Jewish Antiquities and against Egypt, two books that Josephus gave us, he's writing against them dudes. He's saying, nah, Moses wasn't a mad priest. Nah, we didn't run. We wasn't the Hyksos. That's why they're bringing them up there. So that's why we were bringing that up. So I'm saying there's historical, it's historical records of these people being the Hyksos. And it goes from Anito, it goes to Cimarron, and we get that because Josephus is writing to them. And we also must realize that these people are like 300 years older than Josephus. So he's writing against dead people. People already took the facts. They already believed that the Hyksos were the Hebrews. It was Josephus writing a book to try to turn the minds and change the narrative to say, no, that's not us. We didn't come from a caste of leapers. Moses wasn't a mad priest. That's what the book's about. And my brother Apostle showed the book. He showed the book. I don't know if that was the Against Egyptians or if that was the Antiquity of the Jews, but it's in that book. So that's what we're saying. The historical record says they are the Hyksos. And it took somebody like Josephus to pop up and say, no, we were an underclass of the Hyksos. He's saying that the Hyksos took over and enslaved them too. They, you know what I mean? Even though they were from the same
Somebody
stock.
trying to jump on. Let me. Okay, good. Okay, you made a point. Okay, Elder. Let me just say something.
Let me say this, man. Let me say this. Josephus did not come onto the scene until after Christ.
Who?
Josephus.
What are we talking about, though? I'm talking about the book.
Listen, you said
Andrew,
Josephus is about 300 years after the Hyksos. No.
They way after Hyksos.
Josephus didn't even live when Christ lived. Okay? He's after Christ in the AD. Josephus is after AD. What are you talking about? Saying Josephus is 300 years older than the Hyksos.
So
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
You did say that.
I think he's 300 years older than Benito.
Andrew, he was. I don't think he was done. But so if you want
he
him to
said I
respect
said
your
that.
time, you got to respect his. Can I
Who you
just say
talking
something
to?
real?
Yeah, I'm
Can I
not
get
done.
Okay, go ahead, though. Dick, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm not done. I waited for you.
Go ahead.
And that's what you said.
I said
But
Manito.
the point is, Josephus is right. We are not the Hyksos. They are a Semitic tribe. Semitic meaning they're born from Shem. In fact, they're born from Iber.
Iber,
Abraham,
Peleg,
great
Joktan, Sarug,
grandfather.
Root.
Iber.
Hold on. This segue to what I need to say to Money Brown next. He said, Sarnetta better not. I'm listening, but y'all better not let Sarnetta hear this so he can be a Hebrew. And yes, you can be a Hebrew, but not an Israelite, because
Not an
Eber
Israelite.
descendants.
But
Eber
if you are
descendants
an Israelite, you are an Hebrew. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay. Peleg, Joktan,
Right.
Serug, none of these are Israelites, Money Brown. So we don't
Right.
care what. So I'm not a diamond in a box of rocks, bro.
None of them are Israelites.
But I'm just
Peleg
saying,
is a Semite. He's
Right.
a Shemite.
Right.
The
Money Brown.
same we are Shemites.
Yeah. Money
But
Brown.
he did not come from Jacob. In order to be an Israelite, you have to come from Jacob.
Right. That's it. Money Brown X. If Sarnetta is dumber than a box of rocks, man. Slower than a box of molasses. Nothing he says is credible. He don't do research. When have you ever seen him? I'm not trying to dog him out. I mean, me and him bump heads here and there, but it's the truth.
Right. The word Peleg
he's good for controlling the buttons, getting in the goddamn way, and lying and misquoting the Bible and leaning on his own goddamn understanding.
Let me share this, Jake. The word Peleg means to divide. He was born during the dividing of the earth. That's what the word Peleg means. To divide. He's a Shemite, not an Israelite. I'm going to say it one more time so everybody can understand.
We understand.
In order to be an Israelite, you have to have been born of Jacob.
And you saying none of the Hyksos was born of Jacob, because you know.
None of them. No. They're before Jacob.
No
They're
evidence
before
anything.
Abraham. The Hyksos are before Abraham. Abraham was Jacob's grandfather.
Okay. No, that shows you weren't listening.
About?
That shows you didn't listen to me, because I covered that.
How can you cover that?
I told you. I think the Hyksos.
The Hyksos are Israelites.
No, okay. I'm saying.
How are you saying that?
I'm saying a couple things. I'm saying that the Hyksos just didn't invade and take over. They came in as refugees and had positions of power. We gave them land like Goshen. You know what I'm saying?
No, they took it over.
No, look up Hyksos and Goshen.
Why you keep saying we? Then when I ask you about your Book of the Dead, you say no, I'm not. I'm
talking about Africans. I'm talking about Africans.
Okay, so our Israelites.
The Hyksos conquered Egypt.
Apostle, let me get him real quick. So what qualifies you as an African? How long do you have to live there before you be recognized as African?
And Africa's not a country. Africa's a continent.
Okay,
you claim Africa.
That's what I'm saying. Apostle, I'm trying to get him the answer. Let me get in for about 2 seconds. Then you can come back. I promise you.
Silly.
So what she said, us Africans. So are Israelites Africans?
They became later. They mixed blood. But
we Africans, right?
All right. What did Noah's?
No, hold on. Just answer the question. Are Israelites Africans?
Yeah, they mixed later. I said that. They're mixed people. They came in and mixed with us. A lot of y'all married
Africans. They came in and mixed with you. Is Israel not in Africa?
Bro, y'all are from the stock of Noah. Y'all talk about Noah, and that means y'all.
No, he asked you. He asked you a different question though. Go ahead.
I ask you: is Israel not on the continent plateau of Africa?
Is Israel the country right now?
The country right now. Is that not the country? Is that not the continental plateau of Africa?
Geography says no.
No, geography says yes.
Geography says
the white
yes.
man says no.
Well,
they created the Suez Canal.
If you
just connect the Red Sea. What are you talking about?
If you type in is Israel in Africa, it's gonna say no, but I believe it is in Africa. I'm just giving the facts. You know, I'm good at stuff y'all do.
If Israel is in Africa, then we are Africans too.
It's already fact that
Go ahead, Canaan,
it's already a fact that Canaan is on the tectonic plate of Africa, making it Northeast Africa. If it wasn't for the Suez Canal, the migrations of animals would still be.
Right.
The only reason why you do not see migrations of animals such as lions and all those that's mentioned in the scriptures is because of the Suez Canal.
Suez Canal. They disconnected the Red Sea completely.
Yeah, I said Andrew. My name is Andrew. I said I believe it's in Africa, but I said geography says it's in Asia. That's all I said.
Well, evidently you don't believe that if you said we mixed in later.
No, I'm saying y'all come from Syria. Y'all, the Hyksos are Syrians. We found their bodies.
We're not Hyksos.
Yes, y'all is. Yes, y'all is.
How?
That's the whole argument.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
How?
Hey, we're gonna do a show about it. We're gonna do a show about it, and I'm gonna slam dunk y'all so many times.
So you saying the Hyksos came from Jacob?
Bro, you can. Which Jacob you talking about? You about the one that lived like 400 years?
I'm talking about Abraham's grandson, Isaac's son, Jacob.
Hold up, y'all, real quick.
Was is the Hyksos before Jacob or after Jacob?
I think it was the same time.
They're before Abraham.
JJ, read what you just read. He just read it. He talked about the years and how it messed up with the biblical narrative. He just said that. And you start yelling saying that's not what
he didn't say the Hyksos was Israelites.
No, he said Jacob. He brought up Jacob and the Hyksos and how their times went side by side. Jacob, read the article.
Impossible, man.
He's right here, bro. He can read the same article.
Who's here?
JJ.
JJ did not read what you're saying.
Yeah, the article's in the chat. Hold on, let's read the article. I don't know what he's talking about.
JJ did not read that. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Let me see let me find the article. I posted. Can
I post? Read that article ain't true.
See, look at him.
No, the Hyksos lived before Abraham. Everybody know Abraham is Jacob's grandfather. We know that. Some dumb shit.
Hold up. See that article I got right here? I'm trying to put it in a private chat, then I can share it from right there. Florida Don, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I want to touch on that name Hyksos. Did they come in? Did they come into Kemet with that name, or did the people of Kemet give them? You, sir.
That's a good
question.
Sir.
Are you talking to me? Oh, okay. Well, the Bible says, not the Bible, but the Christians and the Jews say that Jacob was born in the 1700s BCE. So that's what the article was talking about, and it was actually like going into something deeper. It was before. It was the article. You don't have it on your phone? I thought you said you put it in the back.
Yeah, it's in the chat, but I'm trying to get it to put it in the private chat so we can look at it. Can you pull it up? You see it? Can you pull it up for me?
I'm on the phone walking around my job. So that's why I was asking you to do it.
Okay, hold on.
But he came in like right when that was happening, so I don't think he knew what you was reading. That's why I was trying to tell him. He thinks I'm going against him, and I'm like, no, he just read the article.
I don't see when JJ read the article.
Okay. Andrew, can I ask you a question?
As it were, Hyksos is simply the Greek version of an Egyptian title, Heka, consul meaning rulers of foreign lands. So are you saying that the Egyptians were the rulers? I mean, the Israelites were the rulers of the foreign land?
Hold on, JJ.
Did we rule in Egypt?
Hold on, JJ. So the people of Kemet gave them that name.
Right.
So what land? So if they came into the land and ruled, but they gave them that name, what land did they recognize them as ruling before that?
That was a deep question. Say it again.
I see where you're going.
If the people of Kemet gave them the name Hyksos, which means rulers of foreign lands, not rulers from a foreign land, what land did they recognize them as ruling before they came to Kemet?
They were saying like Syrians. They were saying they was up there from where Noah's boat supposed to be landed, and y'all started y'all story over after God drowned everybody. So
But
they
no,
came
hold
back
on.
there.
The people of Kemet are
I just
recognizing
told you.
the people of
It says they
Kemet.
come from Syria, and we got their bones. Fuck
Yeah.
Kemet. We got the DNA from their bones. They're Syrians.
Hey,
They married.
Now we
language.
Syrians, huh? We're Syrians.
Noah's boat landed in Syria, and y'all
That
all
don't
come
make
from
us
him.
Syrians, man.
Oh, you just said the guy Alexandria.
That don't
So
make us
so hold
Syrians.
on. If they were
Syrian is a
Syrians,
modern term.
if they were Syrians, who was their king that was ruling?
Hekakasu. Who is Heka? What is
Syrian is a
Hekakasu?
modern term.
So listen, Hekakasu is
Hekakasu.
what? The main rulers of foreign lands. While
Mm-hmm.
much is misunderstood, we know the Hyksos comprise of small groups of West Asian individuals who ruled northern Egypt, especially the Delta, during the Second Intermediate Period.
Right.
That's the definition of it. So I don't know where.
And what
I'm
they're
just saying.
talking about is down north, not up south.
Oh, he fell off.
It said
Yeah,
these
they're
were
not talking up south. Up south is by the Kilimanjaro, where
Right.
the Nubians are.
These rulers.
Down north is where the Mediterranean Sea is.
Yeah, these rulers were recorded as Egypt's 15th dynasty in the Turan royal canon, the only known king list that documents their existence. For decades, the writers of Ptolemaic Egyptian history, Manetho, influenced the popular and scholarly interpretation of Hyksos, preserved in Josephus Contra Aponium. Manetho, hold on, he coming back. I hear him popping back on. Okay.
So they was recognized as rulers coming into Egypt, right?
Bringing all of this confusion in here, man, and he doesn't recognize that the confusion is in his information that he's bringing, trying to make us into a people that we are not.
Andrew.
All right, go ahead. Then I'm gonna read this article, and then I'm gonna try to put it in the back chat. And then after, I think Apostle wasn't done, and then let Apostle finish, and then Yirmiyahu. I can't pronounce that right, man. How you say that? Because Jeremiah, please say
Jeremiah.
the
Call him Jeremiah.
No, don't call me no
that ain't how
Jeremiah.
he wanted to say it. Yeah, it's
You know what I'm
Jeremiah,
saying?
because Jeremiah, please say the Yah, spell his name like that.
Yirmiyahu is
Yirmiyahu. There you go. I got it.
My bad. Somebody called my phone and knocked me off. My bad.
Yeah. Hold up, Andrew. So, Apostle, was you done?
I'm gonna ram it up right quick. I'm
Okay,
gonna wind it up real quick. The Hikakasu, which is a Greek word.
It's a Greek word.
It's a Greek word.
Hyksos is a Greek word.
Hyksos. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Hyksos is a Greek word. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but Hikakasu is also, but that's okay. We ain't gonna worry about it.
The Ptolemies?
Right. They are Hebrew people born from the loins of our ancestor, Eber, before Abraham. Abraham was called a Hebrew by the Egyptians. Why? Because he crossed over the Euphrates. Period.
Okay.
He's one who crossed over. So Abraham is a Hebrew, but Abraham was not an Israelite.
Or African.
He is the father of Israelites, but he is not an Israelite.
Right.
The Israelite began with his grandson, Jacob. God, the Most High, changed Jacob's name from Jacob to Israel, which in the Hebrew is Yashashala.
Hey, Elder.
Yeah.
I put the link in the chat. Can you share that for me?
I don't see it.
I just put it in there for the definition of Hyksos. It's the last thing that just was shared.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me do this.
Okay.
Let me copy it.
All right. Thank you. And then was you
see
done, Elder?
No.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to wrap this up.
Wrap it up.
Jacob's name was changed to Yashashara. So, which means Israel. Israel is a Greek word. Okay? That's Greek. That's why it's not pronounced Israel with an I. It's pronounced Israel as an E because there's no I in Greek. It's E. Israel.
Is the
We are the
Euphrates?
Israelites.
Is the Euphrates the other side of Syria? Let's say if I'm in Egypt, the other side is Syria, and that's where Noah's boat landed.
That's Syria is a modern term.
I mean,
Wait a
It
minute.
used to be called.
How do Noah's boat got anything to do with Israelites?
Right.
It
Just because where the
That
boat
question
landed,
kind of messed
they
up.
didn't stay there.
I'm just saying.
They spread it out.
That's
from there.
Ham, Shem, and Japheth's fathers. They all spread it out according
Right.
to the
They
biblical
spread it
narrative.
out from there.
All right.
The word
So-
Syria or Sarim is a modern term.
That's true.
So what are you saying?
That's not an ancient term.
Hold up.
You gotta
Andrew,
hold on, man.
Give me, dang.
Yermayahu.
I'm gonna
Yermayahu.
go ahead and yield.
Is that a Syrian name?
Ask the question. Write
I'm
it
gonna
down.
go ahead and yield to
Okay, thank you,
Jeremiah
man.
so I can
All right.
pull this up.
All right,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
gonna talk to Andrew no more than
All
that.
right. So
No more.
let's talk about the Higakasu, right? It means foreign rulers, correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you about Nimrod. Where did Nimrod come from?
I mean, you're going biblical now because y'all didn't even put the book of Enoch in there.
I mean, excuse me. I ain't gonna say Nimrod.
I got my new card.
Narmer.
Narmer. Thank you, Narmer. You own it. Where did Narmer come from?
Well, I mean, it was.
Wait. Dang, hold on, man. My bad. I'm moving too fast. The first question I wanted to ask you: what year was the wheel in Kemet? What year was the chariot wheel was introduced to Kemet?
All right, it's a good question. That's a hard answer because it was different kinds. The one you're referring to would be the 11th dynasty with the Hyksos. They actually brought the dope ass chariots in. But bro, I'm gonna finish talking.
I'm ready to
'cause I'll
share
let
that,
you-
Jay.
Go ahead,
finish talking.
Go ahead,
Thank
Andrew.
you.
Go ahead,
As
Andrew.
far as thank you. As far as the war like wheel with the chariots and the horses. With the war stuff, yeah, that came in the 11th dynasty. But we found some before that, and they were saying with the way that the Nubians erected their pyramids, which actually they have a lot more pyramids in Nubia. They were using wheels for those, and some of those have been found, and you can see the artifacts.
Oh, okay. So you said 11th century. Okay, so
No, I
what
said
year?
11th dynasty.
Excuse me, dynasty. All right. So you cut in that time, but we're gonna let that slide because I cut in. So what year did Narmer unify, or where did Narmer come from, and what year did he unify Kemet?
That goes back to like 3100 BC. That's like pre-dynastic. Like he was before the dynasties. He's right before the first dynasty. So that's pre-dynastic. We're going back.
Mm-hmm. And where did he come from? Where did he come from?
I don't know. I mean, the guy Happy.
You got Sudan. I think they say he comes from Sudan or Uganda. Is one of them.
Well, no. Narmer would have came in during the time where the chariot wheel came into Kemet. Narmer is called the leopard king.
Right.
He is the leopard king. Where's leopards in Kemet? Leopards is not.
What, sub-Saharan?
Say it again.
Are you saying sub-Saharan?
Sub-Saharan. No, I'm not saying sub-Saharan. I'm saying that Narmer would be considered a Hekakasu or a Hyksos because he was a foreign ruler that came and unified Kemet.
It's in sub-Saharan Africa is where leopards come from.
That's what his question was. He said, "Where do leopards come from?" And I said sub-Saharan.
Yeah, I know you did. I'm just verifying.
No, but I'm talking about the Asian leopard, most specifically.
Oh, so you trying to say Narmer was an Asiatic? Is that where we going? You taking a long route to get here.
Yes,
yeah,
that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying Narmer is in fact Nimrod.
Baby, I can't keep talking.
That'll be dope if it was, because I be saying y'all took names and just changed them. That'll be dope.
No, I mean,
listen, when we look at the Torah or the scriptures, we ain't taking nothing. These are oral traditions. Remember, when you look at Shemites and Hamites, we all share the same regions. When you look at all the names, the major names of Shem, you see the major names of Ham specifically. It's like 4 names specifically. But I just wanted to get on that Hekakasu because Nimrod was a foreign ruler. Nimrod is not from Kemet. Can you show me where Nimrod is from Kemet?
You mean Neymar? You Neymar.
I mean, excuse Narmer. Thank you, Torah. Yes,
Yeah,
Narmer.
I say yeah. I mean, bro, my name is Big.
So would Neymar be a Hyksos? Would he be a Hyksos?
Nah, he's from Egypt. This brother's wrong. This brother's wrong.
No, he's not, brother. He's not from Egypt, bro.
Hear me out. Narmer's dad was the Scorpion King. That was Scorpion 2. And he was in Egypt. So he had his kids in Egypt. Like, and bro, look up Scorpion 2. Ancient Egypt is also known as King Scorpion, ruler of the pro-dynastic period of Upper Egypt. He had his kids. His successor is Narmer. He had him in Egypt. Your whole line of questioning falls to the historic narrative. This is big KMT. All I do is teach. Narmer's dad is called Scorpion 2. Look it up on your little phone and have him put it up, and then apologize for trying to say he was a
wait. Okay, I for look it up. Who was Narmer's dad?
Yeah, his name is Scorpion 2. I also call him King Scorpion.
There might be 2 different kings, brother. I never heard of him.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, like, you know what I mean? I don't speak right
now. I'm not saying I'm right.
There was no body. Where's the body of Narmer? Where is the family records of Narmer?
Look where we going now. We're gonna stick with the first question. You just said he wasn't born in Egypt, and now I'm showing you he is.
Nah, that's the dagger right there.
I want you to retract and say no, he was born in Egypt. Take that back so we can move on to the next subject.
No, Narmer was not born in Egypt.
Bro, where's Narmer?
Where's body at? Where's body at?
Okay, Narmer's dad
where's
is Scorpion.
Where's body then?
And
how come they ain't got him buried?
He is the founder of Upper Egypt, and this is right before Narmer.
Where's body at?
Where's the records? No.
Man.
Where's the records at?
It's right here in the museum. Hey, who got the screen? Who's in control? You control the screen, JJ?
Yeah.
Hey, pull up Narmer's
Wikipedia
page. Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, before we do that, we gonna
we got a crush, buddy. Hey, we gotta take the confidence.
Brother, you gotta calm down. You're acting like Jabari. Remember I had an article about the Hyksos. Then we gonna get to Narmer. Remember? Let's go ahead and check that out. Apostle, can you read that? Let's start from the beginning. What Hyksos and all. I promise you, Andrew, we gonna get to it.
I'm just saying, but I can refute what he just said right now. Y'all stop.
It needs to be made bigger. I can't read it.
Listen,
he can't even read.
You can't read it.
It's too small. It needs to be made bigger.
Start from the beginning.
It needs to be made bigger.
If you study or you want the highlighted part.
We need the whole article, bro.
Okay. If you study fake news from ancient Egypt, you will consider the Hyksos a band of nasty, marauding outsiders who invaded and then brutally ruled the Nile Delta until heroic kings expelled them. In fact, the Hyksos had a more diplomatic impact, contributing to progress in culture, language, military affairs, and even introduction of the iconic horse and chariot. The story of these two competing explanations reveals much about ancient Egypt and this mysterious group. Now, didn't I say when Narmer came the chariot, right? So look. It says
Israel lost the war because we didn't have chariots. But go ahead.
Yeah, let's before we do our let's get the article. Then we can build on it.
I think he just finished it.
That ain't the whole article.
I thought he was reading the first part.
Yeah, read the whole article. Y'all want me to read it?
As a word. Hyksos is simply the Greek version of an Egyptian title, Hikakasu, meaning rulers of foreign land and hill countries. While much is misunderstood, we know the Hyksos comprise a small group of West Asians, individuals who ruled from northern Egypt, especially the Delta, during the Second Intermediate Period. These rulers were recorded as Egypt's 15th dynasty in the Turin royal canon. The only known kings list that documents their existence for decades, the writings of the Ptolemies or the Ptolemaic Egyptian historian Necho, influenced the popular and scholarly interpretations of the Hyksos, preserved in Josephus Contra
Egyptos.
No, it says Opinium the first. Manetho presented the Hyksos as a barbaric horde invaders of an obscure race who conquered Egypt by force, concerning destruction and murdering or enslaving Egyptians. This account continued in Egypt texts from the Second Intermediate Period in New Kingdom.
That's. Can we pause right there? What does that mean?
I mean, right there it tells us it's not
Hold on,
Israel.
wait a minute. Is that the whole article? Let me read it, man. Is that,
No,
the whole article? No, I need the whole article read, bro. Come on.
Take the ribbon down.
Bro, can we
Take
read
the
the whole
ribbon down,
article?
JJ.
Oh, my God.
Take that comment down, JJ. I can't see the rest of the.
Oh, my fault. All right, hold up. My fault.
And it needs to scroll down.
Okay, yeah. You got to scroll, Apostle. You running?
I can't scroll it.
You could blow it up,
It's
just
not
can't
allowing
scroll
me
up
to
and
scroll
down.
it.
Take the comment down. You can't take the comment down.
No.
All right, everybody calm down. Let me find the comment.
Yeah, but now he's splitting right now. He's saying what I said.
No, he's not saying
No,
what you're
he's
saying.
not.
Dude.
Bro,
Stop
I'm
it.
What are you talking about?
Apostle, he's just trying to get you riled up. Just chill out.
Yeah,
That's all he's doing.
he's saying against you.
Right.
He's speaking, that article is speaking against you, brother.
He's just trying to get you riled up. Just chill.
As Egyptology developed, years of debate over the extent of destruction and the ethnicity of the Hyksos people transpired. Only in more recent decades have the Hyksos been revealed as small, and that's the whole what's on the.
Oh, you can see. All right, let me finish reading it then. Hold up.
Yeah, he
Where'd you
said
leave
that.
off?
He said from they were known as the invaders until the times of Josephus.
No, so the Israelites. So did the Israelites rule Egypt?
No,
is that what you said?
No, we talking about the
No. You call us Hyksos.
This article is not saying until the time of Josephus.
I'm about to mute you. Hold up, man.
The time of Josephus.
From Manetho to Josephus, that's what everybody thought. That's what he's saying. That he just read it. He can read it again. He read it greatly. I wish y'all had a bomb to drop, because that's what Andrew the student been saying the whole time.
No, you're not. Okay, hold up. Andrew the student. Let me read the goddamn article.
Andrew the student is a lying ass.
Okay. I'm finna read the article.
Elder, you can't talk like that, Elder.
Yeah,
hold up,
I can't. When you lying like you lying,
right?
yes,
You lying, bro. Hold up, man. It's okay. I'm gonna read the whole goddamn article. I don't know where you left off at, Jimmy Yahoo.
I left off where it says, I'm gonna go back to the beginning. It says, as Egyptology developed, years of debate over the extent of destruction and the ethnicity.
I got you. All right, bet. It says, as Egyptology developed, years of debate over the extent of destruction and the ethnicity of the Hyksos people transpired. Only in more recent decades have the Hyksos been revealed as a small group of rulers. Only recently, only recently have the Hyksos been revealed as a small group of rulers and not a population or ethnic group. All right. This comes from the University of California, Los Angeles by Daniel.
And you saying that article is saying what you said?
It's not saying what. Let me finish, Apostle, because he just sitting there running his goddamn pork chop. You still eat pork chop, don't you, Andrew?
Yeah, he eat pork chop. You can tell because he's a lion.
All right. Oh no, I got him on mute. My fault. Hold up.
My fault.
Yeah, I don't eat pork. Come on, I follow Torah like y'all. But it
Oh,
says
what you talking about, man?
I
All
don't
right,
eat
so
shellfish or nothing. Listen, it says for decades, the writings of the Ptolemaic Egyptian historian Manetho influenced the popular and scholarly interpretations of the Hyksos. It was preserved in Josephus' Contra Apium. Manetho
Brother,
presented the
can I finish reading the article?
Yeah, I'm reading it. I'm reading the article that you're reading.
But you don't understand it.
Fam, you.
All right, hold on.
You don't understand it.
Yeah, hold on. Let me finish reading it. I don't know what he twisting it up. Yeah. Okay, let's start it over. Because this is where it's going to get you, Andrew. I'm going to unmute you so you can just let me read it, and then you read it, and then I read it. How about that? All right.
Thank you. I'm reading right under the purple.
Okay, let me go first. Can I go first? It says, if you study fake news from the ancient Egypt, you probably consider the Hyksos as a band of nasty, marauding outsiders who invaded them brutally, ruled the Nile Delta until heroic kings expelled them. In fact, the Hyksos had a more diplomatic impact, contributed to the process of culture. So did we so you must be saying the Israelites, we did we do the culture? Did we impact them in military affairs and introduction of horse and chariot? Did we do that?
Yeah, you talking
Don't
about
even answer yet. Don't even answer yet. The story of these two brother.
That's the apostle saying that. I ain't say shit.
Okay.
I was just over talking you, man, to keep you from saying anything.
That's JJ
You
talking about
over
talking me.
Okay. The story of these two competing explanations reveal much about the ancient Egypt and this mysterious group. As a word, Hyksos is simply the Greek version of the Egyptian title Heka Kasut, meaning rulers of foreign land. Let's stop there. When did the Israelites rule Kemet? Don't even answer.
Never.
See what I'm saying? Come on, bro. You gonna let me go? You just
I want to finish. I want to finish.
You're gonna make up a lie. We never ruled Egypt.
You know what? God damn, man. Hold up, man. I got to mute both of y'all for a second. All I'm saying is, let me finish the article. I'm gonna read it fast. Then y'all can write your points down, and then I'll mute both of y'all. Can we? I mean, come on, man. Let's keep it civil. That's all I'm trying to do.
I know. You asked me a direct question. I thought you wanted to answer. My bad.
No, that's rhetorical. So are you saying? I'm gonna let you answer. Did the Israelites rule Egypt?
The historical record says yes.
What historical record?
The one he's reading from right now, sir.
No, that does not say that.
It don't say that. Okay, let's keep it reading. Let him. After I read it, everybody can do their own interpretation of the article.
I just want you to read the part under the purple where it talks about what I said this whole conversation, and I'll mute up and wait for you to get to that part. Then I'm gonna celebrate like I did when the first young man read it. But go ahead.
All right. Now, the Hyksos had a more diplomatic impact, contributing to process in the culture of language, military affairs, and any introduction to the iconic horse and chariot. When did the Israelites introduce? Now, this is for you to answer after I get done reading. Introduce the horse and chariot. That's one. The story of these two competing explanations reveal much about ancient Egypt and this mysterious group. I can take this off the screen since y'all can't see it, right? I can just read it. It's in the chat, y'all, if y'all want to see it. All right.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah. As a word, Hyksos is simply the Greek version of the Egyptian title Heka Kasut, meaning ruler of foreign lands, hill countries, which much is misunderstood. We know the Hyksos comprise a small group of West Asian individuals who ruled northern Egypt, especially the Delta, during the Second Intermediate Period. Okay, then hold up. Now, just write this down. Can you tell me when was the Second Intermediate Period? Just when it's your turn. All right. These rulers were recorded as Egypt's 15th dynasty in the Turin royal canon, the only known kings list that documents their existence. For decades, the writers of the Ptolemaic Egyptian history, Manetho, influenced the popular and scholarly interpretation of Hyksos, preserved in Josephus' Contra Apium. Manetho, how you pronounce that? Apium. Manetho presented the Hyksos as a barbaric horde, invaders of an obscure race who conquered Egypt by force, causing destruction and murdering and enslaving Egyptians. This account continued in Egyptian texts from the Second Intermediate Period and the New Kingdom. As Egyptology.
That's what I just said. Go ahead.
I mean, brother.
What that got to do with Israel?
No,
Nothing.
It don't. Just let him. I mean, I don't know why he
It
booming
has
about.
not. They ain't mentioned Israel's
He
name.
ain't said nothing about Israel. All right, let's keep it going. Oh man. Okay, as Egyptology developed years of debate over the extent of destruction and the ethnicity of the Hyksos people transpired. Only in more recent decades have the Hyksos been revealed as a small group of rulers and not a population or ethnic group. The research that led to this new image began in 1966 when the Austrian Academy of Sciences opened the still ongoing excavation of Tel Adad, ancient Avaris, or Hawat Warat, and identified the site as a Hyksos capital. Along the nearby archaeological investigation, it became apparent that no sound evidence supported the invasion tale. Instead, the excavations at Tel Adad demonstrated that immigrants from Southwest Asia, the Levant, had been relocating to the eastern Nile Delta for centuries, and with this immigration peaking in the mid-12th dynasty through the early Second Intermediate period, excavations of religious architecture, deities, burial practices, food, and artifacts such as weapons and toggle pins all indicated a large population of West Asian individuals. In fact, many of these elements combine Egyptian practices with that of the immigrants, suggesting Tel Adad was a culturally blended community featuring intermarriage and peaceful coexistence. You see what I'm saying? Several West Asian individuals were even officials in the Middle Kingdom, ladies and gentlemen, kings, you see, overseeing trade in the Near East and lucrative mining expeditions to the Sinai Peninsula. Rather than the invasion, it appears that as centralized authority of Egyptian kings declined, elites at Tel Adad increased their local power. See, the Egyptians fell off. See, by their local power until by a coup or simply a slow, peaceful process. See, Jabari, you sitting up there running your goddamn ham hock eating lips. They took the Hekakasut title and became kings in their own right, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Now, this
Which
last
one of our
paragraph.
kings? Hold on, Jake. Which one of our kings ruled in Egypt?
No, come on, man.
Which one?
We was gone. We wasn't even in there.
He's talking about
All
the biblical narrative. We talk about history.
During
He's
this
reading
rule,
history.
Hyksos
I'm
kings were
talking history, brother. Go ahead, man.
He just told you
to
history.
come on the panel. I think somebody trying to come on. Hold up, hold up. Come on, y'all. Y'all can't get the whole paragraph. I mean, article. I'm almost done. I know I read kind of slow. All right, now during the rule, you write down your little rebuttals and all that. Andrew the student and Elder. All right. During the rule, Hyksos kings were constantly renegotiating their identities as a somebody else coming on. Okay,
No, I just cleared that.
Okay, thank you. And then as the context demanded, emphasizing Egyptian traditions or their West Asian origins. They adopted elements of Egyptian kingship, including royal titles, thrones, and names, hieroglyphic inscriptions, scribal activity, and worshiping of the Egyptian pantheon. Yet they maintained their unusual Hekakasut title with their Semitic, Aramaic personal names, and the major monuments of their capital city was unmistakably Near Eastern in architectural style. They also melded Egyptian administrative structures with tribal approaches of Aramaic groups like those of the Middle Bronze Age sites of Mari and Quanta. Their recent discoveries of fragments of a cuneiform tablet in the palace of Avaris indicate the Hyksos remain a diplomatic contact with the highest Amorite networks, in this case, the old Babylonian dynasty of Hammurabi. Hold on, one more last paragraph. Y'all can get it in.
Hammurabi was an Israelite too, I guess.
Hold up, man. Later in the second period, the native Egyptian kings ruling the south from Thebes, the 17th dynasty, began a campaign to expel the Hyksos. The mummy of Sarcophagus, I guess that's the one that talked to Jabari, y'all in English, was discovered riddled with battle wounds, including a fatal axe strike on the forehead and the forensicality matches a West Asian style axe.
Thank you.
The next. Oh, well, I don't know
That
what
was
you think.
Jeremiah. That's good. That was Jeremiah.
Oh, okay. I mean, but everybody, just hold up. The next Theban king, Kamos, erected multi-stellates at Karnak Temple, recording his own campaign, further vilifying the Hyksos or propaganda rhetoric. These stelae referring to the Egyptian conquest of several cities. He's up there lying, y'all, including the protracted siege of Avaris itself.
Damn
Records
shame.
of Carmel ceased after the third regional year, and his brother and son Amos took up the campaign. The autobiography of Amos, son of Ibana, a soldier under Amos and later kings, recorded the destruction of Avaris and expulsion of the Hyksos. But no solid evidence support this, y'all. None at all. You see, the Egyptians have been lying this whole time. Talking about you wiped us off the face of the earth and all this whole now. You've been lying. They've been lying, y'all. They ain't cocking nothing. You see what I'm saying? We didn't catch you in a lie. We didn't caught them, the apostle. They've been lying. See, Jabari, you ain't tell us about all this right here, man. You must read this article. Hold on, let's keep it going. All right. Now, West Asian population continued to live there in the into the new kingdom, raising questions about how many people were actually expelled. See, you're making up stuff, man.
To indigenous black man.
Okay, regardless.
Joseph was. Let me say this right quick. The indigenous black man. You can go ahead. He's talking about Joseph ruled. Yeah, Joseph ruled second.
Yeah, Joseph said so. One of y'all still in his topic. Wait. He said one of y'all still in his talking points. It ain't me, so I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, I don't know what he's talking about either.
I don't know.
He always saying somebody's stealing his talking points. We know Joseph.
You and Andrew must be stealing his talking points.
Joseph, not Israel, but Joseph.
I'm ready to respond.
Joseph.
Let me respond, JJ, because I think what you just read the whole article, and I think it's time.
No, it ain't the whole article. I still got more. Look, I still got. It's like a paragraph left, and it's got the sources. If y'all just let me finish that, then we can get it in.
And nothing about Israel.
It ain't nothing about Israel I've heard so far.
He's talking about the Hyksos, but
wait a minute though. What I wanted to point out, JJ, that you said that one of the kings is from West Asia, who is from Babylon.
Right.
He is also known as a Hekakasu. Now, according to the biblical narrative, Nimrod stems from Babylon. I just wanted to. So I'm gonna close that right there and let JJ get back to the article.
Right.
Would Nimrod be earlier than this?
Yeah, way earlier. You know y'all.
No.
Nimrod before Noah, bro. You tripping?
How was Nimrod before Noah? You sound silly. Nimrod will be around the same time as Narmer. When the West Asians came into Egypt, the first rulers of Egypt were West Asians, Southwest Asians, the Babylonians, who are Cushites. These are all Cushites. These are all black folks from Syria or from Assur, which is Assyria, Babylon to the Nile Valley. All these are Cushite peoples. So it's no such thing. You talk about Noah. Get your history right, historian.
Okay, yeah, I'm at the last paragraph, y'all. Then we go.
Yeah, let me go in. I like how y'all let people jump in and talk to me, but I can't.
Well, go ahead, jump in, family. I ain't gonna do that. Go ahead.
Thank you. My biggest point is that they're talking about Avaris, and they're talking about stuff that happened around the same time as the Israelites. The big part is Avaris. Official name before Avaris was Goshen. Who gave y'all Goshen? You know you lived in Goshen. And when you go in Goshen, that's Avaris, where the Hyksos is from. Now, what he's talking about Nimrod, and a lot of those books ain't even canonized. So take that uncanonized trash out of here. We talking about like real life. I'm not talking about people that live 400, 500 years old and stuff. Like, and they built the tower and God changed everybody's language. We talking about real life.
But you said Nimrod was before
I misspoke.
Yeah. All right. I got one more paragraph. Now, see, I let you get it in. See, I ain't gonna do that. You're right. All right. Here at the Elder Yara Project in the Lions Den, we let everybody speak. This ain't like Frankieville over there. You see, Don't let Jabari come on, man. He holding his goddamn hand, got his hand in his pocket. Hey, they got their feet, they doing footsies under the goddamn table and everything. You see, it's a love fest when them two come on. All right. Now, despite these conflicts between reality and the official record, the rule of the Hyksos and the immigrants from which they arose affected New Kingdom culture, language, military, and even conceptions of what is meant to be an Egyptian king. This notable period was marked by the influx of new technologies into Egypt, from the horse and chariot to glass manufacturing. You see, the Hyksos influence also set precedents for the international diplomacy that was followed in the Amarna letters. See, Jabari, when you run over here talking about the Hyksos was invaders and nomads, upgrade your information. Upgrade your information, because all you're trying to do is say, yeah, the Hyksos did this and these are the Israelites. See, you got to upgrade this old outdated information you got going, bro. This is why when we tell you about it, you have cognitive dissonance and you don't want to accept it. Just like he running around here talking about the retainer sacrifices didn't happen. And then I show him that it happened in 0 dynasty through 1 dynasty, and he still can't accept it. That's the arrogance, bro. You want to sit up there,
go ahead and finish so we can go.
Little hand like this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Let me give you an example. Wait a minute.
Okay.
You want to sit up there with your legs crossed and your little Greek paddle where you got your online degree from Schomburg University and all that. You ain't go to no court. Then you sit up there. Hold on, I got to get my bald head like him. Yeah, hey, the fact of the matter is, guys, and all that old proper talk. No, deal with your people. All that old.
That's right, JJ. That's right, JJ.
Yeah, but he deal with the people. He sound like me.
Look, nobody. Come on, man. Yeah, he got you sitting up there. Hope he ain't got you sitting up there 65. Look, like no real man cross the goddamn. We sit like this or like this.
Hey.
He all up here like.
Deal with Andrew the student in the building. Andrew the student in the building. Deal with me. Y'all fighting ghosts. You
this
fighting
whole thing is about Jabari. Come on, man. Look at this, man. That make me look more important because I'm sitting like this. No, it make you look like a little sissy fairy.
Andrew the student
real man
is sitting up here trying to convince us that the Hyksos are Israelites.
All right, let me finish the last paragraph. Okay, I'm almost done, y'all.
No article says that. The article says the opposite of that. And he can't even accept that.
He's reading an editorial. It's not even an article. It's an editorial. It starts
out what he's reading is not saying what you said.
Hold up.
I'm going to respond and we're going to get to that
paragraph. I'm down to the last paragraph.
You've been reading for 30 minutes.
Come on, y'all. I'm down to the last paragraph.
And nothing said anything about Israel.
All right, hold up. Down to the last.
We're talking about the Hyksos.
This is what I'm about to do. This is what I'm about to do for y'all. This is what I'm about to do till I read the last paragraph. Now JJ wrong? No, he not wrong. No, I'm gonna mute y'all. Just chill, man. I don't like muting people. All right, that's some other shit. All right, now this is the last paragraph. Despite these conflicts between reality and the official record, the rule of the Hyksos. Hold up, baby. Hold on, let me turn it off. The camera off. So you're gonna come through. Now, okay. Despite these conflicts. Okay, hold up. Let me go because she's on the phone. Hold up, because they can't hear. Oh, yeah? Okay, cool. All right. Now, they couldn't hear you. All right, hold up, baby. Despite these conflicts between reality and the official record, the rule of the Hyksos and the immigrants from which they arose affected the New Kingdom culture, language, and military, and even conception of what is meant to be an Egyptian king. This notable period was marked by the influx of new technologies into Egypt. From the horse and chariot glass, the Hyksos influence was set precedents for the international diplomacy that was followed in the Amarna letters, and many believe the Hyksos spurred the New Kingdom imperial expansion. Further research of the Hyksos and their important contributions will illuminate the broader history of the civilization of ancient Egypt. Now, this is recommended reading. You can go to Traces of Foreign Settlers in the Archaeological Record of Tel Adad and Intercultural Contacts in the Ancient Mediterranean. And that's on page 127 through 48. Here go the sources. Avaris, the capital of Hyksos, recent excavation, Tel Adad, London, British Museum Press. Where did the Hyksos come from and where did it go? The second intermediate period, current research, future prospects, edited by Marcel Marcri, 139 through 181. Orientala Lavincia and Telete, 192. Here, let me give you another one. Defining the Hyksos, a reevaluation of the title and its implications for Hyksos identity, Journal of the American Research Council in Egypt, 53, to page 203 to 221. Entangled in Orientalism, how the Hyksos became a race, Journal of Egyptian History, page 45 through 72. I got two more for you since you just said it's just an article. I'm naming the sources. I don't understand when you give them the sources. Just an article. No, it's not.
No,
I'm
you
giving
good.
you to go look it up.
Let
Two
us
more,
know
y'all.
what's
I promise I'm going to be quiet. I've been going for 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to shut up. All right. Tombs and burial customs of Teledad during the late Middle Kingdom and Second Intermediate Period. Edited by Marcel Marcri, page 192. 127 through 138. And the last one, the Hyksos New Historical and Archaeological Perspectives, University Museum, Monograph 96, Philadelphia University Museum, and University of Pennsylvania. Those are places where you can find this information. This is not just what he said, just an article, because it gives you where you can find this out. Now, go ahead, Elder, and then we're going to let Andrew the student get in, and then Yahoo. Go ahead.
Andrew the student.
Don't ask him a question. He's going to jump in on your time. So
yeah, I know. I got him. That article, the whole article's been read. It's been cited, scholarship. So it basically lets us know that nowhere in the article does it associate the Hyksos with Israelites. Number one, we did not use chariots. That's the reason why we lost the battle in AI, because they had chariots and they ran us down. And the Most High allowed it. Okay? But we were not a force ever to use chariots. We didn't start having kings over us. Saul was our first king. Saul came about, what, BC 12? If David was BC 10, 11, Saul came about BC 11. If David was BC 10, and then Israel divided in BC 8 under Solomon's rule, or about that time, sometime right in there. Solomon was our third king.
Rehoboam, but
then then we became a divided nation. Assyria took the northern tribe into captivity, and Babylon took Judah into captivity. And we left Babylon captivity, went into Medo-Persia captivity. From Medo-Persia captivity, we went into Greek captivity. From Greek captivity, we went into Roman captivity. All right? And been dispersed since 70 AD. Been dispersed. No kingdom in the four corners of the earth. Getting by. And then now, our last captivity here in America. Our last captivity. We haven't ruled since Babylon. So when did we rule in Egypt? Ever. Never.
Never.
At best, under Joseph, our forefather, who was sold into Egypt, who rose in prominence under the Pharaoh that found favor in him.
All right, it's on me now.
So then Joseph died.
We're almost done, family.
Almost done. Joseph died. And the scripture states clearly, then there arose a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph, came on the scene after Joseph. and enslaved us. Period. He enslaved us. He said, let us deal wisely with them, which led to the Exodus and us leaving and their soldiers following and drowning in the Reeve Sea, not Red Sea, Reeve Sea, where the chariots are still underwater to this day. Period. And I'm done.
Good job, man. Good job. Good job, Elder. Let me get in here.
All right, hold on. Let's let Andrew, the student, the Lions Den People champ, get it in. He did take it from the quarry. Hold up.
Thank you.
Get you up here.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead,
All right,
champ.
good. All right, so thank you, Elder. I like what he said, and I don't got no gripes with it. I understand his belief, and I rock with him. You know what I'm saying? But what we were talking about was the historical record. We was talking about Manetho, and that's the reason this all came up with the Hyksos being Israel. Manetho says the Egyptian priest Manetho and Shemaron, which JJ was up here talking about earlier with brother Yara, they both say that the Hyksos are Israelites. That's what they say. They talk about Moses changing his name to Moses and being chased to Canaan. That's what they talked about. Now, the article you read talked about that being the popular opinion of everybody until Josephus wrote against Apion. It says Apion, it says a different name, but the letter was against Apion because Apion said the same thing. They all said that the Hyksos were Israelites. Josephus' whole basis of writing was to say that no, the Hyksos are not the Israelites. I brought up the point that he wrote to Manetho 300 years later. Manetho had been dead. It's like George Bush writing to Abraham Lincoln. It's like that was the popular opinion of the world until Josephus was that the Israelites were Hyksos. They even had Moses' original name and talk about him changing his name to Moses. That's multiple historical writings saying that. Okay? And they all can be found in Josephus because he tears them down one by one, saying that no, we're not a tribe of leapers that left with a crazy priest named Osiroth that changed his name to Moses. That's why we keep saying the Hyksos are the Israelites, because the people back in 300 BC said they were. That's called a primary. They said it, and Josephus wrote against them. Okay, now we have more facts now because we didn't even know what Arvarus was when Josephus was writing about it, but we found it, and they found that the name of Arvarus, his first name was Goshen, and that's why I keep bringing it up because in the Bible, who gives the Pharaoh gives who the land of Goshen? Y'all be beating that Bible upside. I know you know the answer. This is big KMT. Oh, Goshen is Arvarus. And if that's the case, then we know who y'all are. So when I call the Hyksos Israelites, I am quoting historians that was born before the coming era. That's called a primary. So when he reads that to you and says that everybody believed this until Josephus, that's why I kept saying bow. I'm telling you, that's what everybody felt. Everybody said, yo, them niggas, it's Hyksos. Until Josephus came and wrote about it 300 years later. That's so clear. Now, to my good brother that brought up Narmer, talking about Narmer is Semitic, fam, disrespect. He's big African. His daddy was the Scorpion King.
Okay, source it up. Source it up.
Hold on, you next. You next.
Yeah.
Let him get it out. I want everybody to get it out.
His dad was the Scorpion King, Scorpion the Second. His stele was found in Upper Egypt, and you know Upper Egypt is southern Egypt. So this ain't even the North Levant people y'all be trying to rep. Nah, his dad was from Upper Egypt, which is south. His dad is all he has to do is type in Narmer on Wikipedia, look at Narmer's dad. It's gonna say Scorpion 2. He was the leader of Dynasty 0. This is pre-dynastic. That his dad and his dad is Scorpion the Second. So guess what happens when you look up Scorpion the Second's dad? What happens then? You find another ruler in Upper Egypt. Narmer is big Africa. Ain't got nothing to do with the Semitics. The Semitics don't come down until we get to talking about y'all crossing over the Euphrates, which is right there in Syria, and y'all cross yourselves over, just like the book said. Your boat landed on Mount Sinai. Where Mount Sinai at? Syria, and then y'all came on down. it also talks about how y'all wasn't destructive, how y'all came in as refugees and found work and wives. That sounds a lot like Abraham and Joseph and everybody else that carried their nomadic tribes into our city, into Africa. Y'all couldn't even grow nothing. You lived in tents. We gave y'all grain, showing y'all how to rock. And we didn't even meet y'all until the 12th dynasty. 12. 1, 2, 12. We've been out here. We got here talking about numbers is pre-dynastic, and we meet y'all later, and y'all still nomads. We already have buildings and everything. So, like, put some respect on what y'all talking about. And when you get mad about the Hyksos being Israelites, you need to get mad at Menito. You need to get mad at Apion. You need to get mad at Sharam, not Andrew. And these people all back in 300 BC. Big KMT smashing all your facts. Now look up Scorpion 2 because I want that young man to apologize and retract
All right,
his
let me
statement.
respond to it.
Hold on, Apostle. Hold on, write it down real quick.
The little guy.
He responded to
No,
me. I
Yirmiyahu
gotta
next.
respond to him.
Hold
Let
up.
the little guy respond.
Hold up. Yirmiyahu, can Apostle respond on your time? And you, he might.
Nah,
I mean, he responded to me, so I gotta respond. I don't need 3 seconds.
But Apostle, can you write it down? Will you respond? Because somebody else is next in line.
It won't be the no, I can't write it down. My right hand is in the left.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I can't write.
You know, he kind of older. He can't remember as good as
I
us.
can't write.
Go ahead, Elder.
All right. My point is, I don't care what somebody wrote. We do know then that source is a lie.
Oh, goodness.
Reverend Josephus now corrects it or not. We know the Hyksos, looking at it now, are not Israelites. We know that. I don't care what an article says.
Just leave it out there, bro.
People write articles all the time.
So when it don't agree with you, you say that.
Stop. Half of them are not peer reviewed. So just because an article says it, just because somebody wrote it in the year 300 BC, we know today the Hyksos are not Israelites. Because in order for an Israelite, you had to have been born through Jacob.
Facts.
Jacob.
Facts.
And the Hyksos are not a descendant of Jacob. We know that. So nothing else matters. It doesn't matter. Now, either you realize that, and if you believe, after Josephus, you say corrected it, that the Hyksos are Israelites, then you just believe a lie. You believe stupidity. You believe a lie. Period.
All right, let the young man go. We got you.
All right, Elder. Let's let Yirmiyahu get it in for a second. I'm gonna get it in for a couple minutes.
Yeah, let him get it in. I want to hear what he got to say.
So I just want to say, first, you said that Avaris was known as Goshen, right? Now, we know according to Torah, we was given a piece of Goshen. We was given a piece of Goshen from the Pharaoh, right? Because he favored Joseph, and he gave Joseph's family some land.
Oh, shit.
That lets us know right there, we didn't come in invading. We wasn't ruling anything. So that just killed the whole notion of us being Hyksos in that itself. Because according to the biblical narrative, we was given a piece of Goshen because of the famine. Now, if we were invaders, why would we be coming in, on a favor? The Hyksos say come in. And then second, you talk about Narmer. I'm gonna need you to pull up the source because I have a source that speaks on Narmer and it don't say nothing what you saying. I have a source from the 1900s, early 1900s. I don't have my book with me.
But it's an easy one because he can just pull up Narmer on Wikipedia and type his
We,
and
we
click
don't
on the
need
Father.
we don't need Wikipedia. We got books. One thing about us Israelites,
So you
us
got we on the,
Hebrew,
bro.
us
We on the
Hebrew
computer.
Israelites, bro. Us Hebrew Israelites.
Understood. He didn't interrupt you, sir.
Go ahead, my bad. I'm just saying we on the computer.
Just
Though.
write.
We
Just
on the
write it
computer.
down. See what you
I
just
got
got to
you.
write it down. Then when it's your turn, and you before the
Okay.
Don's next.
Okay.
Right. And I'm a land right here. I'm gonna need you to source up. I'm gonna need you to source that up because
that's easy. I got
we
you.
We don't see chariots of war until Narmer's present. Now, the source JJ read to us said that the Hikakasu or the Hyksos were what? West Asian. West Asia, which is technically Southwest Asia. Babylon.
Syria.
Babylon. And so, and one more thing. Narmer wouldn't have been Semitic. According to the biblical text, and as we know in history, that all that land down there, plus Ethiopia or across the Nile Valley, was known as Cush. So you had Semitics and Cushites coming into Kemet. And I land right there.
All right. Hey, Babylon's in Syria, just to help him out.
Yeah. Yeah, Babylon is in Syria. Iraq or something like that.
No, time out. Babylon is not in Syria. Babylon is in Saudi Arabia, my brother. Babylon is in Saudi Arabia.
It's in Iraq and Syria, but that's fine.
No, it's Saudi Arabia.
Okay, let's let Florida Don get it in.
Yeah, Shalom. I fell off, so did we ever establish, did the Hyksos call themselves that, or was that a title simply given by the people of Kemet? I had fell off. I
Well,
didn't hear
from
the
the
answer.
source we read it, it came from the people of Kemet, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
and they kept it. They kept it. When we look in Arvis, we see the word Hyksos written with their name. It's a guy named let's pull it up so we can speak facts. Because that's a great question, brother. Because they took on the name themselves and like rocked with it.
Okay, so when the people of Kemet gave them that name, did they recognize them as rulers coming to their land, or were they saying that they were rulers from a foreign land?
They were saying, oh, they were foreigners that ruled the land. They came in like refugees. Their population kind of started to rise, and then they took over. But they didn't take over the whole thing. They only took over the half of Egypt. You know, it's upper and lower. They didn't have both hats. You got to have both hats to have upper and lower Egypt, like Norma did. The Hyksos only had one hat, which means they only had one side of Egypt. That's why it's called the intermediate period.
So some refugees came into Kemet and gained the title as rulers from foreign land. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, in the 11th dynasty, they took over. We got the people that kicked them out. It talks about the battle. We got some of the things that he was asking about, the chariots. We got the bow and arrows. We got the mummy of
So
the
these
battlefield.
refugees, did these refugees bring all this technology into Kemet?
Say it again.
These refugees, did they bring this technology into Kemet?
Yeah, when it came to the war chariot, yeah, I mean, we had it, but we didn't have it like them. You know what I'm saying? And we had just gotten to fight with the Libyans and the Sea People, so we was kind of
Okay.
weakened, and then they took over that part. But it was kind of like a
Okay.
coup. It's kind of like if you take over Texas and Louisiana. They didn't have the whole country; they just had a stronghold until our folks
Okay.
came in and kicked them out.
Right. Now let's make sense of this. Refugees. We know we see refugees coming into America fleeing from war zones today, right?
Yeah.
You telling me a group of refugees came into the most powerful kingdom on the earth at that time, and they had more advanced technology than the people of Kemet, just being refugees?
Yeah, well, they weren't okay. When we say refugees, we got to realize that they came in like 10th dynasty as refugees. They took over 12th dynasty, so they had been there for quite a while. And yeah, they had superior warship. until we had to go get the
So
Nubians to
so
get them
why
out of there.
how would you be a refugee? Refugee mean you fleeing from battle, or you trying to escape something, right?
Well, I mean, no, we can say migrants. They migrated. They were nomadic people that we gave Goshen to, and they went down there and made a stronghold, and then we had to go to war with them to get them out. Uh-oh, what happened?
I'm still here. You
Oh,
hear me?
okay. Yeah, I hear you now. You went out for a
Yeah.
second.
Okay.
I
It,
went out. I was
let's
trying to look something up. Okay, so I'm gonna look. Y'all keep going.
okay.
So yeah,
So
you're
let
asking great questions.
yeah, I know. So we're talking about a nomadic people that had advanced technology, right?
Not at first. Can we speak correctly? They
Okay,
didn't
where
come.
did they
They didn't come
go?
in. They came in. They came in like torn down. Like we gave them land so they can settle in. They were settlers, and we gave them land to settle in, and they took that land over. Just that land. They didn't take
Eh,
over like Luxor. They didn't take over Karnak. They didn't take over Heliopolis. I can't even say that word. They took over
Okay.
Argos. They took over where they
Okay.
were.
Okay, y'all gave these refugees this land to be nice to them. And they took that little piece of land and they grew this advanced technology with just that little bit of land y'all gave them, right?
Yeah, and we probably would have beat them, but we had just got out of war with the Libyans and the Sea People. So if you look at the war between the Libyan and the Sea People, and then look at the Hyksos, it's like back to back to back. It's like getting in
Yeah,
front row.
but you got to slow down, brother. How did they get more advanced technology coming into Kemet? How did their technology outdo the people of Kemet? How did
I
they
wouldn't
even
say
get? Go ahead.
it was really just they fashioned the wheel into a war chariot. We use that shit for carrying shit. These niggas put horses on it and built like crazy. You know what I'm saying?
So
And
Kemet all
let me finish. And
go ahead.
also, we didn't like lose the war. The article he talked about is that it became almost diplomatic that their warriors were so strong that we said, look, y'all can just have Argos, but they couldn't take if they had better technology, they would have took up over Upper and Lower Egypt. That didn't
Right.
happen.
I'm
That
just
didn't
trying to
happen
I'm
because
trying to lay
I
out
know,
all the
I know.
pieces.
I got to make sure you understand that the superior technology wasn't enough to take over Egypt. So I need you to say that right. They were able to take
But
over
the
a
people of
part of
Kemet,
Egypt.
but the people of Kemet gave them the title rulers from a foreign land that you just said, right?
Yeah, they took. We're saying the same thing. They didn't take over all of Egypt. They took over that part, and then Ahmose kicked them out and unified both lands, Upper and Lower Egypt. And he wears two hats. The people you talking about never had two hats. That's very
Okay, brother.
important. They didn't have two
But
crowns.
the point I'm trying to make is some refugees came into Kemet, had created better technology than the people of Kemet, and got the title from the people of Kemet as rulers from the foreign land. So to me, it ain't adding up. They had to be more than just refugees. Second of all, you can't name another nation on the earth that has advanced technologies and they're nomads. When you got an advanced technology, you got a city state. You got a set foundation where you live at. No nomadic people had advanced technology, unless you can prove me wrong on that.
You said
So
no
what I'm saying is,
nomads. Yeah.
you there's no nomadic people that had advanced technology. You don't be a nomad with advanced technology. That's just like saying America, we all nomads. No, we ride around in Teslas and stuff. We got a city state where we're established at. So it's not adding up that these were nomads that y'all gave some land to and they got greater technology and y'all end up calling them rulers over y'all and they end up conquering y'all. There had to be something greater before they got there.
Yeah. I think he fell off, Florida Don. We've been
Oh, he
on for
fell off?
5 hours. I think El Yara, he went to work. So any last statements? I think he want to come on. We're gonna get up out of here with the Cosmon B ceremony remix starring JJ 7000. You know what I'm saying? You know, oh Osprey, we ain't forgot about you. We gotta stay on their neck too. But Jabari, you about as bad as old Osprey, though. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. And Top Cat. Top Cat, you are an idiot. A bona fide idiot. Yeah, Top Cat. Yeah, I went on his platform yesterday. Matter of fact, later on today, I'm gonna do some. I'm gonna do a show about him. You know, I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna show y'all when I went on his platform how he said he's the top debater in the community. You had one debate with Gorilla Hebrew, bro. That's it. That's your resume. Talking about everybody should pay $50 a piece to see him speak. Come on, man. But go Florida. You want to say anything else? If not, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this 5-hour show up.
Yeah, we can wrap it up. I was just wanted to chop it up with the brother. It looked like he fell off.
Yeah. He still ain't getting the article what it said though. They don't say nothing about unless he can show the Israelites ruled Kemet. I mean, he kind of off. I mean, that's just my understanding from the article. What you
Yes,
think
because
about that?
he basically saying the Israelites came there and outdid the people of Kemet to the point to where they had to kick us out.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I'm kind of. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we you all ISP clowns. We ain't forgot about y'all. Y'all say we biased. We don't play y'all music and all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, we gonna be unbiased. We're gonna play some of y'all music. So here we go. Here we go. Let me find it. Here we go. Everybody hit that like, share, and subscribe to El Yara Project. And Andrew, we finna get up out of here. Hold up, family. Hold up. Let me cancel. I think you say your closing statements real quick. Then we finna get up out of here. Let me unmute you. Okay, go ahead.
What's good? My bad. Every time somebody call my phone, they kick me out.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
But I just want to say,
go ahead. Yeah.
That's cool. I just want to say, bro has some good questions. I look forward to those type of conversations where we can really like get in the weeds and figure out what exactly are we saying. So I would like to all of y'all going live later or tomorrow.
I'm going live later.
You gonna be on the Lions Den?
For sure. Lions Den or JJ7K TV. It depends. Either or.
Yeah, send me a link because his questions are valid as hell. And it makes me say things that I normally wouldn't say because he's asking direct questions. So it's good for people to hear like direct answers. And the stuff they can easily type in themselves. They can type in Norman on Wikipedia. They can click who his daddy is. It says the Scorpion King #2. They can Google Scorpion King #2 and be like, damn, that dude's in Upper Egypt. And everybody know Upper Egypt is Southern Egypt. Then they'll look at his dad and they'll be like, okay, it's no way Norman can be West Asiatic. Like nobody ever says that. You know what I'm saying? So I think that these are good conversations to have. And when he brings up Nimrod, I'm like, come on, they didn't even canonize a lot of Nimrod's books. And we look, you know what I mean? So like a lot of the things he would bring up about Nimrod is invalid as well. So let's have some good conversations.
Yeah, we can have a bill with that with you and Yirmiyahu.
Yeah, he got some good stuff. I want to say shout out to
in Florida, Don.
Apostle. A shout out to Apostle. You know what I'm saying? His microphone is killing my microphone. I got a new one at home though. And shout out to Elder Yara. You know what I'm saying? He got one of the hottest channels on here. Shout out to JJ. You know what I mean? Big Cam T. We out.
Yeah. When you gonna hook that song up for me, bro?
Hey, I got time now. I got time. I can hit the studio like this week. It's going. And I rep for everybody. You gonna hear some, I'll rep for the Hebrews and the KMT because I rock with y'all. We need to have a build about what we have in common, and I think we'll get a lot further than y'all throwing these underhand pitches. I'm knocking home runs on y'all. Y'all throwing me underhand pitches.
Are you saying that the Israelites wasn't Kemet? Are you saying that?
Yeah, I'm saying y'all are real people, and y'all was in Kemet.
That's the problem with HOK. They want to glorify when Kemet is black, but then when it come to us, we wasn't there and all that biased scholarship. But it's okay. We know what it is.
There.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and get up. I don't know. Do you know anything about the old Ospies? Have you heard of these bozos?
Yeah, I like them. They so funny to me. They go hard. They
everything, bro.
I was mad at y'all. Y'all let them show up on y'all, man. Y'all should have had me on y'all team. I would have killed them boys. They was giving y'all a run for y'all money. That's supposed to have been easy work.
Well, when you got Sarnetta in the way and changing polls, what do you expect? But like I said, the original poll got us winning 56% to 44%. So that you don't. Okay, it's like this: if Bill Clinton go against Jeb Bush, and Bill Clinton is winning at 56%, and Jeb got 44%, do America take the poll down because the Republicans don't like Bill Clinton? Do they do that?
Nah, of course not. Of course
not. Do they do that?
But what you did,
that's what Frankie did.
You let them bring up the reconstruction of the Hebrew language and use that as y'all official joint. You let them do that.
Okay, so wait. So so what language do they have that they brought up? in the debate?
They brought up the Germans and the Italians that read
No, what
the
language do the Book of Waspi have? What language do they have?
English. What you mean? What are you asking me? You saying the book was written in English?
Okay, so they have a people called the Ions people, right?
Mm-hmm.
What language did they speak?
I don't know.
All right. What benefits out of that book? Well, no, listen, no, because no. Did they bring out any science in that book?
They tried to. I was laughing at the science.
Did you see this? Did you see me bringing out in my opening the science and the scriptures that go with it? Did you see me going to our book?
Yeah.
When did they go into the book to prove anything?
It was a bad debate title for y'all. They just attacked y'all. They didn't really stand on nothing they stand on. They just attacked y'all.
Wait, now the title was which one is best for our community? Which book is, I mean, they didn't bring any teachings out of their book. All they did was cry, and then they kept calling on our God. Did you not hear them that?
Yeah,
Let me show you. Do you know these guys? Do you know these guys? They still celebrate Christmas and Easter and Celtic holidays. Let me show you something real quick, man.
Man, that's supposed to have been easy work, JJ. That's supposed to have been easy work.
It was easy work. We was winning the damn poll. Did Sinetta not get in the way?
I heard him like telling y'all to chill out because y'all was mad. He called you a nigga.
Oh, but okay. So he didn't tell them to. Okay, so that's his way of getting in the goddamn way. You know why? Because this is what pissed me off about this whole thing. I'm for real. And everybody talking about that should have been light work. It was light work to something that got in the way. And why do you change a poll if it's such if they whooping our ass according to him? Why would you change the goddamn poll? That's crooked. That's wicked. That's not being fair. You see what I'm saying? That's not being fair, bro. How you gonna change the poll? Would you? And then I said, would you do that for Jabari? Would you do that if Jabari was winning? He said no.
I was being all
come on,
laid back. He be barking on here when I talk. He on there all laid back.
Who was?
Damn,
who was laid back? Yeah. No, who was laid back? Can you hear me?
You're still on here?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I hear you.
Who was laid back?
He fell off. Did you hear that debate he talking about? That should have been light work, man.
Hey, yo, Andrew.
What's up?
I just want to say I enjoyed the conversation. Ain't no hard feelings, and we can chop it up at any time, brother.
Hey, that's what's up, man. The more we talk, you're gonna see we on the same team. You know what I'm saying? And for real. They've been teaching a lot of division. They don't really go through the weeds. They don't do the detailed work that's needed to bring us together. They just, you know what I mean? They want us to debate because it's a good debate. But I rock with y'all. And you ask good questions. I like reasonable people.
Can y'all hear me? Who been teaching division?
People on here teaching division. They don't never want to talk about what we got in common. They always want to find some small detail to go against.
Who? The Comedics or the Israelites?
I'm saying the community as a whole. Like all the debates is which is better for this, and all y'all do is take time tearing each other down. I'm saying I can build with y'all and show like how we damn near the same people. You know what I'm saying? And how like for real, we can really get into the historical record. That's where Apostle be falling off because we talking about the historical record. He talking about the son of Jacob. Jacob had 3 sons. I'm like, man, we talking about Manito. This got nothing to do with Jacob. You said y'all came from the Exodus. Well, this is a guy writing about the Exodus in 300 BC, and he said y'all this, and he brought up Moses. That's the first time we see Moses' name on the historical record. Show some respect and let's listen to what's being said, and stop just regurgitating the same thing over and over. We can really like build. That's what the word means.
So are you saying we regurgitate or the Comedics?
I'm saying what
they don't want to come at us, so we gotta do what we gotta do.
No, I'm saying I bring up Benito and
you sound like Jabari like.
Man, Jabari don't give it up.
Okay, so when you gonna check? Hold up. Let me ask you this. Hold up.
Jabari be nice.
When you gonna check Jabari, brother? Are you serious?
Bring him up.
Listen, brother. Listen. Okay, go ahead. So then let me know where I can go. Go ahead.
I think it's a delay because I'm listening to you, bro.
Okay. Now I'm finna talk. When are you gonna go check Jabari about his lies?
Which lies?
Did the retainer sacrifices happen, sir?
He knows it though. He knows
No.
that.
Don't make no fucking excuses for this bald head goddamn lying piece of shit. I don't like Jabari. He's a piece of shit to me. I don't like him. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't like his ass because he think he better. I don't like no
That's
motherfucker
what.
look down on me. I don't like
That's what
nobody look
Garfield.
down on none of us. So listen, I'm gonna ask you
You
this.
sound like Garfield.
I don't like his ass because he don't like me. You see, it's just what it is. Anytime I come on Sarnet and every time you do like this when I come on, look, this is what he do. Get him out of here. Get him out. I don't like him because he don't like me. I don't sound like no Garfield fucking up. I go after them too. But so when are you gonna check Jabari? We can do a show with you checking Jabari and correcting him on retainer sacrifice. Will you do that? And
Hell
put his
yeah.
name in, calling his ass out.
It's historical. What you want me to do? I can't lie about.
No. I want to hear that, bro. You supposed to be like, I'm gonna call his motherfucking ass out. He's lying. But see, let me know you one-sided, bro. Go ahead, get in.
I'm saying.
Are you gonna do a show calling him out? That's what I'm asking.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
Shalom. What's good? What's good, JJ? What's good, Yara? What's good, everybody on the panel? All praise to the Most High. In the name of Yahshua.
Again, did you see the debate, family? Okay, tell me, what did you think about it? Did Sarnet get in the way to you?
I didn't see the Owaspi debate. I seen parts of it. If he switched the polls around, yeah, that wasn't kosher. You know what I'm saying? Because that can affect it. But I mean, even with that being said, I know he saved them because they needed to be saved. You know, it's not too much really going on over there at the Waspy, so he kind of had to look out for them, I guess. But you know, that's to be expected because you know he wants a good show. But I won't comment on what the brother just said earlier about we happen to have some type of unity or some type of coming together. I agree, but this is what I feel. I feel the people that come regularly on Sinetta that are of the Israelite belief, they believe that. But the people that's on Sinetta for Kemet, they don't believe that. And it's more of them over there than us. Now, I'll be the first person to say some of the things that Kemet did is unmatched. We still don't know how to do. And I believe those are some of the things that we should be talking about when we're talking about Kemet. Because there's, for instance, right now you have a bowl, a piece of pottery from Kemet. It's perfectly spherical. It's one of the hardest minerals to cut, but yet they managed to cut it to a width of a piece of paper. Like that's something they still can't do today. So what we have to do is we have to understand where we fit in the picture with Kemet. I've always believed, like I told Sarnetta yesterday, what we experience in Kemet is a spiritual revolution. Kemet pretty much had everything to offer materialistically, but spiritually they were defunct because, as Dr. Drusilla's Dungeons Houston said, they drifted from the worship of the one. And that's all Israelite, that's all we put forward is the worship of the one in the name of the one. So we get off that point, and people like Jabari like to play off that point and like to use a lot of arguments that are surface level. I mean, it's almost laughable, but I think we do have to kind of focus on that more, how that the spirituality of the Israelite is the spirituality coming out of the Garden of Eden, which is in Africa. So it's always been African, even before Israel was brought about. So that's where I like to come in at, and I like to put the own information in the detractors' face to show them that what Israelites practice is an ancient black religion. So that's all I want to say.
Hey, Gideon, it's been a while, man. You got to pop up more often. Hey, let me play something real quick. I'm just gonna let y'all hit the audio. Hold up.
All right, ladies and
and gentlemen, welcome to the Lions Den. This is JJ's opening round of the debate that they tried to clip out because I know I came in with that fire. I came in with scientific proof that there's scientific proof in the Bible. At the end, I want to go over 101 principles of the Bible. As you see in their debate, all they did was cry about the Bible. They didn't bring any teachings out of the Bible. And this is why they lost. And this is why Sarnetta took the video down, because his demons lost. He even let some guy come on there and talk about his wife like a dog. That's how much he really hates the Bible, that he would sacrifice his wife, or girlfriend or wife, whatever, Nepal, throw her under the table, let the Ospie call her a demon. So now you have no integrity. You're one of the dumbest people on this planet to let somebody come and do that. Here we go.
Nobody talking, please. Right. Nobody be talking. But look at that, JJ. Go into your 5 minutes of opening up. I don't know if you want to share some of that 5 minutes with your crew.
Already, he running his mouth,
Talking about Cosmo.
interrupting. But the minute y'all guys get in and say something, hey, bro, you go off on him like he just done killed the whole world.
It's up to you. But you got 5 minutes of opening up. And y'all ready? Let's get it.
And hold on, I'm finna open up. But what I'm saying is, you didn't follow your rules. And all y'all was trying to do was point it out to you, bro. Before that incident happened, we were winning the polls in the audience, but you try to paint a bad light on us. See, when I made this video, I didn't realize that Sarnetta had switched the polls. There's one poll that got 345 votes, and we're winning at 58% to 42%.
56.
And then later on, he changed it. As a matter of fact, in the original poll, it said Team Tanakh versus Team Ospie. Right? Then the second poll, after he took the poll down, ladies and gentlemen, what he did, he put up another poll and it said, he put Ospie on top, you dummy, and then he put us on bottom. Look, names don't switch in a poll. Only thing that switch in a poll, dumb Frankie Netta, is numbers. That's how you know you got caught rigging the debate. And this is why they try to cut out my first round, because I came out with that fire. Watch this, y'all. But we got evidence of both polls. The first poll had 345 votes. We were winning. He took it down. I guess he re-voted or whatever. And then that one had 152 votes, and they was winning. So really, bro, like I said, you got caught rigging the debate. I'm gonna make sure everybody know your platform has no integrity. What you did? All you got to do is just stay out the way and moderate fairly. You didn't do that, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. You didn't moderate fairly. Well, look.
Ready? JJ, time stop. Right. Let's go.
Let's get it. Yahweh Ba'Ashem, Yahweh Shabbalaka. Quam, Yahsalam. Hey, check this out, man. We are the most feared debaters on this planet. We're here to bring this truth. I'm going to let y'all know right now, the Ospie don't have a chance. And this is why I say that, because their book is almost a carbon copy of what we got going on over here. You see what I'm saying? They don't have their own language. They got a Kai language. We have the Hebrew. There's nowhere on this place of this earth you can find a Kai language. They want to get in here. What they're going to do, they're going to cry about our God being baby killers. But let's think, everybody. Pan. They say that their God destroyed the continent of Pan. If that's the case, where the survivors at? They killed everybody, but nobody righteous. So how the hell you get here? That's point one. Point two, son. Let me share my screen. Stop my crying real quick, son. Stop my time, man.
Now, at this point, when I want to share my screen, dude don't even stop my time. He kept it running. Because I'm 1 minute in right now, but he going to say, watch how fast my 5 minutes go. Watch how fast. This dude biased as fuck, man. Yeah, so I already know when I go debate over there, I got to debate the debater, the goddamn moderator and host, Sarnetta, and the goddamn audience. I know I'm at a disadvantage when I go to debater. I'm used to it. But then you did the whole team, dog. You dogged the whole team that week because you knew there weren't that many Israelites in the goddamn chat, and we were winning your chat, and you couldn't take that because you promoted them to be they gonna whoop our ass, and we was whooping their ass. That's why I say you get your dumb ass in the ring. You slower than a boxer around. I want to debate you since you think you know everything. Get your dumb ass in the goddamn ring. You defend Kimmy. You can't. Your ass don't even read books. He don't.
This is the opening. Ain't no stopping. Let's go. This
Look,
is
look.
the opening.
This.
Let's go.
Whoa.
Stop my time.
This is the opening. Ain't no stopping. Y'all see that? Look at this dude.
Stop. Let me share my screen. Open it. Why are you in the way?
Look, Andrew done ran up out of here. He don't want to hear this. Where Andrew? He left? Oh, okay.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
What the hell are you telling me for? I'm gonna point it out.
I heard this live.
It's okay, brother. Let me share my screen.
Look, he's still running my time as he look.
It's okay. Can I share my screen?
This ain't no damn 5
Yes,
minutes.
let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me know when my screen is up. Your screen is up. Let's go. What'd you say? That's what's going on, sis?
Now I'm going into the benefits of the science in our book. Watch this. Backed up by scripture. Watch this.
There's science in the Bible. It's pseudo. They say that the earth is made and the planets. They say that their book can tell you what how the earth and the planets was made. But if you get in here and you tell me some vortexes and the wind and the earth, I'm going right. What you said, that's been going on for 8 years. I know it. He changed the whole tide of the debate. That's what you did, Senator. That's exactly what you did. They bunked that. See, in our book, the earth, it tells you in Isaiah 40:22 that the earth is round. In Job 26:7, it tells you the earth is suspended in space. This is what you can learn from our book. This has already been known that the wind.
JJ's telling this is what you can learn from our book. What did they tell? Look, I ain't done yet. Please hold up, Andrew. They didn't tell you what you can learn from their goddamn book. Watch this. Watch JJ teach. Show you what you can learn from our book. Watch this.
Moses, cyclones, and Ecclesiastes 1:6. So I'm gonna go into our book. When I get time, I'm gonna break these scriptures down. In our book in Leviticus 17 and 11, it said blood is the source of life and health. That's right. And guess what? In Psalms 8 and 8, ocean currents circulate through the seas. This has already been said. Before science caught up to some of this stuff. And I got the facts to prove it. Check it out. Hot springs at the bottom of the sea. That was already said in Job 38:16. You ain't gonna find that in their book.
JJ, can I say something?
You ain't gonna start no statutes, commandments.
Go ahead, bro. Just get it. Can you just hold it until? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. It's almost over because he cut my time short anyway. I'm about 5 more scriptures is gonna be over. Watch.
Get in here talking about we kill babies when y'all destroyed the whole continent of Pan. Not one survivor. At least our God had enough sense to, according to their book, make 8 people survive to repopulate the earth. You see what I'm saying? And all this vortex stuff and all this earth cycles, that ain't even real science. They made it up. All right, let's keep it moving, man. The importance of sanitation and hygiene. Before doctors didn't even wash their hands.
They're washing the
Before
bowl.
they went in and did surgery. We find that in Leviticus 11 through 15. Quarantine measures to prevent the spread of disease. We've been doing that. Moving people from away from the camps in Leviticus 13:45 to 46. Y'all better be going in your book and showing us what your book teach about anything. They don't have anything. They don't have a clue. The vast numbers of stars in the universe was mentioned in Jeremiah 33 and 22. What you thought we wasn't going to go in our book? The laws of conservation of mass and energy. 2 Peter 3 and 7. So I'm going to get into these. The value of pi. That's in 1 Kings 7 and 23. They ain't got that in their book. The earth is a magnetic field. Can you point that out in your book? Because we got it in Job 38 and 35. How about the complexity of the human body? I don't have that. I looked. Psalms 139 and 14. I'll bust that down right there for you, sir. How about the impact of stress and health? Yeah, we talk about stress and health in Proverbs 17:22. We talk about how you're supposed to treat your wife. Marriage is not even valued in the OSP. They say they don't follow the laws of marriage. They got these communes where they have sex and then they bust up. They ain't supposed to have a wife. You see, how about the role of joy and laughter as well is being well in Proverbs 17 and 22. Let's keep it moving, man. How about the impact of music on the brain? You see what I'm saying? The benefit of meditation and mindfulness. That's right. In Psalms 1 and 2. Do y'all got that in your book? I think not. See, the importance of gratitude for well-being. That's 1 Thessalonians 5 and 18. And when I get time, and we got 3 rounds, I'm gonna bust some of this down. This is just a scientific aspect. I'm gonna go into 100 biblical principles as well. I ain't got none of that.
said Osiris, y'all Osiris is the fake one. They got one, and they made it up to 10,000 years, 25,000 years ago. Osiris. They got Thor and Apollo when they got that dang on book. Comic books, comic figures, DC comic. How y'all get the book? How about this? The Book of Flabby Patty. Where the hell you get that from? But like I said, man, y'all got to explain that. How about the role of exercise? Do y'all got that in there? No, you don't. We got the first two. That wasn't no 5 minutes.
I told you. That was no goddamn 5 minutes, man.
I cut my time short, y'all. I know goddamn what that wasn't no 5 minutes. Son, you a liar. You're a devil. The truth ain't in you. You hate the Bible so much that you would let send Kofi come on and talk about your wife. You let Osby call your wife a demon. You a goddamn simp for the goddamn devil. I'm done, y'all. That was my first round that they cut out of the debate. When Osby went and replayed the debate over on their channel, they cut this out because JJ came with that fire. I came out showing you some of the benefits of our book, and they didn't come out one time in this debate showing any benefits of their Osby. And like I said, y'all lost the debate. Sonetta's had 2 different goddamn polls on the debate. 2 polls.
Trust me, bro. Like I said, I went into our book, and like, see, if this would have been like me doing this by myself, I would have stayed focused on all that stuff I was mentioning. Plus, I would have went into the principles of the book. Then I would have went into the black leaders who had used our book to liberate us. There's not one black leader that's ever used this book to liberate us. They're not gonna pick it up when it's teaching you to be passive. Then I would have shown other people that's using this book that's using the Bible, that's got GED programs, they got food drives, this got stuff for us. This book of OSP don't have nothing that's for us. You see what I'm saying? So, like I say, it's different when you're doing a team debate because everybody coming from different points of views. You see what I'm saying, Gideon? But yeah, man. And then he gave them 4 rebuttals. How do you get a rebuttal after Daryl Cosman go? Then you give him a rebuttal? You give oh boy a rebuttal right after that? Come on, man. Man, come on, man.
But yeah, what I wanted to say real quick on your part when you're speaking of the sciences in the Bible is that what kills me about a lot of these cats is that they want to put the cart before the horse, meaning you got people, oh, we need science, we need engineering, we need thermonuclear studies and all this. But the thing about the Bible is it starts us from 1, meaning if we was to start a community from scratch, we don't need to know about thermonuclear engineering. We don't need to know about what vortex is coming from what sky because it doesn't help us at all. So the things that the Bible provides for any person is the first steps to have a scientifically thorough community, spiritual system, and lifestyle. So you can't get the cart before the horse. You got to put the horse in front of the cart. And all of the sciences that's in the Bible is that horse. So we can get to the cart. That's all I want to say.
Right.
Hey, real quick. Hey, JJ, check your messenger real quick. I got some sources that we could pull up real quick and show this brother and Andrew what time it is.
Is it in the
messenger?
Is it in private chat?
No. It's
also on my Facebook.
Yeah, it's photos. Yeah, yep. It's some photos to
hey, Andrew, would you be willing to come back later on and you and him could do a build?
Yeah, I like him. I think he does.
You got time today, Yirmiyahu?
You said later on?
Yeah, later on today. I don't know about where you at? You on East Coast?
Well, right now I'm in Illinois. I'm taking a 10-hour. Yeah, I'm taking a 10-hour rest break, but I'll be up tonight though.
Okay, well, you driving? Okay, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
Okay, y'all both in the same.
Yeah, because I'm in Indiana.
So you know I'm Eastern Standard. Oh yeah.
Me too.
Okay, so when will you be ready tonight? We can do it tonight. Y'all can do it.
After he wake up, he said he got to get some rest because he got to drive. So all I gotta do is go to the gym. I'll be at home editing all day, so I'm here. And I'm gonna
Okay,
try to get
cool.
my mic plugged up.
Let's
I'm
do
gonna try to
that.
plug up
Let's
my
do
mic so I can
that.
talk like Apostle.
Let me
Apostle
see
be out
what
here
let me see
marketing
what you
people.
might see what you're gonna have to deal with real quick. Hey,
Yeah.
you know, he went and got him some shit.
Fam,
I like
I
this.
stand with history.
I had to, you know what I'm saying?
Andrew, what are you saying?
I had
What's
to
your
call the
point?
wife up and you know what I'm saying?
I'm saying I stand
I had
Little
to
confident
take the
because I
Kingdom
phone off.
stand with
Ancient,
history.
okay. He got a whole book, Egyptian Historical Text, Asiatic Campaign under Pepi the First. This is what he's showing in his book. Okay, yeah, man. Well, let's just talk. We could do the same build. You know, is my screen still showing or it went off? I took it off, didn't it?
Yeah, it's just showing
Yeah,
us.
hold up.
Yeah, tell him to do some research. I need that. This is gonna like make me knock it out the park. Like I stand with facts. So we might
So
if he come
Andrew,
with a fact, we're gonna
what's
agree.
your point? You saying the Exodus didn't happen?
No, I said it did. What you mean? That's what I'm saying. You're talking to the wrong one. I'm saying it did. And I got like 3 historians that
Get
say who
your
y'all are.
teacher up here, Jabari. Then get Jabari up. He's scared.
Man,
You
Jabari
know,
be doing
Jabari's
y'all
scared to
in.
come over here, man. Who we
Y'all
doing?
scared. Y'all be
When?
doing y'all in.
You want to see my debate with Jabari? You want to see how he lost, bro?
He be
This is why
doing
he don't
y'all
show his
in, bro.
debate.
Y'all
Man,
don't understand
Jabari.
time.
Huh?
Now,
Hold up,
come on,
man. Let me
man.
find
Fake historian.
Y'all don't understand time. That's y'all issue. That been y'all issue.
Nah, Jabari problem is
So when you gonna
when
go
he
with
talks
Jabari
to
about
us.
lying about?
Y'all talking at the same time.
Go ahead, get in.
No, I'm saying the problem with
Gideon.
Jabari is when he talks to us, he think he's talking to Catholics, because a lot of his arguments be Catholic arguments, and it's almost funny, and it's quite amateurish. Some of the positions he put forward it's kind of sad. And one thing that we got to remember when we talking to a lot of people that have doctor degrees and masters, if I'm talking to an Assyriologist and I ask them something about Egypt, the first thing they're going to tell me before they give me their opinion is that that's not where they got their degree from. That's not their major of study. So when we talking to Jabari, remember, we're speaking to a person who have a degree in West African studies, and they just giving us what they think on Egypt. So, you know, we got to keep all that in mind.
That is an online degree from Spartanburg University. You hear me?
Don't do that. You know who he got.
That's
You
an
know what
online
school he
degree.
went to.
Where'd he go?
He told you a million times. You quoted him.
What school did he go to?
You said he didn't go to Cornell. He went to
He
Cornell.
ain't going no goddamn Cornell. That's a goddamn. We already proved that, bro. He got an online degree, man. It's an online goddamn degree. You can go get that.
Y'all wow, man.
And then if you
Y'all
talk about
wow.
West African studies, if he got West, why in the hell are we talking about Kemet?
Right.
West Africa ain't got no. Come on, bro.
Why y'all hate Kemet so much? That's the question.
Nobody say nothing about. We don't hate Kemet.
You
We
a
don't hate
nomadic
Kemet.
tribe.
You
You a
talking? You got
nomadic
us mixed
tribe,
up
man.
with.
Y'all need to show some respect. We don't be hating on y'all tents. We don't hate on y'all little tents and y'all huts.
Man, come on, man. We ain't trying to hear that. We're finna go ahead and end the show. You just be here later on tonight. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all these OSP guys. They cult. I'm gonna unmute you, Andrew. Hold up. Now this is what's going on right here. This
I'm saying.
is
Hating on
the
Egypt all
this
the
is a
time.
demonic. This is right. Yeah, we hate Egypt if you think so. No, we just defend our part, and then when we defend our part, now we hate Egypt. Why don't you actually? I ain't never seen you. See, this is what I don't like about one-sided researchers.
Now
You ain't went over there and checked
right.
Jabari, brother. You ain't went over there and checked Jabari about him lying about retainer sacrifices. You ain't went over there and checked Jabari about them saying that the ancient Kemetic only looked at Osiris as a principle. Do you believe that too? No, you
We
don't.
know that's not true.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
the problem, bro. We don't let Israelites just willy-nilly just give out false information, bro. We do have some type of system where we gonna check it, bro. And y'all really don't do that a lot,
Damn
but
right,
y'all
but
just long as
this,
it's against the Bible, y'all
Who
agree
said
with it.
that? I know you just didn't say that because it's a whole bunch of different denominations of
Andrew.
Israelites, and
Okay,
some of them
Andrew.
say some
I want you to, Andrew. Maybe Yara can get you because me and Sarnetta are banging right now because of what he did to the debate. What I'm saying, maybe Yara can get you over there, and I want you to do our presentation going against Jabari about these retainer sacrifices. I can be your ghostwriter if you need me to. These retainer sacrifices and just Book of the Dead.
Couple things. Send me what he said. Right now, how I know you representing him correctly.
What?
Send me what he said about it.
Why don't you just build with him and ask him?
I'm with
Okay,
that too.
you know,
Because
you think? You think I'm lying?
no, I'm saying like you brought that up like 4 or 5
Well, you got to have
times,
all
man.
this to go against. Y'all see, y'all. He got to have all this to go against Jabari.
So
But
you
I
want
just
me to
told you
talk
he
to you
lied.
about
He
something
been
I
lying.
never heard, man? Send me the link, JJ. Stop playing. If you
Nah,
want
he
me
ain't
to
heard.
speak on it,
Yeah, yeah, okay, all right.
yeah, send me the
I'm
link.
I'm
Stand
gonna
on
pull
it.
it out, brother.
I mean,
brother.
JJ, he is
So
basically going in there with a suicide vest on.
Yeah, what the hell he talking about? And then he act like I'm tripping. He don't even want to send me a link to what the brother said. Hell no, JJ. See, you used to fast talk.
get it. You ain't never heard me
Where
go
you
against
from?
Jabari and ask me these same goddamn questions.
You be
Oh yeah,
talking
all the
fast like
time, all
Colorado.
the time. But you
Okay,
know,
there
he's
you
a
go, Mr.
comedian.
Andrew.
No, I'm
He's
talking
a
about
comedian.
JJ.
So if he
No,
go
Andrew.
in there, he know that's a rap form. Especially if he go in there like that, he know it's a rap form because they don't
JJ
want to hear the
present.
truth. They just want to hear
Man,
romanticized Africanism. That's all.
nah. Oh, look at
Yeah,
that.
like I
That's
be
not
lying,
hate.
but yeah, I send
That
it to
wasn't
you,
hate.
brother.
All right, no
I send
man.
it to you.
No, I'm saying
No,
JJ be
let
doing
me
that fast talk in
hold on, man.
Colorado,
Let
bro.
me find
This
something
ain't
real
that.
quick.
This the
Hold on.
big city. Send me the link with
No,
what he said.
So what you saying? JJ talking to you like he think you on Colfax and Broadway or something?
Yeah, he talking like a 125th and Lennox trying to fast talk me to buy some wild shit. Send me the link of what he said. What is he talking about?
Yeah, I will. Get it.
Thank
Have you
you.
heard me, brother? Have you heard me go against Jabari on these topics? Or get him muted.
Oh, all the time.
Okay.
Didn't y'all debate,
All
or
right.
didn't
So
you have a conversation with him when you brought that out?
I had a debate with him on Lions Den about 4 years ago about he said that the ancient Kemetic only looked at Osiris as just a principle. I mean, why in the hell they doing retainer sacrifice? You goddamn idiot! If they didn't think if they didn't think they was gonna get into this afterlife with Osiris was real, why would they kill off the goddamn some of their royal officials and some of their family and some of goddamn little bitty ass kids that he took with them,
The
chopping their
priest,
heads off?
the priest did look at it as a principle, but the people took it literally.
Man, if you don't cut that bullshit out, but
That's
okay.
real
Stop.
life,
All right,
though.
let's
The
get up out of
priest
here.
was the ones making the
We definitely.
sacrifices. What you mean?
I'm
You're right.
saying we got priests.
Come
They
on.
got priests saying it's a principle.
Come on, man. The priest did
That's
not.
when he had that talk with him. That's what he
Okay.
referenced. It's an easy one.
So who wrote these goddamn? Okay, so brother, who wrote these goddamn prayers in this Book of the Dead? Was it the priest or was it the people?
A scribe. It depends on
Oh,
which.
Osiris, the great God, the great Creator, I worship Thee. Bro, who wrote this? The people or the priest?
You wow,
All
man.
right, that's enough.
Put some
Come on, man.
put some
Let's get up
respect
out
on
of here
Africa,
with
man.
the. It's okay, man. Trust me, he don't want to deal with me. He don't. That's why every time I come on, get him out of here, son. Get him out of here. The fact of the matter is, I hate when he said it. The fact of the matter is you're the goddamn liar. That's what the fact of the matter is. All right, all right, let's get up out of here with the Cosmon B ceremony remix featuring JJ 7000. Here we go. That's what we're gonna do for you. Look at this one right here. Tell she only eat apple peels. She gonna be $102 by next month at 98 pounds. Look, talking about shit, bitch. They starving them over there. Look at who want an Osprey woman looking like this, yo? I mean, come on, we like hips and breasts and big old booties. And come on, man. Cosmon, would you date her? I mean, seriously. The mother to this day. Look, no ass at all. Look at this, y'all. Look, no ass at all, y'all. Come on, man. Look at this. Straight
Hey, Salam, y'all. I'm out of here.
Come on. They try to get us to get over here and mate with these chicks. Are you serious? Come on. In the form of all right, family. Get it, girl. I mean, come on. What the hell is Kitaka? What the hell is that? What the hell is Lily of the Mohawks? Come on, y'all got some explaining to do on Osprey University and Bronze Yogi. Get up here right now. The ducking and diving in the goddamn check. Get up here right now and explain this. Mary, Mother Divine, all thanks are thine. I see, Sakai Mom set up one of these little gadgets in his backyard. See, he ain't gonna do it. He ain't no wasp, y'all. Look, look. You marry he just walks sandals, yeah. Kuan Yin, beautiful mother. Come on, man. Of the family, come on, man. They can't even come up with their own angels. This was pissing me off. Jesus. Come on, some Jesus. What the heck's going on? Wait a minute. What are you talking about Jesus for? Hold on, man. Come on, man. I'm gonna add a little flavor to the last week. I ain't playing with y'all. We ain't gonna have this old dry man. We gonna have to do some mixing and scratching. Come on. Call him Jabari now, man. Hey, we can't have nothing, man. You hear me? We can't have nothing. They plays around all the what would they do? The fraggle patty. What you say? I mean, come on, man. We can't even have our own folks, man. They had the bro. They so broke they went 75 eating the fatty patty. That's right. Come on, man. I mean, hey, you like that remix, don't you, fam? I told you, man. If I'm gonna be OSP, you gotta bring some Negro flavor to it. Hey, goddamn. How you gonna expect to lure us in if you at least hey? All our stuff, man. Right. I was Jesus. Y'all get it there. Cheese. Look at him right here, y'all. He don't got a goddamn clue. Look at him. Look, come on, man. He ain't vegetarian. He look that good. That nigga know he cheese. Lamb of God, holy brother, Lamb of God, holy Lamb of God, holy brother. Yeah, this shit. Oh, they go. Lamb of God. Get you anyway. These ceremonies, demonic, Masonic, don't think it's sweet now. Don't think it's Francis ass. We out. We are out of here. Hey, what you think about that OSP ceremony, Andrew? Can you rock with that? Can you go to their church? You see what I'm saying? We got to end the stream. We got some shit going on in the house. Something going on. Yeah, we gonna get up out of here. Hopefully later on tonight, these brothers can get back in and do the build. If not, JJ got something for bottom cat. He calls himself top cat, but you's a bottom cat. That's what you are. You dumbing in a box of goddamn rocks. Bucky Beaver looking ass Negro. You want to talk shit about me? God damn it. Oh, I came to you professionally. I came to you with, respect. I said, let's get in the ring and talk about this information with respect for each other. All you got is ad hom because you know your information is horrible. Your great-great-grandma is not a source, brother. Bring some real scholarship to the damn bell. Talking about some goddamn Christopher Columbus came to the Americas before Africans. I don't even if we talk about the Australians, where do you think they come from? They was over here too. They came over here. Oh, my fault, y'all. We should get up out of here. Peace and blessings.
Peace.
Yeah.